Thank you for all these
Welcome here to the Indiana Esports Network. We are very excited to be underway. My name is Orbital. With me is Kaizo, and we will be your casters throughout this very, very long day of finals action. We have about 10 or so matches to get through. It is Overwatch 2, it is Rocket League, it is Fortnite just as well, and then we have Minecraft on the docket. Kaizo, how you doing here today?
Man, nothing gets me out of bed quite like the smell of competition in the morning, Orbital, and like you said, we've got quite the long one here today, and quite a variety as well, which is really the spice of life, they say, Orbital. So I'm very excited to not only get to see some of these student athletes in their prime playing at their peaks here in the playoffs, but also get to see how the atmosphere changes throughout the day as we go game to game. Like you mentioned, we should be kicking things off here with Fortnite Zone Wars, so something that people who are fans of esports in general might be a little bit more familiar with the sort of Fortnite style gameplay. So I think that this is definitely going to be a good one to warm us up and a good one to get us woken up here in the morning.
Yep, we have 4 schools now competing here today. It's going to be Alexandria Monroe High School, as well as Anderson Preparatory Academy, Oregon Davis Junior Senior High Esports, and then Fairfield High School as well. All 4 have been able to contend and meet the requirements to be here in the finals, and that to me is the best part about it all. As we mentioned before, here with the IEN, we love every single team that is being able to come out here to Ball State. Of course, huge shout out to Ball State for hosting this amazing event. Of course, the IEN state finals could not happen without them providing an awesome facility to go ahead and play in. It is also sponsored here, the grand finals, or the state finals, by Gravity Gaming, of course, and powered by Alienware, League OS, as well as Spectrum Industries and McDonald's. So a big shout out to all of them as well for making this occur with, I don't know how many schools, quite honestly. But let's dive a little bit more into the Zone Wars here, because Zone Wars is very interesting. And of course, with the rules allocated to us, I believe at the end of the day, it is just last team standing that earns points per round. So Kaizo, this has led to quite a few very specific strategies that some Fortnite players love and some Fortnite players hate.
Yeah, it's sort of almost a hearkening back to the beginnings of Fortnite, back when it was a completely viable strategy to just build your little 1x1, wait for the zone to close in, and then try to out-heal the competition. Well, as it would happen, Orbital, that's what a lot of these teams have found themselves doing. If it gets very tense in the end, you don't have a great opportunity to really jump on the enemy teams that are remaining. Just trying to utilize those heals, everybody spawns in beside very effective loot. They get heals as well, and then they get some materials in addition to that. So everybody's loaded up on resources in the beginning, and in addition to obviously playing the overt game, trying to outgun the competition, there's also resource conservation. Do you have enough heals left over at the end of the day to be able to outlast the other teams in the zone if that does close in and the storm starts to tick away at everybody? So it is a very drastically different look than we've seen from some of the more traditional BR settings, but still very reminiscent of what Fortnite once was and what you can still see a little glimmer of today.
I like the fact that you say that, and it's just like, oh man, the old days of Fortnite, the old days of playing the game, and it's just like nostalgia all over again. But I gotta agree, it's one of those moments where you have to sit there and go, dang, it is the most viable strategy, and it's one thing that, sometimes kills can come into it. We see teams that do sometimes actively hunt for those, try and take out the competition very early, but as you said, strategies are best. Now again, we have 10 rounds of combat here, meaning there's a lot of chances to score points, and I believe at the end of the day, the one that has scored the most will go ahead and be crowned the winner across 10 different rounds here. So the question is, what happens if we do have a tie here, Kaizo? Because I'm sure with that kind of neutrality of only 1 point per team, there's bound to be a tie at maybe, 3-4 round wins, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, who comes out on top?
Well, you say that, Orbital, but if you take a look at League OS, where we have the older phases of the bracket, you can see that a lot of these games were particularly, I don't want to say one-sided, but you can definitely tell who was on their way to the grand finals. In particular, the Tigers looked knockout in every single game that they played, picking up 9 out of 10 points in the quarterfinals, 7 out of 10 in those semifinals. And then Anderson Prep as well really impressed me with the way that they got to these finals. I mean, a very similar performance, in fact, picking up even more points than the Tigers in the semifinals. We haven't had any ties come into it just yet, and you can see that alongside the Tigers and Anderson Prep, we're going to have Oregon Davis and Fairfield, who I don't want to say kind of snuck their way through, but you can clearly tell who the favorites are in this one and who is ready and primed to play spoiler, because frankly, Orbital, these teams have had a lot of time between the semifinals and right now to enhance their game, to refine their game strategy, and be prepared for this final moment. So I think that if you give teams, it's been like 6 weeks since the last time we saw them for the semifinals, this is when you show what the homework was at home, what you were doing in the meantime, and what kinds of strategies you have coming into this one that perhaps you didn't have in the earlier rounds that could be a big advantage for you.
Yeah, you need to go ahead and really make your mark here, and this is what the entire season has led to. So I love the fact that you pointed that one out. And we'll see if Fairfield and Oregon Davis are able to make some moves of their own, as we're directly in already. And you can see these 4v4 positions here are going to be very interesting already heading into the middle of the zone. We are headed straight into the heart of the city as soon as possible, and very basic fortifications. I like this. As you mentioned, very reliant on those mats, but very slow start here, just using the wood to get a good position, taking a look. That's a good build out of one of those towers very, very quickly here on the northeastern side.
And if you're a longtime fan of Fortnite, you'll recognize this as old tilted towers, but maybe a little bit different than you've seen in the past. A lot more wooden fortifications, including, like you mentioned, one team who has fortified themselves on top of one of those towers. Getting the high ground here could be very, very huge. You can see trying to press forward here is Nick Fury, but playing this low ground so challenging, especially when every time that you're trying to move forward, you're taking fire from multiple directions, and it is a resource game at the end of the day. You can see plenty of ammunition to break down these fortifications, but only 400 or so mats of each remaining for Nick Fury means that they're going to have to be a little bit more careful with their resources going forward.
And you can already see the zone splitting down to that southern side, so I wonder if we're looking here and saying, okay, maybe we don't want to force it. That's going to be a drop down, though. And right now, Nick Fury is getting a little bit latched onto, spinning around, go ahead, boxes themselves in, quick half, quick quarter as well, and into the gate. So they are going to try and make their way around with the rest of the team, shielding up a little bit more. That's going to be a little bit of a pot used, 33% on the shields. Just trying to stay a little bit more alive. They're going to slowly work their way forward. Wall's broken, though. And this is going to be a little bit dangerous once again. Nick Fury not really finding an out, so they're still stuck on this northern quadrant. They need to start moving.
Yeah, you can see the zone creeping in behind them, which is why players starting to get a little bit more aggressive here as that zone closes in. We should see a little bit more action coming soon. We'll go ahead and edit that one to a half, try to pop in a couple of shots as they make their way forward, and we have lost one. Make it two now as players start to get more aggressive. Zone shifting down here toward the southeast quadrant, and one player has just jumped in and somehow managed to get away with the knock. Didn't get the finish off, but still encroaching on the territory as that zone closes in. You can see everybody's aware they've got to come through this way one way or another, and right into the thick of it, down underneath. 4 players of the enemy team taking a 1v4 now, and being contested in the back will get knocked down, but it's only going to get more chaotic.
And right now, this is just game number 1. We love this action here. Quick halfway marker. Going ahead and metal fabbing out here. And maybe we're going to see that test. Quick turnaround, though. Nick Fury saying, okay, my teammates are kind of down here. Down goes Killer. Off on the back end. They already lost one member fully. And a quick tag again. You're trying to build out to the side. You're right now on the southern quadrant. And now you're going to go high. You're going to try and bounce in, but you're getting burned away. And once again, these zones close quickly. You're going to eyes out. You're going to look high. And maybe you find it, but no, you are gone. Teammate is still trying to stay alive. And no, that is the entire team wiped. So round 1 is done. Chaotic fashion at the end.
Yeah, and you can see, we'll take a look at the scores at the end of that one. It is going to be, we're riding along with Nick Fury a lot of the time, but unfortunately for them, that team is going to be taking home silver medal in round number 1. So no points awarded here, Orbital, but they definitely have plenty of time still yet ahead of them if they want to crack their way back into scoring and be able to take away some points of their own. That's why we give them 10 rounds. I mean, you can't just rely on being successful one time around. You need to make sure that every single time that you see the combat, that you see the enemy, you are ready and you are prepared. So we'll get underway here in game number 2, as we already see Anderson Prep having taken away 1 point. Definitely going to be the team to watch after taking out an early lead here.
Yeah, that was very, very comfortable at the end, and now we get to see the full layering of everyone here in the mix. I'll be very, very interested to see who comes out on top, loading up with the equipment, though, in a good spawn once again. They're going to go ahead and get prepped up, ready to go. Battle is set in Ahoy. French Tuba, by the way, one of the better names I've seen out there, as we are going to see them sprint out and spawning inside of a building. I think sometimes there's always such an interesting pace, right? You go ahead and spawn in, and you got to fight your way out, so already spawning with that comfortable positioning here on the southern quadrant.
And it does give you, again, a little bit of high ground, which we saw did become quite a significant factor in that previous round. It really dictated the pacing for how these teams are going to play. If you're constantly showering down with those assault rifles, it does mean that you really limit what other teams are capable of and make sure that they're at least risking something if they are going to be stepping forward. So again, last time, a lot of hail from above. This time seems to be a little bit quieter, but seems to be generally the same strategy of trying to branch your way toward the center and claim some of this low ground in the center of the map. You don't want to end up in a situation like last time where the zone kind of forcing you out. You saw a quick edit there trying to grab a sniper shot, but couldn't manage to find it.
And of course, we're watching Oregon Davis here right now, swapping over now. Fluffy Moose and the rest of the squad, they're going to be trying to do their work once again. And you can see they already lost one, OPL 14, not having the greatest of times. But they do have the high ground. And remember, this high ground was something that we watched before, really burning through a lot of those mat usages. Quick drop down with the rest of the team. They're going to hopefully find their marker. Quick build right back up to safety. They said, okay, burned enough. Zone's already in for one. See if we can do a little bit more, but the teammate got taken down, so iBuggle is going to get healed up with the rest of the team, or at least picked up for the moment. And the problem is abound here, as losing members left and right means that we now swap back over. This is Oregon Davis, wondering exactly what's going on. They lost 2 members so far, I believe, and we're going to have to see if that actually plays out here. Actually, I lied. It looks like everyone is still up. Lied on the top left scoreboard. Whoever has the UI is making me look silly here, as all 4 are pretty much still alive here.
Yeah, everybody's still kicking for the time being, and I think that previous knock was, I think I saw somebody due to a fall, they got knocked down, so still haven't seen quite as much action. Everybody playing a little bit more carefully as compared to what we saw last time around. By this point, it was a lot more action, a lot more, we'll say chaotic would be an appropriate word for it, but now that everybody's settled in just a little bit, you can tell that people beginning to play a little bit more carefully, especially now that the zone is closing in around this building as opposed to out in the open. That means that each and every build that you can throw down and get any amount of control is going to be incredibly crucial for you. You don't want to get caught by a quick edit from an enemy team. Make sure that you have all of the resources that you can down and available. And then there's also this strategy, just going up over the top, making your own home. You can see that now beginning to lay fire around the other sides of the map. This is that high ground we were talking about.
And we love to see it right now, cracking through some of those harder prefabs to make through. This is going to be a little bit of a dangerous point. Right now, Fluffy and the rest of the squad just kind of jumping and having a large blast here. Look at the absolute firepower being laid down. They are breaking through these materials like nobody's business. And they also have one on top just in case, ready with the shotgun if they wish to get a little bit closer. I like this call, but of course, zone moving, they got to shift with it. And within, now it's a lower ground battle. Who is going to come out on top? It looks like it's going to be a little bit of a test. Quick little repel back up with the suction cup. OPL is going to get back with the rest of the team, and now they're just going to wait again, low ground, and you're going to drop in, try and cause a little bit of chaos, drop all the way down if you can, and you break through, shotgun out, you shotgun 1, shotgun 2, but you get dropped in the meantime, but you've done your work, teammates ahoy right there.
And here's what we were just talking about. What resources do you have left at the end of the game? And the answer to that question is going to be just enough to get the W. And I like that call there from Anderson Prep, where you can see getting credit with not just the first, but now a second point in this one. Being able to jump down, taking the individual play is so smart there, and that tells me that this is a team that works very well together. If you just have everybody sit up top, you only need one person alive to be credit with the point at the end of the round. So having one person go down low, contest, try to make sure that everybody on the opposing team ends up falling down is much more important than keeping all 4 members alive. I think that that's such an undervalued strategy in these team formats, to send out one person to sacrifice themselves. If you can lay down pressure, if you can prevent the other team from being able to heal up effectively while your team is healing up, these are the kinds of things that net you those points at the end of the round and really demonstrate that Anderson Prep, a team that has done their homework and very familiar with this format.
And not just that, very comfortable making those shot calls as well. You mentioned it before, having that team aspect in there. You sacrifice one, and you send them with a shotty. Your close range initiator, your close range battler will always have that lock, stock, and barrel. We do get a little bit of spawn this time on the on the northeast for OA, and Oregon Davis probably not too happy about this one. Again, this is where their natural spawn location is, so it's always going to be that positioning wise. This time, though, the zone encircling towards that the northwestern quadrant, that should be something workable for them. This is a new direction for them to take.
Yeah, a bit of a different look, and I think that if you get one round going the opposite direction, if you don't pick up points, then you can say, oh, well, you know, maybe an execution error, but once things start to not pay off for you multiple times in a row, that's when you're thinking perhaps there was a flaw in the strategy. So I like the lack of hubris, just making the adaptation that you can see, trying to shoot out from under the base fortifications of this base on the high ground. That is something you are at risk of if you try to build up too high. Getting knocked down, you can see they begin to realize that maybe the rug could be pulled out from under them at any moment here. And there's the last piece, and the dominoes come tumbling down, and all of a sudden the moment is here. Everybody decides this is the time to go, and fortifications go up very quickly on the left-hand side, trying to continue to creep their way forward in the midst of all of this action. And Nick Fury's going in.
I love this chase aspect. You already knocked two. What a great call by Oregon Davis. And that's an elimination. You eliminate quite a few right there. I believe that is either Fairfield or Alexandria Monroe. I'm not too sure which one exactly it is, but what a great catch. And now Oregon Davis are really showing themselves as kind of that second place team. They need to find Anderson Prep, though. They need to find the squad that has been dominating the earlier two rounds.
Could be up on the high ground. You can see the ping starting to come out, recognizing a potential threat in the long term. Definitely a weakness if you get caught out from under you, but hang on a second, just getting lasered through the wall as the team in the building starts to demonstrate that they are in fact in the building in the metaphorical sense as well. And they'll get a knock there directly onto Mr. Killer. Won't be able to finish him off, but definitely hey, how's your mother, check in with you kind of thing, and make sure that everybody is above board. We'll need to take some time to heal up as this zone does finish closing in. We'll take a look at where the next one's going to be, and it is in fact favoring the team on the low ground. A quick shotgun to the face will take down one as these teams start to realize that maybe going to need to make some rotations sooner rather than later.
And I mean, if that's Anderson Prep on top of them, we know Anderson Prep are very comfortable with this last position. And honestly, you can float on the top of the building and then just make your way to the eastern side and then fall behind. Because take a look at how long it's taking to build in. You have a chance. There it is. We actually saw a little build outside, so I love this play. Now, of course, that's also Fluffy on the top side. Let's see exactly who is going to get into the mix. Quick build of some of those staircases just to provide a little bit more safety and util. But Oregon Davis still sitting here going, okay, what do we need to do? How are we going to make this happen? Quick drops on the top side, though, as Silver Dawn goes down.
It does go down, and that's going to complicate things. Does get fully elimed as well, which means that now only 2 members remaining for Oregon Davis. I do believe Anderson Prep still kicking and still available in this one. And 10 squad elims aren't going to save you as this zone ticks forward. What do the heals look like? What do the resources look like? And is anybody going to do a similar strategy to what we saw last time? Pop down, stop the healing. Looks like the assault rifle fire coming in from above, and here's a challenge through the steel fence as everybody begins to throw up a little bit more healing, trying to blast out of the zone and in fact get to some safety. I love this call from Oregon Davis, just getting out of the way, getting where nobody else can find them, and burning every last heal in the kit orbital. Is it enough? The answer is going to be, I believe, no, as it did look like somebody else somehow managed to outlast them, and guess who it would be? Anderson Prep, once again bringing in the gold.
But here's the deal. Huge shout out to Nick Fury. You can see there 8 eliminations on their own. If we were counting the eliminations in there, Oregon Davis would be right up there at the top, it feels like.
Right.
So, you know, we're seeing these shift in ideology, these shift in understanding of how to play this game. Huge shout out to Oregon Davis, who are fighting tooth and nail for this, which is quite surprising. Another side of this, Anderson, again, I wish we could see exactly how they're playing this, but they are doing a comfortable job in a lot of these battles, constantly shifting their focus. We saw Oregon Davis kind of have to run around, right? They never got clear identification from the full low ground.
Right.
So Anderson Prep, I believe, is just always going to play on the high ground. Always just say, I don't want to go anywhere else.
And why not if it's working out for you? They say if it ain't fixed, don't broke it. And that definitely seems to be the strategy here for Anderson Prep. 3 points already to their name. We were talking about potential ties a little bit earlier on. Well, if any of these teams want to catch up and want to be able to contest the points that Anderson Prep has been able to accumulate for themselves, now would be the time to do it. This is your big momentum shift, because once you start to get toward 4 or 5 points, every one begins to make things just a little bit less likely. So the strategy is definitely going to need to be some adaptations, at least for Anderson Prep. I mean, still seems to be the same thing. Build up, let yourself get knocked down, and then frantically scramble to put everything back up.
Yep, that's the way to do it. And once again, we're watching Oregon Davis. They are going to sit here and just chill out for a little bit. Once again, they have always played this kind of low ground action, but this time the zone shifting once again towards that western region, and they haven't really collected around this tree. It's a little bit surprising. Last time they fully built out under the tree, made sure to give themselves a really nice safety layer, but they this time want to try and find some extra kills in the back end. They want to find some extra little bit of damage. Once again, taking away those staircases as well. We'll have to see where Fairfield and Alexandria Monroe are going to go. You can see already where that build path is leading on the far western side.
And they will draw some attention here from Oregon Davis, and a little bit of AR fire goes in that direction, just trying to pressure the team that's trying to accumulate some positioning for themselves. The wood prefab's not going to be the largest resource to be invested, but definitely one worth wearing down, as well as if you can get an AR shot snuck through before they can put the wall back up. That is one heal taken away, one less likelihood that you would end up having that available at the end of the game. You can see just how critical having these resources left when the zone closes in fully at the end truly was in that last round. You want to make sure that you've got everything that you can stocked up and ready to go for that inevitable stage of this game. That is assuming that you don't just fully elim the enemy teams, because it's been a lot of elims throughout the early stages of this one, and now that things are getting a lot more close quarters orbital, everything kind of shifting toward this building in the middle, things could get dicey pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's already there. As you're going to see Mr. Killer get killed here, that one has to hurt a little bit. As you can see, the ping's going down. The teammate tries to hop down and help out, but you're going to get taken down as well. What a great shotgun play coming out from the opposing marker. And that is a nasty one. You talked about the elims early on, and it's already happened. 2 down, not out, but the damage has come through, and every time you do, you burn through some of those very, very important potions, some of those very important chugs and kits. So huge dub for whoever was there, and a little bit of a lesser one for Oregon Davis, who have to expend those heals.
Yeah, they do stay alive, which is the ever-critical factor in this one. Zone is closing in, though, and they're going to have to jump out quite literally through the window here, make their way back into the zone. You can see the ping going down on that eastern side of the zone, trying to make some room for themselves over there and out of the way of the other, of the other players. And that does mean that they've at least managed to stumble their way into some additional resources in the form of a gold SMG, which doesn't look like anybody interested in that one, but they will absolutely be taking those heals for the time being, Orbital. Those are going to be even more valuable as the game ticks on.
Yep, and it's just, I mean, they were able to pick one up off of that aggressor earlier, but still, it's in a dangerous spot. Silver Dawn also being taken for a little bit of a ride here. You can see their HP bars are a little bit low, and then the shell gets broken out. Now they're lost. What a great drop down by whoever was there. What a great boost as well. You punch them into the blue, into the storm. Disaster striking for Oregon Davis as a surprise attack has eliminated their squad. And it will be, again, this round defeat, which I can only assume is Anderson Prep.
Wow.
And you know it, and you love it.
I mean, that was Alexandria Monroe, actually, that jumped down there and started to kick off the action toward the end. That was Batman Clicks that jumped in with the shotgun, trying to get things done and at least carve open an opportunity for his team. But yet somehow, Orbital, every single time, it seems like Anderson Prep are the ones that end up on the better end of this one. And their opportunity recognition is really starting to impress me as these rounds tick by, and we get to see just what they're capable of in the scramble situations when everybody is still trying to get their own fortifications up. You can see the comms starting to come out from some of these teams. Oregon Davis recognizing, you know, we got to do something differently here. Team captain talking it up, yapping it up, making sure that everybody is on board with the game plan, because now 4 points for Anderson Prep is a huge threshold, because one more point makes it so that we could be talking tie territory, Orbital. If we get 5 and 5, that would make things complicated. But I mean, somebody's got to score 1 point before we can even start talking about it.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you crest that 6, as soon as you pass by 5, it is GG, pretty much. Anderson Prep, that's all they're looking for. And they do want to see that score tip over. They do want to see that 6th score. They just need 2 more rounds. And I have to feel like the teams are actually going to be hunting. We are still taking a look at Oregon Davis once again. They'll go ahead and take a look exactly where they want to go. Once again, they're on that northeastern side, and this time they're trying to check things out. They're saying, okay, do we actually want to flush down south? We haven't really tried south just yet, and we haven't really tested that. Normally, they chase straight to center. So they are going to rush. Nick was the first one over. They're going to build up a little bit more prep. Quick break on that wall. Again, it was just wooden, so they go ahead and bunker down here on the southeast side. I like this call. They're going to try and chase this other end. Are they going to find it? Looks like they got a lot of damage. I think they knocked one already.
Yep, they already got one fully elimed here, and that is going to be a big factor going into the middle stages of this one. They did lose Silver Dawn, or at least get them knocked partway through, and that does mean that they're going to have to pause briefly to get them back up, but it's not going to interrupt your regularly scheduled AR assault of the upper levels of this tilted tower, where you can only assume it's Anderson Prep holding up there and making sure that they aren't just as comfortable as they'd like to be as the zone closes in. That central location, man, seems to be very, very effective, considering that's where at least some of the zones seems to be closing in each time. I don't think we've seen Anderson Prep have to frantically scramble to find their way into the zone. They're kind of right in the middle of things, right where you'd want to be.
And honestly, if it's just a little bit lower ground here, that's also the call here. They're going to try and wait it out. Again, they always have to play on the lower ground, which is not always fun for them, but they've done well in that sense. That is going to be a mark, though, and I like the fact that Oregon Davis are very, very aware that a Batman could be flying in, someone could be dropping down to try and eliminate all of them. They're going ahead slowly making their way. They're still on the northeastern side of this new zone collection. Let's see what they can do. They're going to go ahead, break out on the northern end, build up. They're going to split 2-2 at least a little bit. And they're going to try this duo status, which I actually really, really like. You go ahead, kind of partner up, and you have your, your total 4, but run in 2s, and that way,
Yep.
if you need to help out your other team, you can always try and, almost mini third party the opponent.
Yeah, and you don't need 4 people staring at the same wall. I mean, everybody can only shoot through so many angles at the same time. I do think dividing your forces could be the way to go. As we see some of these teams continue to get divided, looks like a couple more knockdowns and full elims in the feed, meaning that having all 4 members still alive for Oregon Davis, no small feat here, could mean that some points could be on the horizon, especially if they can manage to sneak it away from Anderson Prep. But it looks like the hail is coming in. You can see that some of these builds starting to take damage. A quick edit here goes down, trying to see if they can catch anybody sneaking their way in. But the answer seems to be no as we get closer and closer toward this final zone close-in.
We also hear a lot of footsteps on the top side. Anderson Prep are coming for their 5th. If they can, there's a quick jump on the side, and you're going to try and shell out. You boost your way up and around, but you're all the way out. That might have been a little bit of missed time. You're going to try and bounce right back, but you took a little bit of damage. You're now back with the rest of the team, and your team's doing okay. They're holding on as much as possible. What a shotgun straight to the body. That's going to be Shinigami to be very, very not happy about what just went down. You're going to try and get to your team, but I don't think it's going to happen. You have to fight for your life right now, and you're out and about. Quick little boost once again just to break through and try and get up to the higher ground. But again, the zone's out, meaning you ticked away your last HP. Shotgun out, as that will be Oregon Davis going down here. Nick Fury, the last one alive. You're trying to pot your way out of this. You're trying to hang on, but it's not going to work. Round over round 5 done, as that will once again be the side of Anderson Prep.
Man, scary stuff here. If you are any of the other squads in this one, 5 in a row in favor of the purple squad. Anderson Prep looking primed and poised to take this one away. They don't have 43 points just yet, but they're getting pretty darn close. 5 out of 5 is no laughing matter, especially if you are anybody on Alexandria, Monroe, Oregon Davis, Fairfield. I mean, these are the teams that need to be thinking about what they can do differently going into this 6th round, because like you said earlier, Orbital, one final point going the way of Anderson Prep, and that's going to be curtains. It is a best out of 10 format split amongst these 4 teams, so getting 6 would mean that nobody can possibly catch you, and everybody else is just going to be playing for that silver medal.
And it's something that we're going to have to sit here and worry about again. Everyone should be gunning for Anderson Prep right now. I wouldn't be surprised to see, all 3 teams kind of maybe not so mutually agree, but understand that their hopes at even forcing a first place tie would be to hunt down Anderson Prep, would be to try and find them as quickly as possible. At the current moment, though, we are going to see a little bit of a lift. So way, way different style. Once again, Oregon Davis now chasing directly towards this northern side, trying to go ahead and get a wraparound and just high-line fire. That's a snipe and a half. Out goes that shield.
Yeah, that'll definitely wake you up in the morning. As you can see, Mr. Killer gonna go ahead and pop a pot, take a deep breath there after that sniper shot, but continue to lay down the pressure. And you can see Anderson Prep are not happy, beginning to chase them out all the way to this eastern quadrant, trying to make sure that not everybody going to be so comfortable in this one. In a traditional build battle here actually beginning to break out between these two. You can see everybody getting very high up. I like the call to make your way over to the teammate, but unfortunately abandons one in the process. And on the low ground, Nick Fury trying to contend with what feels like an entire army as the zone closes in. The jump pad is there, but there's a roof above your head and you're not going to be able to make it out.
Oh, that hurts so much. That is just as destructive. They tried a cheeky way out, which I give a lot of credit to Oregon Davis for. But now Nick Fury is the only one up. And that hurts so bad. Oregon Davis tried to get cheeky with it. They tried to get a jump on Anderson Prep, but Anderson Prep were more than ready. Huge play by them. All 4 members still very much alive. And now it's just a hunt for the last 2 squads. Anderson Prep already 1 team down from victory.
And look at the itemization that they've opted for here. You can see just the long-range options available for Dom, who is taking some pretty significant close-range fire. Not the best fight for them to be taking as they continue to build up higher, trying to get the high ground as the teammates are coming up underneath them. Buggle is going to come in with the shotgun, try to provide some support. And the question is, where did the player end up at? Looks like the answer is going to be in the ground, or at least well below them, so everybody starts to make their way back down. We'll check in with some of these other teams as well. It looks like this is, I want to say this is Fairfield that we're checking in with, who are up top above Anderson Prep and are dropping down now with the plunger in hand, trying to find some low ground action and fortify themselves up in the zone. But, I mean, Orbital, that is a long way that you got to go when you're outnumbered.
Yep, and right now the chase is even on here. You can see the rest of Anderson Prep are like, yeah, we're going to hunt you. And they found it. What a great quick knock here. Number 1 finishes it off, denies any further chance at a pickup. And that's the elimination you really, really like. Anderson Prep are putting themselves in prime position for this victory outside OPL, saying, yo, you can't really catch me. I'm OP for a reason. Let's go ahead, build up with the rest of the team, quickly zone out and away from the building. And we got a tuck and hide moment here. French Tuba and Blink just like, all right, they don't see us. Let's hope they don't do anything to us here.
It's Alexandria Monroe represented by French Tuba and Blink. The question is for how much longer. You can see that everybody very well aware that this triangle has a member of Alexandria Monroe, and 4 people start to make their way forward. The blueprints are out. They're going to try to put up as many walls as possible, but the inevitable is coming, and Anderson Prep, with 3 members remaining, pick up a 6 point, and Orbital in dominant fashion will be your victors for this round number 6.
I mean, that's just comfortability, and look at that. Massive amounts of eliminations this time. They are in full control of that spacing. And I mean, they are so happy about that one. Now, we do need to determine who is going to be second and third, I believe. So we're going to play all the way through all of these games, and we'll see exactly who decides to take it away. We are looking at 4 more to see who really gets that chance. If we're looking at Oregon Davis, if we're looking at Fairfield, if we're looking at Alexandria Monroe, and my eyes are on Oregon Davis. Oregon Davis, the one team that really does feel like they've been willing to be aggressive. I mean, Nick Fury multiple times. What was it? It was I think it was like 10 or 11 eliminations almost every game.
You can see as a team, they've got 18 as a squadron going into this round number 7. I do agree that this seems to be the team to watch in terms of aggression if you're not talking about Anderson Prep. And across the way, Alexandria Monroe, who we saw had 2 members remaining at the end of round number 6. They made it further than anybody else in that one. Seemed to be very survivable, we'll say, throughout the course of these games, and potentially could be picking up some points of their own. I'm not really sure why we keep zooming into this player's head every time they ADS, but Mr. Killer, we can only assume that's not what the FOV looks like.
No. That's just, they decided to add an extra layer of difficulty. For that, they also get like a 10% damage bonus, you know? They play with like half the screen.
How could I have been so blind? And how could Mr. Killer have been so blind? As we can see, continuing to ping out. I believe that's Fairfield over there. That could be Alexandria Monroe that are over on the right-hand side. As you mentioned, we are sticking with the same coordination or configuration of these teams that we have seen previously. So everybody at least getting a good sense of what teams are in what direction and who they're going to be contending with from what angle. Maybe trying to find a better method of approach to this tower from Anderson Prep. We've played an excellent job of the high ground. I mean, a traditional advantage in the very most real sense, but there's something to be said for how effective it can be to just control the low ground and not risk having your literal floor shot out from underneath you.
A little bit too real right there, as we do go ahead and get the spray and pray. Mr. Killer and the rest of the squad are going to try and buck their way into the center building, and if they can, that's great. Of course, now they're having to haul butt back and outside, wondering exactly where everyone is going down here. And remember, Anderson Prep have already secured 6, so we're really just looking for the last few. Eyes out, though, as it's going to be Oregon Davis to go ahead and fully charge their way out, 2 holding back, 2 in center building, so a little bit split for Oregon Davis, and I wonder how much they're actually finding with the strategy.
Only time can tell, and time is something that very limited resource here, as only 12 seconds before the zone closes in. You can see that everybody beginning to realize that going to have to step forward a little bit further, and now Mr. Killer branching out to the side, claiming as much space as possible. They've got quite a good amount of real estate here in this eastern side of the zone, which is going to fare very well for them now that the zone seems to be closing in that exact direction. They'll even get some additional loot, a very comfortable position here for the gamers on for Oregon Davis. And Anderson Prep, you can only assume, is frothing at the mouth with the opportunity to head in this direction and to begin to lay siege on the eastern corridor. But at least for the time being, I mean, it looks very challenging to break underneath the fortifications that Oregon Davis have set up.
The thing is, they've done it before. Anderson Prep, utilizing that type of just kind of battering ram style, they've broken through these prefabs before. They've never had to worry about it as well. You can see the lower sections are all made out of wood. Yes, the ceilings are made out of more comfortable metal and brick, But, I mean, take a look at this. I love this build path. Once again, this is going to be Mr. Killer, hoping to get a jump on here, trying to get a little peek around the corner, not really finding it. Rest of the team is here, dancing underneath, and everyone trying to get back to safety. Remember, Shinigami went down earlier on, so Anderson Prep are just like, okay, well, we got them cornered. We know exactly where they're at. Materials being swapped out, given to each individual player, and now it's going to be that dance. A little bit of question mark, because it's actually going to be a finish.
Wow.
It looks like some of the kills came through. I believe Oregon Davis.
There we go.
No? Oh, it is. Yes. That is going to be a great win for Oregon Davis.
Yep, they put themselves on the board there, and I mean, what else can be said about the strategy that they had in that one? Definitely demonstrated that they had that one on lock. It's so challenging, Orbital, to work forward through that much build, especially when no other natural cover. I mean, we're not talking about an area that has like rolling hills or stones or buildings that are already there that you can use to hide in. It is just contesting into the enemy builds and risking an edit into a shotgun blast every time that you step your way forward. So Oregon Davis with great field positioning essentially in that one, making sure that they make the most opportunity of the home field advantage and finally putting themselves on the board. This is a team you mentioned earlier, Orbital, that really feels like if anybody was going to play spoiler to Anderson Prep, it was going to be Oregon Davis, and they do finally sneak away with point number 7.
I mean, here in the single A division, the IHSEN Varsity Fortnite Zone Wars Battle, you gotta love getting a little bit more aggressive in that pinch, and I will happily stand by my statement earlier that Oregon Davis have been there. Now, granted, Alexandria, Monroe, and Fairfield could have that opportunity as well if they start trying to sneak around Anderson Prep. I think a huge thing is teams are actively deciding, do we want to challenge Anderson Prep? Do we want to run away from Anderson Prep? Right now, Anderson Prep are quite literally just playing spoiler. They're just being an annoyance right now, and that's what we're kind of watching for, which is why we're seeing Oregon Davis constantly look to the sides, constantly send Nick Fury basically on a hunting mission with Mr. Killer kind of a little bit slower behind.
Pings do once again come out on the Anderson Prep Tower. So they make their way very quickly to this tree. We saw the strategy a little bit earlier on, and it does seem that they're aware that some additional fortifications needed as the aggression starts to come in from this eastern north-hand side. They will build their way forward. 4 members of Oregon Davis beginning to contest the build battle here against this right-hand side, trying to laser through the wall, and they do manage to break in. Will have to take a moment of pause here to regain their bearings, but directly on top of the other team.
And that's a scary thought right now. You got to get it into the mix. You see eyes out, a little bit to the left side. Huge brick fortification. Ooh. Quick snipe to the head of Mr. Killer. So you're going to try and heal up, get a little bit of extra shielding in there, pick up a pot. Yep, and go ahead and chug away. You're going to be real happy about that one, that you're able to pick up and get that shield back. But man, did that sting in more ways than one. Rough on the healing patches, though. So you had a couple guns, but you're not really going to trade it out. Instead, you're going to get back with the rest of the team. Team is going to run forward, and that's going to be some good knocks to come out here. It looks like Oregon Davis taking it to the opponent as they rush down to the southern side. But a quick snap to the backside again as Mr. Killer is on low HP.
Yeah, it takes a big shotgun blast there, and we'll try to find some natural cover and even some additional healing here. Those chests are definitely going big for Oregon Davis as the zone starts to close in. We've seen one exactly like this in the past. As another Anderson Davis knock goes down, I believe that one is onto Fairfield, if I'm not mistaken. Is now Oregon Davis starting to challenge the northern quadrant, as that's where the zone's closing. And if you can gatekeep a team from making their way into the zone, that is the most effective way to deal with the competition.
Yep, it's going to be a little bit of a test here, as right now they're trying to work their way around some of these building sides. Again, with the zone in the southeast quadrant, you got time. And we know this prep has worked before for Oregon Davis. Now, who are you going to find, though? Tree is covered. Great build by Mr. Killer to get to those chests very, very quickly on. Their teammates are actively chasing everyone else away. And now you got this left side flank completely unguarded by the opponent. So now you can try and take a look. Quick break on the top side. Very easy to kind of section that off, destroy any further builds out. And Oregon Davis in a comfortable position. They got the entire underground network of tunnels to work with.
And this is how they got the point last time around. We'll see if the similar strategy pays similar dividends for them here. So we can see Nick Fury getting another knock. They've been so consistent throughout the course of this one, getting a lot of elims. You mentioned earlier on, very close to double digits very early in this one, but do end up going down as the contest comes through, dropping down, trying to find their way into the fight is Mr. Killer. They'll get directly on top, but not before FN Sindri can finish him off.
I mean, that was a great pick as well. I don't know if they were expecting that one, but FN Syndra in squad were very, very comfortable in their own right. Now they're trying to kind of bottle out here, and I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. Time's ticking down. They got one more to go, and they're going to boost their way to safety, and it ain't going to work, so it is going to be the round done. And that should be a comfortable point over to the side of Alexandria Monroe. Well done, as Fairfield the only team to look for a win.
You could see the heated communications taking place on the Alexandria Monroe side of things between rounds, and with that kind of dedication, with that kind of passion, it's only a matter of time before things start to fall in your favor, and they definitely earned that point taken away here. Alexandria Monroe now on the screen. You can see that they are fully locked in and ready to go for another round of competition. First place well out of reach at this point, Orbital, but second place definitely still on the cards if either one of these two teams can sneak away one more point. And meanwhile, Fairfield still chasing down one final point of their own. And with only 2 points remaining left to be grabbed by these teams, they'd have to get 2 in a row if they want to walk away with silver.
Well, let's see if they can do so. Right now, eyes out as we once again track Oregon Davis, the squad that has so far yielded pretty decent results and are getting antsier by the moment. They've actively been chasing in, and I'm curious, when is the time where they're going to actively kind of chase into that center tower? It seems that Anderson Prep have, of course, been a little bit quieter this time, just willing to build, willing to just kind of wait it out as much as possible, but haven't been getting too far in, as that's going to be a nice shot by Buggle, I believe. Took a sniper shot and took someone out. Couldn't really read who, but apparently early knock to start things off.
And this is really the only chance that you get to use those snipers from a distance. Everything else starts to turn into a little bit of a scramble, but right as things load in, right as teams start to get their bearings, you can really catch them trying to move forward, trying to be a little bit too aggressive and conserve their resources, not use too many fortifications to support that. And because of that, you can be a little bit careless. We'll see big blue numbers coming out here, actually, as Oregon Davis laying fire into that northern quadrant. This seems to be the target of their aggression more often than not, and 90 blue damage is nothing to scoff at. That is a lot of shields taken off of a player that would need them for a scramble later on. We'll see, at least for the time being, a ceasefire as the aggression comes in from the western front. Actually, 2 players down already, one of them being from Oregon Davis. They'll have to take a break. Nick Fury is going to be responsible for getting them back up, as Shinigami is rezzed and is going to need to heal back up, but at least will be alive and kicking for the next fight.
And this next fight might come very, very quickly. You can go ahead and see bricks up, though. Shots ringing out, though, as Mr. Killer is like, oh, okay, they're still there in the center tower. Again, timing-wise, has been very slow-paced in terms of where they want to move. The rest of Oregon Davis just kind of chilling off on the backside. And I like this hide space. Now, of course, wall broken. They're going to go ahead and edit their way out, trying to get underneath. And I like this call. Like I said, cause a little bit of confusion, cause some malicious gatherings here. Because if you can draw everyone into the center, you give yourself a better chance of getting those knocks, forcing everyone to fight against each other.
And they have made an excellent living so far out of just occupying as much space as possible. They say that the most important thing about real estate, Orbital, is location. And the question I will pose to you is whether or not that location is going to be good. Not too bad here. They've actually got quite a bit of the zone already under their own control, and it will be moving in their direction, so teams going to have to be challenging Oregon Davis if they want to stay out of the storm. A very prime position here as they hunt down that second point.
Let's see if this is going to be a turn here. Once again, Mr. Killer kind of running around. They already lost silver. Maybe we get to see a chance back. Remember, in a 3-player position, you're deeply spread out 1v2. just gonna kind of wait it out. This call, I feel like Oregon Davis aren't too sure where the battle's going, and now they see the edits coming out here. There's Mr. Killer trying to chase their way in, losing a lot of that shield. Problems abound though, as they can't really spot anyone. They're gonna look high and try and break some of these containment units, trying to break through some of these prefabs. It's not gonna really work as neatly as they would like. So go ahead, take a couple snapshots back away with the team. I'm just gonna keep hiding out here.
And pop some champagne while they're at it, trying to get a little bit more shielding up in anticipation of what should be the final fight of this one. A good 14 seconds left as the zone closes in. Everybody starts to wind their way higher. Everybody trying to stay out of the storm for as long as possible. You can see ready to launch themselves in and directly out of the mix and into the fray once again, trying to find just anybody to land a shot on, but nobody around. It is just going to be a heal battle at the end of the day. And of course, who else would have the most resources left at the end of that one besides Anderson Prep, who walk away with their 7th point in this one?
So we have a possibility of a 3-way tie.
Crazy.
For second place, or a straight up ladder. That's what's gonna happen. Either Fairfield gets the last point, or Alexandria Monroe and Oregon Davis fight for second. I am thrilled to see who's gonna come out on top of this one, Kaizo.
And I love watching Taylor die.
Right there.
More time in anticipation of this final game. They would love to walk away with silver here. Very impressive performance from Anderson Prep, who of course, as we mentioned previously, have already clinched first place. We are contesting to see who's going to be earning the silver medal, and whether or not it's going to have 3 different flavors of hands on it. Fairfield definitely still within reach if they can walk away with 1 point here in the twilight stages of this one. It would be quite the interesting completion to this competition, with 3 different teams splitting that silver medal. Anderson Prep walking away very happy with the gold medal. Or like you said, is it going to be more of a ladder situation? We only have one way to find out, and that's to ride along with these teams one more time. And we'll check in, as always, with Mr. Killer and Oregon Davis and find out just what they've got going on here. We've seen a lot of heading toward the northern quadrant, now working their way south, however, starting to mix things up very late into the game.
I mean, they've done this before, though. They just never made it that far, I think, was the other side. They tried to run down. I think there's a game 5 or 6. They've actually attempted this multiple times, but they never really found engagement. The problem being is they were usually met about midway. This time around, they're not being met at all. They're well in time to go ahead and get through on this build, and they're going to try and build up from here. So, creating a secondary fortress right on this eastern side. Now, granted, the zone loading side is going to be a little bit more flush, I think, to the northwestern. But yeah, this is the position that they're happy about. They're able to get a little bit closer and firing off on the southern quadrant and trying to find at least one more spot before they find Whoa! Bring the car to the mix. Go ahead and have a tow. That is a crashing way to begin a battle, as that vehicle did not want to park there.
Yeah, Rocket League comes in out of nowhere in explosive fashion now and completely throws a monkey wrench into the plans of Oregon Davis. I don't think anybody was expecting a literal car to drive through the wall and explode. And Mr. Killer will be on the receiving end of most of that damage. Man, I truly wish that I could know what kind of madman was responsible for that play, because frankly, it was a phenomenal one, and at least put in Oregon Davis on the back foot and made sure that they have to make some very uncomfortable decisions, because like you said, the zone is not their friend this time around. Closing in behind them, they're going to have to fight straight through at least one, if not more, teams to make it in.
I think at this point, you're just kind of conceding the fact that you're going to have to start moving soon. Of course, you could go ahead and use some of those launch bombs and be able to get your way to safety. And Mr. Killer already dropped them for a little extra drink, so right now it's just that dance. Break those prefabs, go ahead, break those walls down, try and get those builds out. They're going to go ahead and try and shield up here. They build up a little bit more, though. The brick keeping them locked in, though, and so they're not getting that spacing that they thought they were going to get. However, zone shifting perfectly for them, so they don't have to go too far west. Instead, they're going to look south, but Mr. Killer making a chance move here, trying to stay on the outside, looking for some of the eyes, fires away, doesn't really get that much. Instead, loses most of their HP and shields.
Yeah, taking the full 1v1 there, and the walls go up before either player falls down, but there's plenty of knocks regardless in the elim feed, which will mean that teams starting to get a little bit more sparse when it comes to competition. And there's definitely a good time for that because the zone getting much, much smaller, and like you said, sort of favoring Oregon Davis, but it doesn't mean that there aren't other teams playing contest, and suddenly the burst bombs go off. 4 members charging forward, shotguns in hand, and Oregon Davis falling left and right.
This will be the final calling card. Oregon Davis have fought so well, and yet at the end of the day, they are going to fall. Rest of the team, though, battling Nick Fury might be able to live for a little bit longer. And if Nick is able to live and just kind of survive inside of this hustle and bustle, maybe they can do some damage. That's going to be the knock-in finish, and Nick Fury is still up and alive. Gets a shot up on the top side and is just kind of holding in. Might find Beacon to get the eliminations, but how long can you stay alive? You still got at least one more squad to deal with. You're hung out on the side right around that water tower. And now you're in the zone. Quick snap, HP 1 and 2. But you have no heals, so that's the finish, and that will be the game done and dusted. It is. And that is GG round 10, as Anderson Prep are our first place squad.
And congratulations certainly in order to Anderson Prep for a phenomenal showing in this one. And credit as well to all of our teams for getting through a grueling regular season and playoff performance to get to the point that we are at now. But at the end of the day, it is going to be Anderson Prep taking away 8 points in first place. And following shortly behind them will be Oregon Davis and will be Alexandria Monroe. Fairfield. No, Alexandria Monroe. I had it the first time. I shouldn't have doubted myself. Taking a shared second place, and Fairfield coming in third there, rounding out the rear. An excellent performance from each of these teams to even get to this point in the playoffs. Certainly an impressive run for each and every one of them, and no less so than Anderson Preparatory Academy, who have made it to the finals, made it as that second seed, and usurped the Tigers for 8 out of 10 points.
I mean, that was a crazy number here as well. A run of 6 for glory for Anderson, and they were the team that we were watching just going, man, they are aiming for that first place. They were aiming for almost a perfect set all the way back in the quarterfinals, and the fact that they matched their score, never fell below 8. Very impressive stuff, and I hope to see even more of them in the future. The squad has a lot of amazing action to be held, and you got to give credit where credit is due. Again, here in the Div A Fortnite side of things, we give a lot of shout outs and prep and congratulations over to Anderson Preparatory, again also to Oregon Davis and Tigers for the second place, and then of course for Fairfield rounding it out here in the grand finals for fourth. With that being said, though, we are going to go to a short break. You're ready for a little bit of Rocket League in the middle school side of things, so let's go ahead and go to a short break. When we come back, more IEN action to behold. Maybe. There we go. Now we're live. Okay, listen, we are back, ready for some Rocket League. Very excited to be underway with our single A matchup here. It is going to be a very interesting time as Rocket League Division A has always had some fierce competition here at the IEN, and I'm excited to see the conclusion. Kaizo, Fortnite first, Rocket League next. We're in for a good day.
You just knew that Rocket League was going to be next when the car literally drove through the wall in the last round of Fortnite. I think that it was just a premonition of things to come, we'll say. And you're absolutely right, we do have Rocket League coming up next, and in particular, we've got Wabash versus Union City, who, if you've been following the regular season, if you've been keeping an eye on the standings week after week, these are the two teams that we really expected to make it here to the finals. If you take a look at the regular season, Wabash came away with 22 points and 11 wins. Union City 20 points and 10 wins, which separates them by a margin of, stay with me here, 6 wins and 12 points from the people below them. That is a crazy division between those two, and yet it's been neck and neck between the two all throughout the regular season. I am so interested to see how the head-to-head matchup goes here in the finals now that the teams have had some time to prepare, know who they're up against, and know exactly the caliber of play that we're going to be expecting.
And not just that, you also have to keep in mind with 22 and 11 and 20 and 10, they quite literally averaged, I think it was like about 2 goals per series as well. It was a very comfortable position for them, and it's interesting to say the least. I'm very curious to see exactly what came out here, or I'm sure there are more in there. I believe the regular season may have been best of 3, and then heading in here is BO5, and then now the grand finals are BO7, which might be a little bit longer streak for them, and that to me is going to be very interesting. As we look into a BO7, there's a lot more that goes into it, right? When we talk about the level of experience and the endurance needed, you're going to be starting to see adjustments that you don't normally see in the regular matches. If it's just a regular BO5, you got 3 games, that's about it. In a BO7, we start seeing adjustments around game 3 and 4, depending on if a team is more willing to make those slight adjustments, like shoring up their defense or getting more aggressive, things like that. I'm very curious to see how the BO7 treats them.
Yeah, a longer format definitely is the optimal way to do these postseasons, right? Because it does give, like you were saying, these teams an opportunity to make these large-scale adjustments throughout the course of the match. If you only had 3 games to work with, then you have to be very careful with your gameplay. You don't want to take too many risks, but you've got a little bit of wiggle room here when you've got 7 games to work with. So I'm very excited to see the strategies that these teams come to this one with. I think that the best way to start out is to play very aggressively and then dial it back from there, because again, you've got a lot of game time on the field to work with to figure out, okay, well, we need to do this differently, or we need to be a little bit more careful here. But you can certainly catch a team off guard if you come in guns blazing, ready to go, especially if they're just expecting a much slower paced game. I think that Rocket League in particular lends itself to a very blitzkrieg style in the early game, and then kind of tapering off once these teams start to get a little bit more comfortable with each other.
See, I would actually disagree with you on that point. I can see where you're coming from, but to me, normally I see game 1s be very neutered because teams don't know if they can get aggressive. They don't know if they can get away with a very all-out aggressive style. And then by game 2, if like, hey, they're a little bit weak, they don't go for the boost as often, they don't rush as often, we can take advantage of that. That's where we see teams really get explosive into games 2 or 3. So I'm curious whose theology or whose ideas kind of in viewpoints of the game actually come to pass, because if we get straight heat at the beginning, that'll make me very happy. That will make me extremely excited for what could be a 7-game banger. And if you're talking about heat, then my question is, Kaizo, are we going to get a lot of goals scored, or is it a lot of shots and a lot of saves? Because we've seen both situations occur before.
Man, I really feel like you're setting me up for failure here, because you've already told me that you disagree with me. So I'm gonna put my foot down. I really do think that game 1 is going to be the hottest one of the series. If you have any idea what your playoff strategy should be coming in, I'm so certain that attacking early, being aggressive, and then moving your way back from there is the way to go. So I, Orbital, think that things are going to be very exciting very early on. But Mister, I think that it's going to be very boring early on. I want a 7-game, a 7-game series that has 3 goals scored in it. That's not the way that Rocket League works. That might be how soccer works, but we're here in Rocket League, baby. We got octane in this one.
We also got a finite ending to each game. It's like if you don't score a goal, the game doesn't end. You can't end in a tie. So there's the other side of that. And I'll be honest, when I said it starts also, that's it. Once the game starts slow, it picks up after there. Very rarely do we see games actively be quiet all the way through, I would say, 3 or 4 games. So that's what we're going to be very, very curious about. We are getting a little bit of eyes as I believe we are getting information that there is just a small technical delay. Nothing to worry about. Again, huge shout out to Ball State. They are very, very kind for letting IEN use their facility and allowing them to kind of hop in. So they're making sure everything is working well. You want very little lag, which Ball State of course is ensuring for us, hosting so many different matches. By the way, we got a little bit of the cams earlier, seeing all the teams set up here. So many different schools are joining us here for the singular day of finals across 4 to 5 different divisions.
Yeah, kind of crazy how much participation we've seen in the Indiana esports scene, and shoutouts as well while we get a second to LandFest for helping us build and develop this community, because it is truly a great blessing for each of these players and student athletes to have the opportunity to have a place to come together in these communities and have just a safe, healthy, fun place to go after school, blow off some steam, work together as a team, and prepare for potentially some esports recruitment going into the collegiate scene as well. We know that definitely Indiana, a very flourishing esports scene there as well. So in addition to giving these squads a little bit of time after school just to do something fun, definitely a bit of recruitment on the cards as well. You never know, between Wabash and Union City, or any of these schools for that matter, you never know when a recruiter might be watching these games and paying particularly close attention for who they might be interested in going on a little bit later. So credit where it's due to LandFest for once again helping us build healthy communities through gaming, because without their help none of this would be possible. And shoutouts as well to, like you said, Ball State for giving us a beautiful venue to work with and making sure that everybody is well taken care of and set up for what is sure to be an entire full day of esports action.
Yep, it's that challenging moment of watching these teams really go at it. And as you mentioned, some of them are seniors, some of them juniors, in high school. We've also seen the middle school side as they start to enter into a possible starter kit into the collegiate space. I'm very interested as the esports continues to grow across not just the collegiate space, but high school, middle school, even elementary, which I'm very, very happy about. Seeing students be able to find their homes with people of like-minded status. So we'll see how it goes. But of course, here in the Rocket League space, we got 3v3s. And my question to you, if you are looking at some of these players, what are you really hoping for? Are we hoping for an all-star standout striker? Are we looking for more stalwart defense? I know in 3v3s is a lot of rotation, but I mean, if you're looking for a team, you'd want someone that has a little bit of kind of individuality to the gameplay, no?
Yeah, so there's a couple of different theologies behind the way that you can do Rocket League 3v3s. I've always been a big fan of having one person focusing on defending and then having 2 people that sort of use a combined attack strategy. I've seen a lot of teams, especially at the high school level, but a little bit at the collegiate level as well, try to set up with one player and then cash in for the goals with another, which does lead to very high point scoring for one player, very flashy, very big number, number go up, make brain happy kind of thing. But I think that the flexibility that you get from having 2 strikers working together and not trying to convert on one single setup every time, I think that just gives you so many more opportunities, because otherwise you can really feel pigeonholed into a particular style of play. And being able to say, all right, I have the opportunity this time to set up for you as opposed to the other way around. I've got it off the top crossbar, you're coming on off the ceiling, we can make this happen. I think that that's usually the way that I like to go.
Okay. Getting a little bit flashy in there, which I do appreciate, making sure that you got your skills down. I, for one, can't aerial to save my life, so I'm more of the goalkeeper, make sure. Oh, no. You don't even want to see me try this stuff. That's my calling card. It's just like, don't do it. Don't do it right now. But I do agree, making sure to have those aerials, making sure to have that ability to kind of float very calmly, and also eyes out on those boosts. We always talk about the full boost situation, stealing away boosts actually from your opponent can be a huge game plan as well, so a lot of different factors go into it. So we're curious to see how this gets underway, and again, game number 1 will be that type of decider, will be that mainstay focus of which team comes out with that fire, which team is willing to
Right.
play and ready to kind of ramp up here. And especially in a LAN environment, we didn't even talk about that fact. I know some of these squads have gone ahead and practiced in their own kind of school facilities, but to play on a LAN is a whole different vibe. Being able to see your opponent, whether right beside you, maybe just like 4 steps away, or directly across from you, you know, you're seeing them pop off the same way you would if you score a fantastic goal or if you get a great save.
Yeah, and I do want to go back to what you're saying about how the game one is usually the pace setter for this kind of longer format.
Oh,
Because
so now
it
you
does...
agree with me. Okay, I see
No,
how it
well,
is. I
hang
see
on
how
a
it is.
second. I didn't say that it was going to be a type of game. I just said that we will get an idea based on how the game goes. It's yet to be seen whether or not that's overly aggressive or not. My vote is yes, again, just to be clear. But whether or not it is, that usually sets the pace for how the rest of the series is going to look. A lot of times teams have some head-to-head experience, but haven't obviously been practicing against each other, haven't necessarily been scrimming, going into the playoffs, especially if you know that somebody's going to be on your side of the bracket. I think that it's not super common to give other teams that kind of experience, but you do have a general gist of how the other team is going to be playing. So you'll come in equipped with your game plan, with your strategy, whatever you and your coach have cooked up, and then go from that point forward. But you don't want to come in completely empty-handed. I think that it's going to be very clear very early on to me whether or not these teams have something prepared in advance, or whether or not this is something that we're more adapting on the fly. Because a lot of times these teams will come in just with the raw skill that they have, the general coordination, and the general synergy that they have, and sometimes that's good enough. But Orbital, once you get to the later stages of these playoffs, once you get to semifinals, grand finals, oftentimes that's not good enough anymore. You need some kind of well-defined strategy, some kind of solution to the enemy team's game plan. And I think that game one is going to be a big indicator for me of whether or not these teams have done their homework.
I mean, that's in another area as well, because we just gotten the word that Wabash is actually running a sub right now, which is actually pretty destructive in there. It's a dangerous spot to be in a finals. You have to run one of your subs. Now, granted, some schools, they do have a deep roster of subs that they can pull for, deep roster of players that maybe not exactly a pure sub, like a rotational factor. You know, you can rotate,
Right.
1-2 players out. So my thoughts here, though, as it's listed, do we think this sub will have a hampering effect? Do you think it's actually going to be there as we do go ahead, get into game number one here between Wabash as well as Union City?
Yeah, I think that you're right to call attention to the fact that a sub doesn't necessarily mean an inherent downgrade. I'm thinking of things like at least in American football, you have different packages for what kind of play you want to run. Like if you want to run straight up the middle, you're going to bring in the big beefy guys, you're going to clog the middle with a bunch of big bodies and then try to plow straight through. But if you're going for a finesse play, if you're going to go for like a 4 wide receiver spread, those are drastically different plays. One isn't necessarily better or worse than the other. It just means that you have different strategies, different ideas for what you want the play to look like. So I do think that you are right to call attention to the fact that just because we have a sub doesn't mean, oh, well, this guy's going to be playing worse. It could just mean, well, we did this style of gameplay, we played much more aggressively, we were basically 3 attacking players or 3 defending players or whatever the case may be. It'll significantly change the way that the game looks, don't get me wrong. The team is going to be different based on the fact that a sub is in, but again, it doesn't necessarily mean that they are weaker necessarily because of that.
Yeah, it's just going to be a little bit of a testing ground. Again, Wabash coming in here playing, I believe, a few more games than Union City, but still having kind of that same win record, so we'll see exactly how that plays out for them. We're still waiting to get underway, as you can see on our right side, on the right side of your screen, the beautiful venue. Once again, maybe the in-game venue, but still a venue nonetheless, which you do like to see and call attention to. Again, new changes. New changes coming to Rocket League as well. I believe one of the new stadiums has been applied. So we'll go ahead and have a little bit of fun there and get into the action here very, very shortly. You know, the teams are just waiting on the sides, waiting for the grand parade out onto the field. There they go, number 1 on that side. I believe that is going to be one of Union City's squads to boot. And again, this is a BO7 series, first to 4 wins, instead of maybe just that first to 3 styling.
You know what I'm noticing about... Oh, well, we're not going to get a ton of time to talk about it, but I'll bring it up between games. We'll figure it out as kickoff does get underway between Union City and Wabash. As you mentioned, best of 7 between these two squads. 5 minutes of gameplay each for one of the rounds. It is, of course, the 3v3 format that we've seen all throughout the regular season. We've gotten very familiar with. It is going to be Wabash piloting the blue cars and already getting a very aggressive opportunity here and nearly managing to convert a goal very early on. This Union City forced to play defense. They'll get the ball control and at least try to clear it, but Wabash manages to intercept.
And as you said, a little bit of pacing. Sometimes you start off strong, and it looks like they are. A lot of shots on the nets are around there. The speed that they're picking up at makes me very, very impressed. But here in the first 45 seconds, no goals to be made just yet. A lot of jockeying for position as Fall, though, trying to aim in towards that net. Not going to have it, though, as it passes just a little bit to that left side. Challenging around the side. Great demo to come out, but that still gives Union City a chance to punt it back down that field. Great bounce out by the side of Wabash as they keep their net safe.
It is Union City with the ball and on the attack for the time being, and unfortunately it does seem like a bit of a slower paced game, so I might have to eat my words on that one. But these teams playing very carefully until now. A great save from Wabash. That was certainly going in for Union City, but an excellent defensive effort there will keep the net safe for the blue squad, and instead we will get this one cleared back out to the center of the field. It's already been about 2 minutes. There's a long shot, Orbital. I don't think that one's going in, but I like the idea just putting the pressure on the Union City goal.
Ooh. I like the attempt at a squeeze as well. At the pinch on the ground, Inter is sitting there happy as a clam as well. And Tropical going in, trying to flip on that bicycle. Just trying their best to go ahead and get that ball under control. And as you mentioned, this constant offense defense, we're seeing kind of the long shots come out here, just like, all right, let's see if we can get a goal. Right now, that one might go in, but again, a nice little roll in front. Good save coming out of IMD. And Davin, very, very smart about that one, as we're still sitting at 0-0 with first half pretty much done. Great dig out of the goal, though, there, as Union City once again saved themselves from a goal on their net.
Yeah, bounces off the left up right there, and unfortunately for them, doesn't quite manage to make it in. But Tropical's got another chance, is challenged in the corner now by Union City. As you can see, the orange cars starting to back up and get ready to play defense here. So we're well under halfway through game number 1. Still scoreless in this one, not for want of trying. Fall is directly in front of the Union City goal, trying to take this 1v1. But a good aerial carry there from Union City will push the ball away and back in the direction of Wabash. And now once again, Inter forced to clear this one out and just get a little bit of breathing room to work with. In the corner now, Union City trying for it. Uneasy on 9. They've been directly in front of the goal a couple of different times and had some excellent efforts, but the saves are continuing to come through. Once again, Wabash managed to clear it.
Oh, well, this time it is going to be a clear and goal as Wabash, Tropical, able to slam home goal number 1. It took about 4 minutes, but it's well done. You can go ahead and see the players very comfortable saying it's a long series, one way or another on the other side. Wabash very comfortable in their side, and even having that sub kind of sitting there, that overhead look, and I like that. Again, when it comes to the team play, you always have that one player always keeping eyes on how the series is going. Right now, challenge in front of Union City's goal line, though, as Inter not able to really get that second goal underway.
Yeah, couldn't quite get enough air underneath that one, but do at least begin to kick things off here, no pun intended, and get the scoring underway. Is Wabash, as you mentioned, did end up walking away with that first goal, and now trying to get for another one here. Several people flying up in front of that goal. Can't manage to get a fender on that one and push it in, as we are ticking down under 1 minute remaining in game number 1. Union City are going to have to get some kind of offensive effort underway here if they want to force an overtime, because they've only got 45 seconds left to do it, and Wabash just have to play defense. The question is, are they going to be able to do it? The answer is provided immediately. No, Jay Dizzle. Look at that. A long bouncing shot, and all business the first time around, but now you can see everybody's starting to come alive just a little bit more here as things get heated up, and the score is tied up 1-1.
I mean, that was just a very, very smart play overall. I think being able to steal away that ball and, again, comfortably getting that goal for themselves. Union City, in this last minute, have really come alive, and Wabash have done the exact same. Let's go ahead, see those challenges. And again, I like the call here, but what a wait. You see Jay Dizzle trying to, again, figure out exactly where that line of sight is going to go. But Wabash making sure that ball moves ever so quickly. Fall chasing off this right side. Body block by Union City, denying a chance at this goal. 10 seconds left. Quick demo to come on out, as that's going to lay Tropical Senses back down to 0. 5 seconds left before we head into OT, and it looks like neither team is really in position to gather that regular time goal. So we're headed to OT for game 1.
Get a little bit of extra time on the clock here between these two squads, and if you wanted a long one, if you wanted 7 games, well, this is definitely not going to look like it for very long. Wabash, 5 seconds in extra time. Even the kickoff is featured in the replay as they managed to walk away with a quick steal on that one and take away game number 1, putting themselves up 1-0 over Union City.
I mean, that was beautiful. Beautiful job there. And again, Wabash, we mentioned, a little bit slow off the gun, but starting to come alive. And especially in OTs, I always say, to have that ability to really slam home a goal at the very end is the pinnacle sport. Kickoff goals are some of the most aggressive, and I sometimes feel one of the more egregious ones to get away with, right? Because it is so, both teams, that is the only time I feel both teams are actively going for offense at the same time. Very rarely do we see that anytime else in the game. So the kickoff, if you're able to score off that, shows your level of understanding and ability to see the cracks in the early game.
This is what I was going to talk about, by the way. I don't know if you've noticed, but it's only blue fans on the blue side and vice versa, which means that they don't really even have a great view of their own team's goals. It's like they get scored on, and that's their best spectating potential. I don't know. Seems kind of weird to me, but we'll get underway here in game number 2 either way. No kickoff goals this time around. 5 seconds have passed, and nothing in the net just yet. Tropical Senses trying to get his bearings here. A lot of balls going flying, and that one's going to hit the right upright and kick away to that right-hand side. Very close, but no cigar.
And again, teams just kind of floating these aggressive stances. Last time we saw a lot of demos towards that last minute and a half of gameplay. This time around, it's a lot of punts and a lot of kicks. I like the fact that we aren't seeing too many passes, though. I want to see that individuality. I want to see that constant aggression, that constant steal attempt. And eventually it's going to end up in this position where the players, I think, are just going to realize, hey, we can't really try and set up a play. It's just not going to work, because that's going to be a roller, though. And a quick save, once again, by Union City, denying that play before it even starts. What a roller around one of the defenders. But you pinch against the crossbar, and it doesn't really go in. Teammate is there to pick it up, though, as Uneasy comes in for Union City.
And a well-deserved clap there for them, and what an excellent shot from the Union City side. You can see that an individual effort there, a great dribble to the left-hand side, and then crosses it off the back of the upright and manages to get it to the teammate coming in. And that almost feels like a fail-safe. It doesn't feel like a designed play. I mean, you would obviously love for the dribble to go straight in, but the teammate there just in case, and the just in case does happen. Is now a deep drive here for Wabash, almost piloting it straight into the Union City net, but that one does get scooped up as Jay Dizzle now working with the ball and trying to clear it out of the Union City side of things and begin to bounce their way toward Tropical Senses and the Wabash side of the field. It's been a lot of defense here in game number 2, at least so far in this one, but here's another good shot, a long one, Uneasy on 9, a very necessary save there as Union City continues to play defense.
I mean, they're okay with this. Remember how long it took to score a goal last time? As long as they keep their defense up, I feel like they're kind of waiting for Wabash to overstep. They're waiting for Wabash to get overly aggressive, which I think is an okay thought to have. Again, Union City recognizing the Wabash are willing to get aggressive, willing to get kind of into that mix, and you can see almost double. Wow. And that's going to be, I believe, an accidental goal. That was well played by Union City. Really well done.
You can see even the spectators starting to question what happened that time around, and I think you are right. Usually when you see those very low speed, very high bouncing shots go into goal, it is off of the fender of a defender. And as a result, Union City getting another one. We'll call that an unforced error is usually the vernacular that I like to use for that one, but regardless of how it makes it onto the scorecard, it is going to be worth the same either way. Union City now up 2-0, which 2 goals, I mean, we had to get to extra time last time to be able to see that many from either one of these teams. Pace seems to be increasing just a bit for Union City as we tick down into game number 2.
And honestly, for Union City, this is what you love to see. Quick demo, though, as that's going to be an attempt on the Wabash side of the field. An Inter going, okay, I need to find something. Gets a quick flip over one of the defenders, looking for a second. Gets it right by, but the shot again to the crossbar angle. Tropical bounces it out for a teammate, and they fly in, but get body blocked by Union City. The defense is strong from Union City right now, as they are keeping their 2-goal lead.
A great opportunity there for Tropical. I mean, setting that up perfectly, had an excellent read coming out of the goal of Union City. Didn't manage to cash in on it though, but you can tell that the opportunity is starting to really add up for them. It feels like only a matter of time before something falls through in their favor, and I'm daving it. The aerial carry here on the right-hand side of the field. End up bouncing this one into the corner, and Wabash is here in force. 3 members ready to play defense, and Tropical will be responsible for getting a tire on that one and stopping it and kicking it back out in the Union City direction, who now having it about half pitch, and Jay Dizzle forced to play defense in the goal. A high bouncer there, and Tropical senses will try to kick this one away. A great 1v1 challenge there, but can't manage to cash in.
I want to give a big shout out to Wabash as they went on the offensive and they score that goal that they want. And that was off of a really unlucky play. We saw how Union City kind of let that ball dangle. They let it drop in almost no man's land, and I mean, Wabash were right there to pick it up. Really heads-up play by the squad who have been hunting and lurking for an opportunity.
I said it only felt like a matter of time, and it definitely did finally pay out for them. That would be a heck of a goal from that far away, but fortunately for Union City, they managed to get a defender in front. And Wabash, despite being up 1 game, are now down 1 goal here in game number 2 as we get under 60 seconds of play. Union City have looked very sharp in this one, but seems like maybe some cracks starting to show in the defense as game number 2 ticks away. A great demo there in favor of Union City. Should set up an opportunity for them to at least get a clean clear here, and Inter tries to dribble that one across the goal all by himself. Can't manage to cash in. Will end up kicking this one away as we get under 30 seconds.
He actually would have had it if he had the boost. He ran out of boost right at the end goal line, so it hurts to see, and that's why you always got to keep eyes on that boost level. Now, granted, I think the teammates were getting bumped out of position, so it was truly a one-man army tactic. However, ball high over to Wabash's aggressive nature. Union City just trying to pump this one away. They don't want an opportunity on goal. If they do, Wabash can try and turn this around in OT. Inter going up again. Looking for it, and finds it right into the corner yet again. Teammates show it up, and they do it. The pop-up is so real for them. Well done to tie it up.
An excellent clutch situation for them. Under 10 seconds on the clock, and they managed to get the equalizer off. And with only 2 seconds of regular time remaining, this one feels like it is destined to go into a second overtime. And this is exactly what you would have wanted from 2 titans of their division, completely blowing out the competition in respective fashion. As we'll see another opportunity here fall. It's another quick goal for Wabash. In the extra time, they strike early, they strike often, and Wabash walk away with game number 2 in a row.
What did I say, Kaizo? What did I say? The kickoffs are one of the most dangerous moments of a game. Always one of the most dangerous. It is so scary if you let yourself get caught. And yet again, it happens. Off kickoff, I saw that a mile away, and so did Wabash. 50-50, punch into the back crossbar, have your third player ready to go with that slam. You're reading the defense like a book. And Wabash put themselves at a 2-0 nature. Now, here's the deal. Union City very much can come back into this. We saw them take a 2-goal lead earlier, and they were fighting so desperately to keep that lead. It is doable. Is it hard? Yes. But Union City, I have full faith that they'll come back with this.
Well, it has been a tight one game to game, but getting the better end of 2 in a row now is Wabash, and Union City going to have to hold one of these leads. They did have a pretty substantial one in game number 2, but Wabash continue to impress in the high-pressure scramble situations. Very clutch roster that they've got for themselves, and certainly no shortage of reason they've made them way into the finals and into a lead here in game number 3. 30 seconds of game time. It's Inter crossing it over to the teammate Tropical, driving through and pushing that one into the top left corner. Nobody available to play defense for Union City, and a very early lead for Wabash.
And Wabash are starting to get their team play coordination down. Yet again, another 50-50 on that kickoff. And the teammates were almost there, but Union City starting to read those lines, starting to read those lanes, but they don't fast enough. Fall was ready from midfield, and you could see the pop-off moment. This is what lands are all about. Get that energy rolling, get that teamwork flowing.
You can see immediately back to locked in is the Wabash team. They are absolutely all business here in game number 3. 2 points already on the board, Orbital. I mean, this is like, we've won rounds basically off of 2 points. So to get that many in just 1 minute of game time is incredible for them. And don't forget, this is a best of 7 format, so they've only got to win 2 more games. Already getting off to a very substantial lead here in game number 3. Could be the beginning of the end for Union City if they can't start to put something together. Wabash is continuing to be on the attack here. A great floater directly in front of the goal. That one gets cleared barely by Union City, but they are forced to play defense time and time again.
I mean, uneasy, making sure to get that epic save under their belt. But again, Wabash really hunting for those passing plays off the top crossbar. And I really appreciate that. Again, they've identified that Union City weren't really willing to go for those defensive ends. So they were able, Wabash have been able to set up these 1-2 passing plays that have worked so well. Finally, Union City are starting to aggress in those mixes and chasing back in their own pass. 1-2-3 crosses in front of the net. The fourth wasn't there, so Union City having a chance of their own, but not being able to put it away as the defense is so good from Wabash, but maybe not as enough as they thought, as Jay Dizzle able to answer back here in the first half.
Yeah, they were relentless on that one, continually pressuring that goal and not allowing Wabash to get reset. You'd love to clear it out, get some breathing room, try to reset the situation. But because Union City continued to apply the pressure, didn't allow them to get any breathing room, any moment of reprieve. It was only a matter of time before a crack showed in the defense. Union City back within striking distance of Wabash here. Definitely not one to go down without a fight. We've seen 2 games in a row now, Orville, go to that extra time. We've got 2 minutes and 45 seconds left in this one for Union City to tie things up and get us a 3rd game in a row going to OT. The question is, do they have enough left in the tank?
Honestly, I don't know, but either team is running hot right now, and I appreciate that Wabash saying we are gonna make like a team and make sure we keep our lead. We have fought back from the brink, and we are going to maintain our +1 advantage here. Inter, for their own, 2 assists, 1 save so far in this game alone, has been integral to the squad. At the same time, Union City starting to slow down the pace a little bit, trying to get the defensive end, but no one really there to help out. What a chance shot, though. Wabash not really able to follow up on that play, but still getting that aggression down. A little bit of a demo out as that's over one of the defenders, and it's Inter, as I called earlier, making that score happen.
Yeah, pop off, boys. And it is Inter, as you said, responsible for that one. And a great opportunity off the back of that demo. Recognizing the opportunity and cashing in on it in short order. You can see the double contest that walked into that one. They're really playing a lot more aggressively here in game number 3. And it's not even like this is a constant onslaught from Wabash. They are playing very good defense and then just waiting for any moment, any drop of blood in the water, and then they send as many members as possible on the attack. Love the strategy here from Wabash, and it's gotten them to a 3-1 lead.
With a minute and a half left, knowing how quickly Wabash like to play, they can keep this massive offensive pressure while still looking like they're strong on defense. I mean, this ball is never on your side of the field. What defense do you have to worry about? Honestly, Union City now rounding their way to a chance at an attacking pattern, but Tropical is ready, slows down the ball, challenge in the air. And again, they're just trying to burn time down. Wabash more than happy to get challenged as long as the ball stays in the air.
Inter now with the ball on the right-hand side, 1 minute remaining of regular play. Union City 2 goals if they want to tie up and force another overtime in a row. Been a little bit more quiet here in game number 3. Things seem to be cooling off for them just a bit. And it is instead Wabash that get a double demo, and by gosh, by golly, do they push that one in. What an incredible attack from the blue team, and Wabash now well away from striking distance of Union City. 3 goals in the lead, 40 seconds left. Orbital, it is looking all blue this time around.
100%. The other 2 went to OT, and if we go to OT here, something will have gone very wrong for Wabash and very right for Union City. With this call, Tropical Senses and the squad are looking better and better and better, and I don't see that changing any time soon. They have shown their resilience, and they've shown their strengths, and again, their willingness to pry at every mistake of Union City. A last breath here from Union City as they fight in this game number 3. But game number 4 will be their final testing ground as they're looking for a reverse sweep here in the grand finals of the Division A IEN Championships.
Well, you hit the nail on the head there, Orbital. We are talking about sweep versus reverse sweep territory, as now Wabash put themselves 1 game outside of first place. Union City, a lot of ground left to cover if they want to make their way back up in this one. It's going to be 4 in a row, and it's not like we haven't seen that kind of performance from Union City in this set alone. Keep in mind, very dominant coming into this game against Wabash, but even throughout the early stages of this one, it seemed like it was bound to be a 7-game set, extra time every single game. But they have managed to fall short of a lot of these opportunities. They've played very well and have been able to convert on enough of these opportunities to get themselves a point toward that 7 count that they have to get to. Whereas Wabash, now 5 minutes, the minimum time that they could spend separating themselves from Union City. They've played excellent. They're seed 1 for a reason. They're going to have to give Union City quite the run for their money here.
I think they can do it. You know what? I'm going to sit here and say Union City can do it. Wabash have absolutely met my expectations so far. They have fought and they delivered in the aggression. I said they're going to turn up the heat in games 2 and beyond, and they have done so. They fought in a ridiculous manner, and Inter, for their own, really being that linchpin at the end, being given the opportunity to always look for those goals scored. Jay Dizzle on the other side has also been a player for Union City that we really had our eyes on. Each time stepping up to the plate but fall, ready to challenge out, gets bumped by one of the Union City members. The Inter goes on high, tries to aim towards that top right corner. Not really going to land, but it starts that layered aggression that we've seen Wabash use every single game.
Yep, and you got to start somewhere, and when you're setting up these opportunities, because Union City actually have one here. It is quickly cleared by Tropical Senses, who is beginning to play aggressive, but perhaps a little bit too much as they get demoed there by the side of Union City, setting up another opportunity for an orange-sided attack. It will be across the middle now, bouncing toward the goal, but once again, Tropical Senses is back and is able to clear that one out in time. Inter gets demoed as well, and the ball goes directly back in favor of Wabash. Quite a bit of that layered pressure that you were just talking about here now in favor of Wabash. But Union City with a great aerial carry take that one away until it's snatched up by Tropical Senses.
So for right now, Wabash just kind of chilling. Goal attempted. And I appreciate that one. Inter though rounding the corner, waiting for a pass from the teammate, but says no real challenge just yet. We'll go ahead and keep floating it. A double attempt, though, coming in from Union City as it leaves the net wide open. Inter, though, can't get behind that ball fast enough. So it will be Union City allowed to kind of play that defense once again. Very dangerous position as Union City are starting to get a little bit desperate.
3 minutes and 10 seconds, the time on the clock for Union City. A tick down to doomsday, you could call it, if they can't score any points. And look at this air carry from Tropical Senses. Almost drives that one straight into the goal, but Union City was there, ready to play defense, which does mean it's now Wabash under a bit of pressure here. Ball now bouncing out of the corner, and a great opportunity. 2 members in front of the goal, but a great save from Fall OV will prevent that one from going in. Union City forced to go back to the drawing board here, as now they are on the defensive side of the ball as well, having an opportunity to dribble this one up the pitch, but it will be a demo that briefly puts a stop to things.
Of course, with that demo always means a reorganization of who is where, and that means Wabash could get the chance themselves. You saw a little peek at the net as Fall's constantly keeping this ball on the right side of the field. A little bit of a slow piece, and that's going to be Inter again. We mentioned before, Inter is the closer for the squad, and Wabash do a perfect crossbar to goal.
And a deep breath there taken by Wabash. You can tell holding their breath that entire first goal. 3-ish minutes of play. They do finally strike first here in this all-important game number 4. Keep in mind, Union City have to walk away with this game if they want to force an extension of the set. Wabash threatening to break out the brooms, and Union City gonna have to search their own closets for one and see if they've got any in reserves. Wabash, keep in mind, coming into this one with a sub, you can tell whatever package this is that they've got, it is absolutely paying out dividends for them.
Wabash, after that sigh of relief, feel like they have found some more wind under the sails in Union City. You gotta start making some magic happen. You got 1:30 to save your championship dreams, or else things are gonna go sideways very, very quickly. And right now, they're playing rock solid defense. After that earlier goal, they're fighting tooth and nail to keep that ball away from their side, and yet Wabash, seeing the finish line in their eyes, just need one more goal to really solidify it, to make sure there's no 20-second goal like we saw back in game 1 and 2.
Jay Dizzle alongside Daving It, now driving it up the field, and Daving It with a 1v1 here. Fall manages to get get the ball stopped out rather. Now driving it in the opposite direction. Tropical Senses gets a good demo though. Inter trying to get a fender on this one, can't quite find it. Briefly driving over the top of Uneasy on 9. It's 45 seconds ticking down. Union City on the aggressive for the time being. A good aerial carry as well here from Tropical Senses just to drive it into Union City territory. All they have to do, Orbital, is hold for 30 more seconds. One goal might just quiet the crowd for Union City if they could find one more. It is the orange team with 20 seconds left to play. Can they do it?
Listen, it went from a slow and calm pacing in game 1 to an OT at the end, to game 2 and game 3, highlights and momentum, to game 4 being the quietest that we've seen, but the champions will be crowned here. GG's in 4 out of 7. It is Wabash juggling here at the end as the ball will touch down. Wabash in 4 as they claim the Div 1 Rocket League title.
Yeah, congratulations to Wabash for an excellent performance against an incredibly high caliber team in Union City. Keep in mind, these two teams neck and neck all throughout the regular season. Making their way to playoffs was a very demanding task, but they did an excellent job. Well-earned congratulations to Wabash, and big smiles all around because they have certainly earned that first place. And across the way, Union City, congratulations due as well for even making it to this second place seat in such a commanding fashion and putting up an excellent fight against a very stacked Wabash roster. Like you said, started out hot, really cooled down as the set began to tick on. It was a quiet one in game number 4, but the whispers will definitely have Wabash's name all over them as we crown the blue team the victors in this one.
It almost felt like Game 4 was just an epilogue. There was not as much meat as Games 1, 2, and 3, and yet it was the perfect closing factor. The entirety of Wabash celebrating properly. I believe they had swapped out one of their players earlier on. I forgot to catch that, but all 4 players, I believe, getting in on the mix for the championship. And as you said, huge shout out to the side of UNC. They made it here. They knew it was going to be a tough matchup, and we saw them fight tooth and nail. At the end of the day, though, you can only crown 1 champion. And I mean, Kaizo, so far, we crowned 2 champions here. I know more games have been running on the IEN side of things over there at Ball State, and a lot of champions to be crowned throughout the middle school and high school regions. So let's make sure that it continues onwards between Overwatch 2, Rocket League, as well as Minecraft Bed Wars. Which one are you looking forward to in our upcoming matches, man?
Ooh, I gotta say Bed Wars, man. It has been so long since we've seen some Bed Wars on IEN. We've seen a little bit of Wasia Bed Wars, but it's literally, I think, been 6 weeks or something like that since we've seen the Minecraft side of things over here on the Indiana Esports Network. So I'm super, super excited to see what these teams have been cooking up, because we've had some wacky stuff going on in Bed Wars the last couple of weeks. I mean, we've seen like people doing full-on Minecraft movie memes in the middle of the game and just spending all their resources to spell out chicken jockey. It's been wacky, man. So I'm excited to see what they've got cooked up over there. That's always a good time.
All right, well, let's go ahead, go to a short break, get everyone set up, and when we come back, the IEN Championships will continue this fine Saturday. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We are excited to get underway with the Minecraft Bed Wars side of things here in the IEN. Very, very excited to see what teams can throw down. It's going to be a good time, Kaiser, because you said you wanted some more Minecraft. Let's go ahead and get some more Minecraft, our only Minecraft finals of the day.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna savor every single second of it, and it's a good thing that this is a guaranteed to be long format, because I can't handle another, best of 7 that only goes to 4 games. We got a lot of action in those 4 games for Rocket League, but I want 60 contiguous minutes of Minecraft here, and I am guaranteed that Orbital, so I'm a happy boy. And we're going to have Norwell as our number 1 seed coming in against Indiana Digital Learning, who are our number 2 seed, Shenandoah as the 3 seed, and then not a number 4 seed, but Mooresville coming in at that number 6 seed, making it all the way here to the finals. They're going to be contending with seeds number 1 through 3 in this one, in the Bed Wars format, which Orbital, we were just talking about off screen, a much more aggressive format than we saw in the previous semester.
Yeah, and the fact that you say we're going to get all of the games, yeah, that's kind of nice to hear, but we've seen games cut short. So if we want to talk about the formatting, remember, whenever we get into these games, the point scores go as follows. 5 points for a bed break, meaning if you are the team that breaks the other team's bed, you get 5 immediately. Then, for every final elimination of a team that has lost their bed, you get another point, and the top team to stay alive gets an additional 3. So, a massive number of points can be found in a singular round, and we've seen teams actively get a little bit crazy with it. Here's the deal, though. There's 20 minutes on the clock. The problem comes with the fact that we've seen some games end very, very quickly. We've seen teams pretty much get locked in immediately within the first, I would say, 5. It's been done, so your hopes for all 3 is true. Don't get me wrong, Kaizo, but we've seen games end in 7 to 10 minutes before. Albeit a little bit, far-fetched, we have seen it happen.
And one big thing about the format here that is pretty drastically different than what we've seen leading up to this point is it's been all 1v1v1, so 3 total teams coming into the playoffs here. But now that we're finally in the grand finals, we've got more teams, which means that we have an even number, because even when we had 3 teams, we had 4 setups for the teams, because that's just how the maps were constructed. They're based around having 4 teams, which meant that somebody was always in the middle, which meant somebody was always at an inherent disadvantage, Orbital. But because we've got all 4 teams now to fill out all 4 slots, nobody has to play at a disadvantage even for 1 round. Everybody on even footing going into this one. And every time that you see a bed, that means that there is a team that is dedicated to defending it. So you can see Norwell here in red, and then across the way, some of these emerald and diamond generating islands. We'll take another look over here at Shenandoah in the yellow. Every single bed is going to be of uber importance in this one as the teams start to build out. Shenandoah seeming to be bridging toward the mid.
And I like this. There have been 2 kind of lines of thought here where either you can go to the sides and go ahead and collect on those diamonds very quickly, and also to get good eyes on where your opponents are going to go as well. It looks like an unfortunate fall by Indiana. You're hoping to build out to this diamond generator like we just talked about, and falling early means you're set behind, but no one's really contesting you there. So everyone going their own ways. However, that mid ground is going to be hotly contested, I think. First layers of defense of the base is going to be covered as, yep, that's going to be another side. Mooresville going ahead, bridging over to that blue side, or to that center stage. And of course the bed is there, but Cactuare City, the names are gonna escape me, but Norwell getting the first death by McBruce.
No points, of course, attached to that death just yet, but spilled blood is spilled blood nonetheless, as we see INDLS. I think that we've seen this strategy from them quite a bit, if I'm not mistaken, branching out to a nearby team and beginning to play the high ground on their own base. They love this strategy of jumping on top of a tree or a pirate ship or whatever the case may be, and just trying to establish high ground on another base and start to lay siege. As you can see, bit of combat taking place on that middle island. And Shenandoah really starting to feel pinched in here as both INDLS and Norwell begin to descend on them and start to lay siege.
And they should be acutely aware of this. I like this reset value coming in here. Once you have gone ahead and made your way into the jungle side of things, this is one of the verticality differences here. We talked about the fact that Shenandoah went straight towards that mid action, went up a little bit second level, but the fact that now you kind of locked yourself out of these side islands means that this can happen. Quick drop down here by Goldie as Goldie gets annihilated, but it is that kind of test at the end of the day. Indiana trying to figure out exactly how they want to aggress. They fully locked into that left side, but that's going to be a knockout once again by McBruise, who McBruise is going pretty dang hard there in the centerpiece of Shenandoah.
And it is good to call attention to the fact that INDLS no bridge toward the middle yet, which means that all the resources that the middle has to offer, they won't be able to have any access to, whereas other teams like Shenandoah, like Mooresville, more focusing on having a bit more mobility and shoring up their own defenses, as Norwell versus Shenandoah continues to burn brightly over here on the right-hand side of the map. You can see plenty of yellow and red. I call it old McDonald's colors, personally. I don't know if that's accurate, but shout-outs to our sponsor, McDonald's, because that's the first thing that I think of when I see that coloration. And Shenandoah beginning to refortify the bed over here on this side of things, because they have been under quite a bit of threat, especially from INDLS, who now have branched out to the other side. So an interesting strategy where they don't go for the middle at all, but try to get those generator islands under their control. It seems like they've gotten both of them uncontested so far.
Yeah, I mean, when you go for the diamond side, it's a little bit more stable, is what I would like to call it. It's not as high priority. Obviously, emeralds give you high priority and value, but you go ahead and comfortably take, the stability of the diamonds, and that's what you're going to build for comfortability's sake. A quick little build as well here, as it's going to be Mooresville denied their access, as Indiana are once again just saying, yeah, we're going to block you out once again. They've done this now on both ends, so it is going to be a little bit more tough to fight for. And I wonder if they're just going to try and sit up here. I'm curious, because I don't think Mooresville actually has a whole lot. And Norwell and Shenandoah are still just going at it like cats and dogs. We're just watching that. And now that's a TNT dropped in. Already getting that TNT value. That's boom number one. Do you get another? Going to try and build in two-piece action here. And are they going to find it? Mooresville trying to defend for their life. But all of Mooresville has been able to respawn back. Indiana going for a hard-fought bed. Not getting it, though.
Wow, big damage dealt, though. At least to the morale, we'll say, of Mooresville. Meanwhile, we haven't seen a whole lot of Norwell. They've kind of been fighting on the Shenandoah front, but some pretty substantial fortifications here. They've got the glass in the middle, then they've also got the water over the top, and of course, the more different kinds of layers you can layer over top of your base, the more different tools are required to dig through that very effectively. One of the biggest things you can do, in my opinion, is TNT proofing your base, which you could see already becoming a very big factor early on for Mooresville, as now Norwell continuing to assault the Shenandoah base. They're going to drop some TNT of their own.
Yeah, but remember, the glass does so well in denying, but they use it as a distraction. That's going to be boom number one. That's Norwell to go ahead and claim victory over Shenandoah on their bed. 5 points over to Norwell, and now they get to try and fight their way out. They do not survive, but Shenandoah have already lost a member. 6 total to the side of Norwell. And on the other side, we see another bed broken. Indiana have finally broken through and denied Mooresville their bed. So 2 teams are now locked out of members. It is now a Norwell versus Indiana action, as Shenandoah and Mooresville go straight into defense mode. I don't know how much they're going to get here, as Indiana is looking to get one more body, but they don't. Still, though, beds broken. Mooresville and Shenandoah have to play for their life.
And big credit to both Norwell and Shenandoah for managing, to Norwell and INDLS for managing to get that early strike and essentially turn things into a 2v2, and Misentary trying to fight, or Sentry trying to fight for their life, rather, and do manage to survive for the time being and deny a little bit of additional points to the other teams. But now it's just a very high-stakes game of hide-and-seek here, Orbital, for Mooresville. And the question is, can they manage to stay safe for 13 more minutes? That is a very long time when everybody is going to be hunting you down like a wild dog and trying to get that last point on the board.
Yeah, there's not much else you can do. Shenandoah also keeping themselves alive with a great shot by McBrew, who, by the way, McBrew I think has been a phenomenal player so far, really, really aggressive. And Norwell going ahead and saying we got the points and now we need to get an advantage over Indiana. That's going to be Fire losing their life, though, as Argon gets another point up on top, as Shenandoah are completely out now. They are fully knocked out thanks to Goldie doing the same. So both Norwell and Indiana are quite literally 1 point away from each other. They've been matching toe-to-toe, and it's really going to come down to, can someone find the last Morsel player, and can either Norwell or Indiana knock each other out?
And I think, if I'm not mistaken, that last Mooresville player is still somewhere on their own base. The last time we saw them, they were fighting tooth and nail.
Are they actually hiding on their base? Please say yes.
I would love to know if they're hiding in somebody else's base. I mean, that would be where I would hide. Like, where's the last place you're gonna look? Well, behind my own bed, perhaps. And I think that we're gonna see him creeping their way into the middle here. Just like you said, out and about. I mean, you're not gonna be found if you can stay on the move. True, maybe you can sneak away a bed, maybe play spoiler, but there you they have immediately been spotted.
There were some things that occurred here. As that's going to put Norwell up by 1, which is a huge boon to the name. Remember, Norwell and Indiana have been going at it like cats and dogs, and this time it feels like the Cats have won. Norwell, now with a 2-point lead, means Indiana need to find the bed, and if they don't find the bed, it's going to be GG for this game number 1. Norwell will go ahead and earn this game 1.
Still 11 minutes left in this one, though, for any additional points to be scored between the red squad and the green squad. Meanwhile, Shenandoah and Mooresville mutually making plans for game number 2. As we see, just the red and the green will be playing. And I do think there is something to be said for being able to watch what these teams do, maybe learn their strategies, have some time to analyze them, and come into game number 2 with a completely different game plan. Because I do think, in particular, Shenandoah have looked very, very good, even here in game number 1, despite being eliminated. So maybe just a different look could credit them very nicely in game number 2. But for the time being, it's going to be a slow game between Norwell and INDLS. You can see the fortifications continuing to go up. No obsidian down here just yet, just the glass and just the water. It is still substantial fortifications that would be quite challenging to break your way through.
Yep, I mean, it's going to take some time, but at the same time, we've seen teams pull off some moves, but the all-out aggression, I think, is the difference. Right now, Norwell just trying to ensure other avenues of a fight. You can see the arrows kind of launching straight into the backside. As Indian is like, nope, you can't go that easily. You're going to have to fight a different way. And I like that call as well. Go ahead and just have one held on top. Unseen will be the all-seeing eye this time around, staying on top of their base, just playing full-on defense. And unless Norwell actually utilize maybe some Ender Pearls to TP onto the backside and some TMT to try and break through after glass, I really don't see this being broken anytime soon. So maybe Norwell for the next about 5 minutes just kind of collecting the emeralds and diamonds, stocking up on their fuel.
Yep, and that's the big thing here is the resource game, because you only need one good push, hypothetically, to break your way in and take away that bed. So it is really going to be stocking up as many resources as you can. For what it's worth, I think that Norwell has a better grasp of the center island, which means that a lot of those emerald resources are going to be going to them. INDLS didn't bridge toward the middle, so they lack that true flexibility that Norwell has. And you can see it's a lot of red bouncing around the middle and not a lot of green collecting these emeralds. So it should be only a matter of time, Orbital, before Norwell gets the opportunity to make some kind of assault on the INDLS base and even prevent them from branching out into the middle here and collecting any of those resources for themselves. There's arrows sticking out all over the place of this poor guy.
I love it. Again, Lucha is not really worried about the arrows, quite honestly. It's just funny to watch him kind of bounce back. It's like, okay, I got to build up a little bit higher. It's quite literally just get the spacing. Once again, you're just looking for extra avenues, and I'm assuming you're going to have like a 2-3 man push in. And that's going to give you the benefit here. Of course, for Norwell, you also have to keep eyes. Indiana are only showing 2 players. I think another 2 have been moving around the side. We do get the Emerald Generators upgraded to tier 2. High point value here, as that's an accidental fall, I believe. So, so actually raised from the side. I'm curious where they shot from. Really well done. And now you're going to converge in Indiana, denying further builds. So again, we get a little bit of time spent here just kind of waiting around, and I like this break as well. Force them to use a few more resources if they want to kind of build it up.
It is a big thing to be said as well for the fact that INDLS taking control of the Norwell Bridge would give them another opportunity to make their way to that middle island. But question is, did you only just build a better bridge for Norwell? As Lutra now on top of the INDLS base and has some backup coming. Oof. The arrows are beginning to rain down. This could be the beginning of a big siege from Norwell. They've had plenty of time to accumulate, and here goes the TNT. They are going to be going for it. Another one drops down, revealing the glass, and they're breaking their way in.
Oh, really, really well done. But Raisin Unseen were way faster on that DPS, thankfully for that fall damage as well. And they swiftly delete, and they have enough resources as well to build back up. So I think Indiana are going to be okay with this one. Now keep in mind, points to transfer over in between. So the hold that Norwell will have, this lead of 2 could be expanded by game number 2, which is why Indiana are kind of in full retreat mode. But at the current moment, Norwell not really worried about this one. You take a look inside, Bed is still there. Indiana still really playing comfortably.
And that is something good to point out, actually, the fact that throughout a lot of this competition, we've been talking in the regular season and even in the earlier stages of playoffs about how teams just need to meet the qualification to advance, and that's really the core difference that you need to be able to effectively achieve. Whereas this time, there is no advancement for anybody other than that first place team. So you don't want to take too many risks. If you're INDLS and you think, well, the best thing that we can do, we don't have a good opportunity to get to the Norwell base, but we might be able to defend our own base and prevent the lead from getting any bigger, that is a strategy in and of its own. I mean, you can also make an argument for trying to score the points well. You don't have to worry about getting third-partied like in a traditional BR kind of sense. But regardless of what they end up going for, there are a couple of different strategies that they could do that might even involve just not getting too aggressive here in these last 5 minutes and just trying to play defense.
Well, let's see what they decide to do. Indiana making sure to just sit in their own base, happy as a clam. No worries about that one. You can hear the tick down. 5 minutes remaining. It's been such a great play from either side. The 2v2, or the 1v1 in one side and then the 1v1 on the other, leaving Shenandoah and Mooresville a little bit lost for words. And here we go. The looting of other bases has begun. Norwell has actually done this as well, as now the Obsidian has been used. Really, really tough base that Norwell have kind of crafted for themselves. Unseen as well. The eyes have been ever glowing, as Unseen has been kind of this stalwart defensive tactic, as we now get the build path out from Indiana. Indiana looking to try and break through, but they're in for a nasty surprise.
And this is the strategy that they've employed all throughout not only this game, but each of the rounds of playoffs getting to this point. They love this high ground approach, kind of like we saw in Fortnite, where you're just building up alongside the top of the tower and trying to play the high ground. Well, INDLS doing that in Minecraft as well. Now Norwell seems to have noticed that they're over here and will try to flush out the assailants. Granny Wanty will have Granny Wanty? Am I reading that right?
Granty Wanty, I believe is what we're looking at. There is a T in there, but the chase in from Kakshira City is going to lay waste to their name and life. And a quick steal of those resources to Shenandoah's side. That's going to be nice to hang on to. You still got 3.5 minutes. It's still very doable. And for Norwell, again, you saw how hard the fight was. You want to try and bring a little bit of damage. Quick little build, once again, with the platform, as you called. Yet another chance at a heavy aggression. And it looks like another layer of water is going to be attempted to be placed here. You can see the rest of Indiana looking, but that's going to be TNT number 1. TNT number 2 being dropped in, shattering on the ground. And a quick fly by as that's an annihilation number 1. Two-pronged attack here as they float on down and they leave one available. That's going to be a drop. How much more are they going to get? They block in. They don't.
Nice.
Norwell go ahead and break through for the bed, I believe. No, what a slay at the end of the day. Goldie is able to get one, but no, that's the bed gone. So Indiana lose their bed, might lose their lives just as well as Norwell complete the bed sweep and are going to give themselves another 5 for 15 total with a chance at many, many more.
And this is what we were just talking about, right? Where INDLS, they had the option to play aggressive or try to defend their base. Unfortunately for them, they didn't manage to break the Norwell bed. And now with their own bed broken and no respawns any longer available for them, things are going to be even more challenging. They've still got 4 points left on the table that Norwell could try to collect in the form of these last hits, in addition to the 3 points that they would get for being the last surviving team. So you can only assume, here comes the assault from Norwell. All 4 players storming into the base of INDLS and frantically trying to get these kills. They get 1, but they get flushed out. The defense is stalwart, and at least for the time being, they still have 3 members left of the green team to take down.
Oh, that's such a well-timed play as well. And I keep using that term, but Norwell have done it. It's in their namesake. And they will continue onwards. They don't really have anything to lose. Again, this squad is like, yo, even if you get our bed, we're not worried. We still got the points over you. So they're going to chase some more. Indiana going to be playing shenanigans for the next minute and a half. And Kaiser, I'm so happy about this. Like, I'm so happy about the fact that Norwell have done so well here in the opening game.
They're the number 1 seed for a reason, man. They've had some scary point totals in each of the rounds of playoffs. We're talking 40-plus points in all or... Actually, hang on a second. Let me double-check that. They have had at least 40 points in every single playoff game that we've seen them contend in. And now they have INDLS in their sights once again. They've already taken down 1 member for a last hit, and Goldie seems to be the target. Goldie will be slain, and now unseen next on the chopping block. 2 members of Norwell contesting their way forward. Here comes Lucha from the right-hand side, and INDLS loses 2 more. Lucha storms in. Granty Wanty is the only player remaining for INDLS. And he's the only thing standing between Norwell and 4 more points.
Just a little hide-and-seek moment here. You are going to sit here and relish in the fact that you got 8. I think you can be happy about that one. A 10-point difference. It is a doable makeup here for Indiana. But for Mooresville and Shenandoah, they are the ones that are worried. 5 seconds left. GG here in the undergrowth. And man, did Norwell play it well.
Absolutely did. 18 points, no short count at the end of the day. And that is, let me do some very brief math here, 54 is the pace that they're on. If they continue the same performance in each of these rounds, that would be a record for Norwell in the playoffs. We have seen INDLS actually manage to convert 61 points in the round directly before quarterfinals. So 60 plus isn't completely unheard of, and in fact, one of the teams in the playoffs right now has been responsible for a point count that high. And Norwell definitely ones to aim for the stars all throughout this one. They've had INDLS in their sights in the semifinals as well throughout their qualification. They took down BHS alongside INDLS in the previous round to make it to these finals. So a team that they're quite familiar with, one whose play style they definitely have seen before. And it's remaining to be seen whether or not INDLS or even Shenandoah and Mooresville have any additional tricks up the sleeve now that Norwell has gotten off to a pretty substantial lead in game number 1.
Yep. I mean, this is going to be very, very interesting to watch for. We are going to have to see if there is a bounce back potential. We're still waiting for, I believe, one or two members to join in. But taking a look at this map, this one is a little bit different than Undergrowth, right? When we take a look at the castle side, it's a lot more vertical on the base side itself, but the center stage is relatively small. It's a lot more clustered, meaning teams meet a little bit more frequently, and my eyes are drawn to Indiana and Norwell. Once again, keep in mind, Norwell and Indiana both just kind of ended up swinging at opposite opponents, which is Shenandoah and Mooresville, respectively. Do we see that again, or do we see Norwell and Indiana actually go at it against each other?
And we have also raised questions all throughout the playoffs about these teams potentially working together once they end up in a bit of a hole. If you do end up behind too many points, you could very well end up making an ally out of an enemy and trying to strike together at somebody who might be a little bit above you.
It is something that I've always wondered myself. We go ahead and get everyone comfortable and situated. Match should start here shortly, and Norwell will be looking to continue onwards with their trend of reaching, as you call that, 40-point baseline that they love to run in these playoffs. You go ahead and take a look. We're 30 seconds away from starting as the teams are ready to go. Mooresville in the blue once again, Norwell in the red once again, Indiana in the green, and Shenandoah in the yellow. Let's go ahead and dive right in. Shenandoah and Mooresville looking for their first points of this finals. Indiana chasing 10. Norwell just looking to stay the crown.
And shout outs to our spectator for this beautiful overhead view of each of the bases and that extra emerald texturing around that center island, really reinforcing the fact that this is the place to go. This is where you want to be to get all of those prime and most effective resources, we'll say. Then you can see those side islands equidistant between each base, and INDLS once again beginning to bridge out in the direction of those side islands. It netted them 8 points in the previous round to play like this, to have the same strategy of just going straight for the diamond generators, but just a little bit shy, and won't be able to manage to make it there just yet.
I love the fact that I'm pretty sure Indiana had that exact same issue last time as well. Just like, oh, didn't go as far as I thought. Okay.
Hey, sometimes you just run out of resources, man, and if you don't have enough wool to make it across, then you just, you keep walking, and then you're Norwell and you're plummeting into the deep abyss below you, and there's, sometimes that just happens, whether you're Cactuar City, whether you're INDLS, or whether you're any of these four teams. We see a bit of a different strategy here, and Norwell are just left and right, man, just falling like flies on their way toward the middle. I don't know if they're hitting like an invisible wall or something, but Lutra's gonna try to shore things up here and finish off this bridge, which hopefully won't claim any more Norwell players anytime soon.
Just after the glorious action that we had last time, it's such a change of pace. Right now, another change of pace is INDLS willing to go very, very high once again as Mooresville are building their own towers, but they're on full defense, and we're going to see a possible just drop straight in. INDLS, though, kind of alone in one of their moments. They're going to go ahead and swing, and that's a boot off. Mooresville going to jump down as well with the rest of the team. Really nice guard, but remember, Indiana are right inside of the base. What a claim right now as one was able to find their way. Granty Wanty trying to get a little bit silly with it, but with those towers built, no surprise attack as Mooresville rightly defend. Norwell, though, trying to take a challenge in as Shenandoah getting mixed up 2 on, too low, too high. This is going to be a dangerous 2v2 position that I don't think Shenandoah are going to enjoy. But of course, Super Casual gets one, but both are slain later as Norwell Lutra able to win that out.
Another fight between the McDonald's colors here on this center island. Actually, now that I think about it, Orbital, this is the exact same configuration we saw in the previous game, where Norwell fighting with Shenandoah and Mooresville fighting against the approach from INDLS, who have now dropped in, trying to... What? That is a lot of TNT directly on top of the bed. They just need to get down. Goldie plays, successfully jumps down and breaks the bed of Mooresville off the back of a 3 TNT attack. And somehow they already break the bed less than 3 minutes in, and Mooresville has no more respawns.
3 minutes. 3 minutes is what it took. Indiana, Mad Lad squad right there. and just annihilates the TNT. Felt like it came out of nowhere, and now it's a hustle and bustle from Mooresville to just kind of pull in, just try and block off this corridor. They're gonna try and play safe, but in they punch unseen, ready to go with only a with a stone sword, I believe. But they get one, and now Norwell's in to claim a few more for their own. Cact is trying to do their best, but last slain by Spark, and it's Oblivion. Oblivion ready to chase for this last player, and it looks like they're gonna get it. No,
wow.
Great save here as a super casual on the far end to be able to slay one more. Shenandoah trying to get into the mix, but Norwell being able to steal away a few points from Indiana. Really nice call.
And this is the opportunity recognition that I think has really catapulted Norwell to the #1 seed and made them such a formidable force in this competition. Every single time, either it's them or another team creates an opportunity, it feels like Norwell is right there and ready to capitalize on it. And they're still continuing to lay siege to the Shenandoah base on the other side of things, but just a brief field trip over to Mooresville, not only stealing some points away for themselves, but more importantly, perhaps denying the catch-up from INDLS, who seem to be their main competition in this one, are two very big factors that impress me about Norwell and their ability to juggle multiple things at the same time and recognize that they can do not only attack of their own, but also stifle the aggression from another team.
We'll see if they can continue to do that. Right now, that's a finish against Norwell. Shenandoah really haven't applied too much of an activity to their own base. They've gotten, I think, a double layered bed right now, which isn't too bad. Granty Winty once again falling out of view, but the rest of INDLS hunting down this last Mooresville member, and it doesn't look like they're long for the world. Out goes Mooresville as they have as we said, fought tooth and nail to be here, but they're going up against the top dogs, so unfortunately fall out at 4th place once again.
It's still one more game after this one, but I mean, we're talking about a substantial performance to be able to catch up from 0 points for Mooresville in game number 3. Meanwhile, Shenandoah still quite within their reach to catch up here. It would take quite the impressive performance from them as well, but still having your bed alive, still having your team alive, is a very big boon for you and means that you at least have opportunities as Norwell begin to make their way towards Shenandoah across this bridge, which is yellow in nature, but has certainly been used a lot more by Norwell. And here comes the TNT directly on top of the wall. There's glass underneath, and they manage to fight away Norwell, who are trying to break this bed. And despite being visible, that bed's still at least protected for the time being. But hang on, here comes INDLS as well.
I actually really like that call. I want to give props to Shenandoah, though. They properly put glass on the front and knew the only attack patterns were coming from the front, so that's why the glass was there. Quick little build by INDLS, as you called. A fireball, though, denying much more. Another TNT laid triple, actually, as the TNT 2-3 actually get knocked away, so it doesn't really ruin as much as they were hoping. Shenandoah able to base back up. Norwell and INDLS expending a few resources on this attack.
And they seem to be in the scopes of both of these two remaining teams that have points between Norwell, INDLS. Christmas colors beginning to assault the yellow squad. We haven't really been able to collect any resources. It is a siege in the truest sense, where they're starving them out of every resource they've got in the tank. And now assault on 2 fronts as INDLS backs up here and maybe calls for reinforcements. Meanwhile, Norwell going directly in, but Shenandoah, man, the defense is fantastic from them. Even under such high pressure, they managed to prevent Norwell from doing any further damage to the base.
I mean, that was super well played. 2-2 positioning, and Norwell weren't willing to commit too many, because you got to remember, Norwell and INDLS are still facing off against each other on the other side, so you have to give respect. You can't send everyone. Shenandoah, with all 4, have been able to loot up fairly well in the same respect, so they're pretty much kitted out, and their PvP skills have actually been well worth it. You can see a little bit of enchantments on the sword as well, and it looks like they're going to be able to swing quick boot to the backside, as Cact, I don't think, is going anywhere anytime soon. And that'll be another slaughter. Shenandoah keeping themselves up and healthy, and INDLS thinking twice before crossing that bridge.
Yeah, they'll go ahead and head their way back toward their previous victory on the Mooreswell base and avoid any further aggression for the time being. I'm really interested to see what the game plan is here for Shenandoah, because their defense is very, very good, make no mistake about it, but you're just slowly getting choked out of these resources. If you're constantly playing four-man defense of your base, there's no diamond accumulation, there's no emerald accumulation. I mean, you're only getting the resources that your own base provides, which is some, but I mean, is it even enough to be able to last through 11 more minutes of this? Because INDLS and Norwell, I mean, they don't seem very interested in fighting each other anytime soon. They're much more interested in exactly this. Both of them beginning to attack from different angles on the Shenandoah base, and two members of Norwell, hang on, Ender Pearling in here, everybody from Shenandoah fanning out. Here comes INDLS as well, and the yellow swords prevail once again. Somehow, by some miracle, Orbital, they managed to defend the base once more.
I think a big deal about that one is, again, remember, INDLS and Norwell, they can both aggress, yes, but to coordinate without any true communication is very, very difficult. Remember, they're only in team comms with each other. Shenandoah, for their own, have been rock solid with the four that they have. Well-defined defense patterns, so very, very comfortable in their own right. Quick little TNT, though, going out. And I love our observer was like, what was that? What was that, guys? I heard a noise. And I love that factor. Right now, TNT, though, on the main island, as it's going to be a fight between green and red. Argon, go ahead, trying to chase after this INDLS player. And it seems like it's a hop, skip away. Quick punt number one, Granty Wenty. Maybe asking for a little bit of help. And they still gets the boot. Really nice sacrifice.
Yeah, but I mean, at least, you know, you win the 1v1 there for Argon. You do end up falling regardless, but ooh, what is this? A potential sneak play by Norwell on the right-hand side of the base. This is the only angle of attack that Shenandoah haven't defended from just yet. And Lutra potentially waiting for an overextension or an opportunity recognition. Might have an Ender Pearl in the inventory. The distraction is definitely coming out from the rest of Norwell, but with both players falling down, I'm not sure that Lutra's going to be going in anytime soon.
Nah, you're going to wait probably for another 4 or 5 minutes. You're going to wait till they actually forget about you. And then maybe an extra aggressive twist. If you still have an Ender Pearl in turn, you can try and get underneath. Remember, there's no water here. So if you're fighting against Shenandoah, it's a huge piece of that pie. And I like this call so far. Yet again, here comes that attempt. And you see Norwell really fanned out Argon, saying, okay, we have one on the far end. We could have one in our own midst. How crazy are we thinking of getting here? Quick drop down with the rest of the team. And Norwell, again, they have such a straight line access wherever they wish to go. It is one of the most comfortable and uncontested portions of this game.
I really like this patience from Lutra. I mean, it's not like you're sitting there for no reason, right? Like, you're waiting for Shenandoah to overextend and maybe give you an opportunity, but at the same time, you're still accumulating the diamonds that are generating on that island. You could see that Lutra was still capable of backing up a little bit and taking out any of those that they determined were necessary, so at least getting yourself a chance to make your way into the space, which has felt uncrackable for Shenandoah. I mean, they have been in the scope from the two teams in the lead for what feels like an eternity now. Managing to play defense for this long, very impressive, as meanwhile, Goldie and INDLS are seemingly fighting against Norwell, who both of these two teams, the red team and the green team, very sufficient fortifications of their own bases. And it's really only Shenandoah that feels like they might be a little bit worse for the wear as they begin to shear down some of this wool and prevent any further assault from the high ground from INDLS.
Yeah, it's taking a little bit of time, but rightly so. I love the fact that we're chilling here and just like, all right, this is what we're doing. We're going to try and set ourselves up. What a pyramid, by the way. INDLS, for how much fighting has been going on, they have been collecting on every other island. What is that? That's a 4 or 5, maybe 6 layer configuration? Wild stuff from them with water on top. Really makes it a comfortable piece for themselves. That ain't getting broken any time soon unless Shenandoah can enlist the help of Norwell, but Norwell has it out for them. So INDLS really safely maintaining their 14 points. So do you see another fight? Norwell breaking into enemy side base, looking for a little bit of fight.
It's Oblivion who is instigating here, we'll say, and chasing down one member of INDLS. Just pulls out the bow and ready for the corner peek as Goldie kind of stuck here. I mean, not a particularly comfortable position, but here comes the assault from Norwell as Oblivion tries to take the 1v1, pushes him off the edge, and I'm not sure that there was, a lot to be gained from that 1v1, but by gosh, by golly, did Norwell win it.
I like how you point that out. It was like, it was a battle for battle's sake. I think Oblivion was just like, I want that win. I want that 1v1. Give me that 1v1.
It's a moral victory.
Right. Just, I wanted that one at the end of the day. Right now, though, this is the fight that everyone's looking for. Is that's going to be Ender Pearl in? It took a little bit of time, though, and honestly, I don't think Norwell were expecting that fight to go so short. So their backdoor stab attempt is not going to work as the hunt for that one Norwell player will continue. Oblivion already gone on the far end. Remember, that was who they were. But Lutra still hiding on the top ropes, I think was spotted out by Shenandoah. Sure. And so now we're getting a dig in as well. Great replacement. Glass is still being utilized, but the end stone being piled in as well. So kind of reinforcing the layers that you do have.
Lutra was taken out back and dealt with behind them in the Shenandoah base. Meanwhile, Raze seems to be defending their own base against INDLS, or excuse me, against Shenandoah. Now, we've seen this one before. A lot of members coming in, and here comes the Ender Pearl. TNT dropping in. Both teams coming in. So many members of both Norwell and INDLS are here for this fight, and Shenandoah are flailing their way through it, trying to fight their way. Another TNT block goes down, and they're blowing up the island left and right. INDLS waiting for their opportunity. Shenandoah continuing to play defense, bouncing members back and forth from INDLS, and Shenandoah, 4 people against 6, managed to defend the base for now.
Shenandoah might have 0 points, but they have won the hearts of just about everyone here. Multi-factor aggression 4 or 5 times in a row. Shenandoah do not care. Now, remember, their bed is currently broken. Another Ender Pearl could get them in, and that might be what Norwell is hunting for. They know the TNT did work, but they had to play it right. Lutra might be looking to zone out on the far end, but I think was spotted out with the name tag. This is going to be a pile driver action here, as now INDLS are trying to deny any extra factor. They're going to knock Norwell away. Last 4 minutes available here. This could be dangerous all the way around. Shenandoah bringing out all the guns and roses here. They're going to bring all the arrows to this knife fight and try and do the best that they can. Quick fall in means they're doomed. Another doom fall again as Shenandoah annihilate INDLS. Norwell having a member or 2 in the back lines. This constant aggression will continue. Fireballs out to deny a rain inside their base. And Shenandoah, how long can they hold on? A quick leap down, another TNT, but it's right on top of the glass, so it doesn't really matter. You're going to be okay for the time being. Quick slaughter, though, as they push out, and it is. That's going to be gone. Lucha was able to sneak their way in, as we talked about. The backdoor works, and Norwell have done it. They added another 5 points to the score line. And in the last 3.5 minutes, it feels like Norwell is continuing to pull away. Shenandoah down with only 3 members left.
And big points there to Norwell, who continue to tick their way toward that 40 mark that they're known for. This Shenandoah, just 1 remaining player, and it's Norwell who is here to collect on the rent, which is very well overdue at this point. And McBro will, in fact, try to run out to this right-hand side and try to escape any further contest. It does look like they have been spotted out, at least by Norwell, so McBro will have to try to fight their way out of this one instead of hiding. But with 3 minutes remaining, I mean, trying to deny any further points would be incredibly challenging, especially with the pincer maneuver coming in. This is something out of a movie, as attacks from both sides, and they continue to force their way forward. They get 1, but they won't be able to take down both. They finally lose the last life for Shenandoah, and once again, Orbital, Norwell, INDLS, your 2 remaining teams with 2 minutes of play.
That was almost a John Wick style moment right there. If Shenandoah was able to be able to save there, but they were not able to. And as you said, 2 minutes left. Norwell at 29. The constant battle from INDLS and Norwell have yielded results, and oh, I love this call. Multifaceted aggression here. 3 hiding behind. INDLS are going to go out for an all-out war factor. I don't think Norwell actually know. Now they sprint on out, and there's a sword. Oh, the eyes are in. Norwell ready with the bow and arrow. Snipes one. Got one away. What a well-timed defense, Norwell. We're ready for it.
They lose 2 members of the assault already. Excellent defense here from Argon with the bow and arrow. Meanwhile, across the way, Ray's playing defense against Lutra. It looks like they are very well aware at this point that the attack is coming from INDLS. They begin to move back and shore up their own fortifications. Don't really need any further points here if you're Norwell, but denying any points to INDLS could still be substantial.
Let's see what they can do right now. A little bit of a hidey hole right now. Yeah, you can see them in there. They're just like... and I love the arrow train on them as well. You take a look on the other side and someone's just like, I got him. I got him right here. Ain't nobody getting away. Look at that. Just peek your head out. I dare you. I double dog. I triple dog dare you. Imagine a fireball right underneath the INDLS player. Just like
a jump
cooking
scare
them as they pop out.
Well, we've got 45 seconds left in this one, Orbital. Still no points on the board for Mooresville or for Shenandoah. About double the points of INDLS have been scored by Norwell. So we're ticking down to the last moments of this one. Not looking like we're going to have the same end-of-game theatrics that we had in game number 1 that helped Norwell get to the point that they're at right now. But they have certainly dealt the damage already. And just showing off at this point is Norwell. They've got plenty of resources left to expend. Might as well make some good use of them. We've got quite the look here as, hang on a second, I think that Norwell potentially under some threat now, or at least INDLS, but there's plenty of water, there's plenty of defense left to be played, and Oblivion just doesn't have the time, doesn't have the manpower to break through that one. So Norwell will walk away with 29 points scored. INDLS get a couple more for 14. So go into our last round of combat between these teams, Orbital, and a lot of homework to be done by Mooresville and Shenandoah.
Yep, this is starting to get to that point where Mooresville and Shenandoah are like, all right, guys, let's figure this out. Norwell for their own, ripping away at first place. Now, INDLS still have a chance. We saw how quickly those beds can be broken. If INDLS are able to grab 2 beds and then, like, maybe 2 kills, it's a tall ask. But they can do it here, right? This is very, very much an opportunity. See how close whenever we get to the shipwright side of things, the high ground as well as how close the side islands are, it makes for actually a pretty nice competitive game here. And then the lower level center stage as well. Everyone can see everyone, but that also allows you to kind of get sneak attacks if everyone gets overloaded on one side of the map.
Doing some math here, Orbital. You get 15 points if you break all 3 opposing beds. It's 1 point for each final eliminations. That's another 12. That's 27. And then 3 additional points for being the last team alive. So in theory, Orbital, purely hypothetically, both Mooresville and Shenandoah could sweep every single point on the board and walk away the victors here in game number 3. That one not, let's say, mathematically super probable, but INDLS certainly still well within reach, and in fact, very plausibly could take out Norwell here and fight their way to that first place spot. So it is really Norwell tasked with playing defense. I mean, even if you could hypothetically get 1 bed break and then just deny all of your own points to a yellow team or a blue team, Orbital, or not Orbital, you're Orbital, Norwell could very plausibly just cash out early on and say, well, we've done enough, it is time to take a break.
Yeah. Granted, at the same time, you want to hit that break point. You want to say we're dubs all the way around. So we'll see if they can do it right now.
The 40 bomb.
Yeah. So they're going to go ahead and quick build out INDLS once again, making sure that they don't fall off this time. And again, this technique of constantly crouching, uncrouching was kind of the fun point from before. And they're... I'll never get tired of it. Oblivion going ahead and like, oh, didn't make it as far as I thought again. Where did they
Dang.
fall off? Did they build a little bit too far on one side? Oh, okay, so they tried to split build. That's why. So got to the center platform, which is perfect, and then the right side angle was just a little bit off.
It looks like Norwell, okay, I was going to say we're uncontested, but Shenandoah have also made their way to that middle island and started to collect some of the emeralds that can be found there. So a bit of a different look here from red and yellow as opposed to green. We'll check in with Mooresville as well, who it looked like have adopted the INDLS strategy of branching out to a side island uncontested and just getting those diamonds. Hang on a second. INDLS, I'm not sure. Okay, surely that player coming back to the base has noticed that somebody from INDLS is doing this as they begin to make their way back toward the riggings of their own pirate ship, but at least for the time being, an opportunity here for INDLS. More Norwell players are leaving the base. I'm not sure that they're ready for this defense.
I mean, bright green usually gives away a lot of indication, but no one's here. No way. INDLS might have the perfect fight. Of course, now information given away. I'm sure you also heard maybe a couple of the running footsteps.
Yep.
But Norwell, do they have information? Shenandoah, once again, on the defense, which has been frustrating to see. And there's a call. I think Norwell are kind of understanding that, hey, yeah, they built over. They have to be close. And yeah, now they're looking. Great eyes out by Argand. Really, really smart play here by Norwell to ensure the safety of their own base. However, population on the top side of the map. INDLS getting ready for a huge firefight to give them the opportunity. Mooresville and Shenandoah can get out on this. It could be huge. I love this quick build. I love that.
It's just, oh my god, put something there. I don't care what it is. Just make it wool. Just do something. As INDLS, we've seen this strategy from them several times before, bridging out directly over the top, and here comes the TNT. No glass to play defense. They are immediately jumping down. Goldie Plays is here and has a teammate alongside them trying to take the 1v2. Unfortunately for INDLS, though, they do quickly fall down. So damage certainly done to the Norwell base, as you can see all of the work that it took to get them to this point. Plenty of green on this red pirate ship, but no bed broken for Norwell.
INDLS, I love the fight that they're giving, but this also means a chance for Shenandoah and Mooresville to get points of their own. You can go ahead and see a little bit of a shot outside here. Shenandoah keeping eyes on Mooresville, and I love this aggression, but what a climb. What a climb by Shenandoah specifically to actually chase in to Mooresville, which can always lead to a very dangerous spot. So the fact that they're willing to chase up means that Shenandoah are not out of this one just yet. Mooresville staying high. They see the TNT-proof glass. A couple arrows flying by. Shenandoah, remember how strong their defense was before. I think rebuked 5 to 6 attempts before things broke. They know how to defend. They're not worried about that. Mooresville, though, really building out some of their safety anchor platforms.
Shenandoah, for all of their skills on defense, will need every little bit of it. Hang on a second, red bed was broken already by INDLS. Number one ticks down, or excuse me, number one taken down by number two. That is huge for point implications, as already INDLS make their way back toward about 20 points and will prevent Norwell effectively from scoring any more than likely. That is a huge boon for INDLS. And definitely means that now Norwell could very well be taking second place despite all their efforts.
That is crazy to think about, because again, Norwell opted to go for a fight, which is why they lost 2 pretty much off rip. They were in the middle of a battle when their bed was broken. That hurts so much. So now Norwell on the run. They have to get back to their own base side. Super casual hunting for a couple points. They don't want to let Mooresville get the only ones, and they have to back away. But dang, Norwell, I'm so curious what happened. It looks like it was a TNT break. You can see all the damage that went through. Yeah, the TNT break, I think, got through, and it was a double layered, so perfectly timed for INDLS from their top rope action. And it hurts to see. Now INDLS have a chance to pump out a lot of damage into Mooresville and Shenandoah if they're able to find it. Looks like INDLS are here to try and finish off the job. They have very weak weapons here, but they can do the work. Super casual falling out of the base, but that's quick punch number 1. Sword getting punted, but Granty, I mean, there's not much you can do with a wooden sword, man. Oh,
and Goldie is here to try to clean up, but Argand will take down another one there and defend the 2 points. And this is very tense now for Norwell, because you have to be very careful about who picks up these points and whether or not you want to give them away. I mentioned previously just giving away points to another team to try to secure yourself or excuse me, to try to deny them to somebody trying to catch up to you. So maybe Norwell trying to find a yellow or a blue player to give away those last couple of points to, but that really puts the game in the hands of INDLS here, one way or another. They have 9 points left to make up, and Shenandoah are continuing to play defense. You can see some damage dealt to the base by Mooresville, but they don't quite manage to break their way to the bed. And still 2 players remaining from Norwell, and diamonds in the rough are found everywhere.
I like just seeing it kind of sit there. It's a happy little diamond, so close for Shenandoah to pick up. No one really cares at this point, though. Shenandoah, once again, making sure that they are comfortably fortified. Oh, fire. Hey, let's go, Fire. Fire grabbing that free diamond for themselves. And now we get a meeting of the minds. INDLS and Shenandoah going at it here. And again, this one doesn't feel like too much of a real battle. It feels like kind of a given between the two. Quick little duel, though, as Goldie Plays actually comes out on top, heals up, and is like, cool. We got the 2v2. What next?
Yeah, what next, indeed. And doesn't seem to be a whole lot that is going to come as a result of that, but certainly was a 1v or a 2v2-1 nonetheless. Another moral victory, we'll say. In the middle island, a lot more action starting to pop off here than we've seen in most of the other games. Is now a variety of different colors beginning to populate this center steering wheel. It is going to be Goldie taking down Pineapple Neck from Mooresville. We're playing a little bit more aggressively than we've seen from them up until this point, but continue to run into the brick wall that is INDLS. Norwell still nowhere to be found. Those last 2 points still on the board for anybody that can find their way to them. INDLS taking another shot here at the Shenandoah base.
And maybe they can find it here. Arrows out. Once again, Shenandoah putting up a stalwart action. INDLS, though, the kings of actively being very, very annoying. That's going to be a drop down, though. As it looks like Goldie Plays was just trying to break in a little bit, break some of that cotton and wool. And I like this call again, trying to bottle yourself in, make sure that you're safe. But no, great snipe coming out here. McThrew and Casual.
Do they know?
Really, really clean with that one. Still hiding on the edge, and I like this. Look at this. Fire coming up is like, I know someone's there, man. I know someone else is there. Looks up, looks down, taking a peek. On the far end, Shenandoah taking out one of Mooresville as well. And it looks like it's just kind of a play for time. 11 minutes, 30 seconds left on the clock. And INDLS, where do you want to go from here? Where do you want to find these last 9 points, which is all you need to take the lead?
I am surprised that it's been quite some time since we saw Norwell. I would have thought that the teams would have been very excited to scoop up those 2 points and get those last hits. Try to put some points on the board, but it seems like Norwell's going to be kicking for a little bit longer even without their bed. Have to keep an eye open and see if we can find them anywhere on this map, because I'll tell you what, Orbital, they had definitely not been out in the action, so wherever they are, there's a very well-reserved location. You can see Shenandoah continuing to play defense. They're in the hot seat now and on the camera. These are the guys who have been playing defense for what feels like the entire game. I mean, some of the best defense I have literally ever seen in Bed Wars, Orbital. And it's going to amount to 0 points so far, but certainly could be a tipping point a little bit later on in this one. They've played excellent PvP. That doesn't give you points every time.
Nope. Sometimes it's got to be that that feeling of accomplishment more than just the kills. You got to get those points on there. And honestly, you're just trying to ride out against Mooresville. I think Shenandoah, they're ones that are like, dude, we deserve all the points with how long we defended before. But again, you can only get a few, and only if you get the final elimination. Doesn't matter how many you get earlier on. Maybe they can hunt for Norwell if they're willing to kind of step outside of the base, which they are doing. They're looking around, and I don't think Norwell are anywhere close. I am curious. We haven't seen Norwell, the last 2 Norwell players, pretty much anywhere around the map. So I am curious where they're hiding out here, whether it's in some of the sails or just hiding inside of their old bed zone. I am kind of curious, so we'll see. That's going to be a quick jump out. Shenandoah getting knocked out and around. INDLS chasing to knock out some of the more econ out of big. Fire waiting with a little bit of diamond in hand. So it looks like this is going to be a blue side hit. Mooresville looking for a chance on this top rope, and they got a pickaxe as well.
Yeah, we've seen Mooresville trying this opportunity a couple of times now, and it does look like too many members from Shenandoah are around to really try to go for a solo attack. Maybe just waiting for them to venture too far forward. The question is, do they know that a Mooresville player is up in the riggings of their ship? I saw one Shenandoah player head in that direction. You gotta imagine that they've noticed them at this point based on the way that they're beginning to make their way that way. Beginning to use that yellow bridge. Yep, the arrows are coming through, so they definitely have spotted him out, and as a result of that, Mooresville will go on the full retreat here. Maybe even follow to their own base, which, hang on a second, I was going to say might be undefended, but unfortunately for Big Chowder Cowboy... Oh, and it's friendly fire!
Oh, that hurts. Oh, that hurts. Yeah, you can see it there. Tented going ahead, knocking out their teammate. They're like, ah, crap, that's not what we wanted. Right now, though, the water is converging. And again, with these ships, it's actually very comfortable. You don't have to build an extra barrier to keep that water in. So you're going to be safe right here. Big Chowder, though, just chilling out, swinging, and making sure to keep eyes away. Mooresville being denied a chance to kind of force their way out. We're 8 minutes left into this game. And right now, it does feel like Norwell might be taking the victory at the end of the day, even though they only have 2 left. Eyes out, though, as INDLS going ahead, backing away. They've just been collecting a lot of emeralds to their name. Very little challenges here in the center of the map.
And as an update, still no eyes on those last 2 Norwell players, so hide-and-seek champions potentially remain on the Norwell side. And wait a second, Lutra has... They're going for more points. Hang on.
Oh my
Even
gosh.
with no respawns, they're attacking INDLS and trying to break their way into the base. Raze does get credit for one of those kills, and Shenandoah is here as well. Super Casual is alone on the green base, but doesn't look like they want to even try to go for the attack. Somehow, they're just backing up here, maybe no pickaxe in hand, and they're just going to play defense. But Norwell miraculously just sighted out of nowhere. Did they get the bed from INDLS?
Yeah, they did. It was such a quick action that we weren't able to catch it. So well timed. They bided their time for almost 7 minutes straight, and they were able to take it away. In INDLS, the last chance at earning all of those points have been negated. Well, granted, there is still a chance left, but you are getting aggressed on. Mooresville and Shenandoah can now fully commit to this battle at the very end. And I don't think Shenandoah are going to let this one go easy. They have now collected 2 points to their name, looking for a third to try and capture this 3rd place spot. INDLS now running for their lives, and Super sees an option and an angle. Both INDLS members running for their lives right now. And Super Casual is like, I ain't casual. I'm going to drop some TNT. I'm going to get annoying in your face. Quick jump forward. It's a 1v2 position, and it doesn't look like you're going to win. You do have diamond pants on and boots, but you're knocked out of this world. So really, really well done by INDLS to keep themselves alive.
Well, Norwell, 2 members to their name, managed to come up with a couple more points, even when the odds seemed against them. If they want any hopes of being able to get first place yet, INDLS going to need some of that same magic here, down 13 points with 5 minutes left. Mathematically speaking, Orbital, it is possible, but Norwell are quite ahead of INDLS. They have notably missed out on that 40 mark that we've seen from them in every single playoff up until this point, but now that they've effectively neutered the aggression from INDLS, and now that Mooresville is chasing them back and forth across the middle island, it's very challenging to see a situation where INDLS could miraculously come out with 13 more points. They're trying to hide, they're trying to run, but I'm not sure how effective it's going to be for how long, especially considering you somehow need to convert this defense into offense and score 13 more points. With 1 player left, it is not looking good.
It'd be, I believe, 2 bed breaks, a couple finishes on some members, or 2 bed breaks, a kill, and then last team standing. You're not too sure of that one. So, Granty Awanti, able to stay alive, collect your resources, got the gold, got the iron, able to kind of buy up here, and you are the last member standing for your team. I don't see it going well, but you're still within it. Mooresville and Shenandoah for their own, though. They are going to be chasing this last player because that last player could be the difference between tied for third and third on your own. Huge tower being built here. Shenandoah have really bunkered down in their own, multi-layered, I believe, 3 layers in there. Very comfortable just as well.
2-2, as you said, between Shenandoah and Mooresville. It looks like Granty Wanty has been found, and a screen shake feels very appropriate there, as somehow they managed to come away with one further point. Shenandoah now putting themselves decisively ahead of Mooresville by 1 point as they finish off what remains of INDLS. And now the battle for third place begins. It is officially going to be Norwell in the first place slot. Congratulations to them. INDLS, the runners-up, in second place. Now it's only between Shenandoah and Mooresville to see who's going to get the bronze medal. We've got 3 minutes left to figure it out.
In the 3 minutes, a lot can happen here. Remember, the only way points are going to be earned at this point is if a bet is broken. And right now, that is TNT. So right now, it's super casual to actually break through. No way. Mooresville had left their base completely alone. And that's the bet broken. That is going to be Shenandoah to collect, just as we talked about it. All the bases in the world, and there was no chance whatsoever. And now it is done deal. Shenandoah have pretty much locked in their finish. Spark hits the ground a little bit too hard for their own liking, which means Norville are going to lose a point. And that is going to be Shenandoah to collect third place in comfortable fashion. Well done overall to them. And it's just the victory lap of third. GG's all around. Norwell in first, INDLS in second, and Shenandoah in third.
And that is representative of what we saw from them in match number 9, that semifinal right before this one. It was 36 points for Shenandoah and 0 from Mooresville coming in second, which is maybe not the same separation that we had in the grand finals here, but certainly did manage to pull apart and demonstrate that they are the ones that are playing a little bit hotter here in the grand finals. And like you said, man, credit again to Norwell for a spectacular regular season. Even this playoff run is just staggering to look at. You want to talk about commanding performances. 48-1 in the quarterfinals, 42-9 over INDLS in the semifinals, and clearly INDLS came in with a better game plan, with better strategy, better rehearsed. They significantly improved from the 9 points they scored over Norwell in the semifinals before this, but it is still Norwell, your number 1 seed, who demonstrates why they're the top dog.
And I can only say that they have been so all-out aggressive. By the way, a bet taken when you only have 2 members alive,
Crazy.
And you are crushing. Like, that was such an insane run. Really, really well played. And you got to give them credit where credit is due. Them at that land environment is a whole different story as well, utilizing that land buff, saying we are going to go even higher and higher. Really well credited. With that, we are chugging through this day. Teams are playing it out over there at Ball State, and we have to give them a lot of credit, as well as there are more matches in the future, as we still got to get through Divs AA and AAA just as well across multiple titles. So we'll go ahead, go to a short break. When we come back, more IEN action to crown some winners and take some titles. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Double A playoffs. So Norwell versus Lakeland. I hate you.
impressive. Yeah. I'm moving the microphone towards my face like I'm talking to it.
We do not talk about that. Dude. Grant, you have the most
Discord on here. Yeah. Ooh. This is crazy.
Now it's directly at my face.
Yeah, I'm chilling. I finally figured out how to do everything.
Oh my god.
Yeah, they're crazy. We cannot hear you, bro. We can hear your music. We can hear someone's music. Whoever's input sensitivity is like really low, turn it back up.
You just put it
We're gonna hear callouts from the other team.
like
in the semifinals, Norwell knocking out the #1 seed BHMSD varsity. So this is a team that, you know, has definitely earned their stripes on the way to the grand finals, and I'm excited to see what they've got and if it's to the same caliber of the Minecraft.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to a BO5, it's always a lot of interesting questions, in my opinion, whenever we get to see these teams kind of face off, especially because we got word that one of the players actually plays a little bit interesting. One of the players here in the competition here today plays actually on the Switch, and you know, having that cross-platform playability is always very nice, but when you get into the matchup, it's going to be a big question. As we go ahead and dive in, it's going to be Lijiang Tower, a well-known and home to many collegiate players, so the fact that we get it here in the high school level as well is always a nice thing to see. I expect nothing less from the players here today, as we're going to be operating in the control to start things off.
Yeah, okay, so Lijiang Tower is my favorite control map. I think that this doesn't have any like strategic implication, but just because I wanted to share, Lijiang Tower, my favorite control map. My favorite escort map is usually Route 66. I love the longer sight lines, the more open space that you get to work with, but Lijiang Tower, a much different approach, like the complete opposite of that. It's very cramped at times. It can feel like you don't have a whole lot of space to work with. Being able to create space really comes at a premium, so I'm curious to see what kind of compositions that we see these teams go for, especially considering this is a meta where people kind of moving away from the more traditional Lucio and moving toward things like the Juno, like the Kiriko a little bit more. I always love to see the way that the meta shifts as we go throughout the playoffs and into the later stages, and see if we stick with the same strategies that have been working or if anybody has any surprises for us here in the later stages.
I think the surprises should be actually something that come out to great effect, as Norwell are hoping to take this control very much off rip. Lakeland in their own as the second seed will be doing the exact same, as we get the players here joining us here in game number 1. Norwell running a Bits, Lutra, Argon, Shatia, as well as Wolfie. Argon and Lutra we've seen earlier on competing, I believe, over in the Rocket League, as well as Minecraft Bed Wars. So Norwell hosting a multi-variety athlete, which is really, really cool.
Yeah, you gotta love the multifaceted talents here on the Norwell side of things, because, you know, being this competitive at even one of these games, to make it to the playoffs, to make it to the grand finals, is incredibly impressive, but being able to do it on multiple games and multiple different styles of games as well, like, we're not talking you're getting to grand finals on CSGO and Valorant and some other, like, precision shooter. Like, these are vastly different games that require vastly different skill sets to be able to be particularly proficient in, and Lutra and some of these other players on Norwell, like Argon, being capable of doing that, so impressive to me. I don't want to understate how incredibly impressive that is.
Yep, this is going to be a test. Right now we are in a little bit of a pause as we're going to get right back into it. I think people were just checking to make sure, which granted I like this better than, you know, by game 2 or 3. Game 2 or 3 gets me scared, but in game 1, go ahead, flesh out all the complications, all those small little mechanical things, but you can go ahead and take a look and you see a lot of those heroes coming out here. And the fact that we have a Roadhog makes me extremely happy. I'm not gonna lie. Seeing a Roadhog pretty much off rip in game number 1, round number 1 even, is gonna make me very excited. I'm going to be sitting here really wondering if this is gonna be the right call. On the other side, a little bit more standard. We see the Cassidy, we see the Reaper, you know, all the regular heroes around this meta, I think.
And I do want to point out also the tank for Lakeland. Obviously, they still have time to make some changes here and could even make changes during the game, but the Ramatra is one that we've been seeing a little bit more of alongside the Mauga, in particular against things that have shields, like something like your Sigma, something like your Reinhardt. We've been seeing a lot more of the Ramatra and the Mauga, but in particular, this isn't a matchup where I typically think of Ramatra as getting the better end of this one. I don't think it's a losing matchup by any stretch of the imagination, but I definitely prefer Roadhog over Ramatra. Then again, I am just a big Roadhog fan. That was my favorite character in Overwatch 1, favorite character still in Overwatch 2, but maybe a little bit of bias. But, you know, just from a strategic side of things, I do think that this is not a counter pick so much as Nanner's just coming out here like, all right, this is my best character. We don't necessarily know exactly what they're going to play. We got to be ready for whatever, so I might as well go with something a little bit more flexible.
Yeah, go ahead and give yourself that best option for victory. I believe as well we are going to be seeing those perks coming into play in time for the matchup. Now, I do want to point out a little bit of interesting change up here. One of the things is Venture. I think specifically that one to me kind of stands out here as Argon. Venture is such a weird hero, in my opinion. It doesn't really fit into the category of specifically, you know, long range, specific poke or anything. It's very much up and in your face, and I like the fact that it is combined, because on its own, Venture I'd have a lot of questions about, but when you pair it with Roadhog, it makes a lot of sense. So when you see the combination come out here, I do expect, as you were talking about before, that ability for a team to bring out a little bit of spice, to bring out that unique pick. Hopefully that is what we are shown here. Shatia on that utility side, though, we're still waiting to see what hero they're going to select, as we are prepared to dive in to that attack. Let's go ahead and see what goes down as we're into game number 1 of this amazing... there it is. Okay, so Chai T is actually, as we get TT not in the game just yet. We'll go ahead and get them in here very shortly.
Chai T. You know, Chi-T. Okay, I was gonna say, I heard that Chai-T is like saying TT. Like, it's basically just saying the same thing twice. I don't know if that's true or not, but I've definitely been told that before.
Okay, we're gonna quash this right now before someone yells at us.
Do it.
That is absolutely saying TT. At the same time, we had a whole segment in a movie about this for about good 15 seconds.
What was
that?
The
is
movie?
saying TT.
Do you remember what the movie was?
Yes, I have a poster from the said movie. Granted, it's been said in a lot of other areas as well, but the most known one, I do know what that one's from. But we are here getting in. We have a little bit of a reset as T is now joining us here. I will not be disgracing that. As I said, Jatia earlier, my brain went mush. But that is T coming in, locked and loaded for the squad. Norwell gonna be trying to throw down.
Lijiang Tower is going to be, like we said earlier, our first control point. Then we'll move into escort and push a little bit later on. But for the time being, we are here on Lijiang Tower. It is going to be the Ana for both teams, actually. You don't typically see an Ana mirror match like this. So I'm curious to see what kinds of developments this leads to. It's a much longer range game that the Ana needs to play naturally with the sniper. But I'm not seeing a ton of value that you really get out of it into the Lakeland composition. Shutting down the healing on the Roadhog is going to be huge, huge, huge if you can do that at the right moment. But I just don't see the same kind of value that you would get against Lakeland's composition.
It's going to be a little chance. As actually we get two opposite sides instead of meeting over on those bridges. It's a two-piece on either end. Wow, Blitz gets the first tag on the turret. Very quick kill, and it's Blitz and T to wash through the Lakeland squad immediately. This Roadhog gaining so much value now. Venture able to twist right behind. Bit's able to find Zoomer as well. And man, did Norwell come out swinging.
Yeah, they came in hot, man, and you want to talk about shutting down your opposition. Grabbing the Ana before she can anti-heal you and just immediately taking her down is such a great start for Norwell, so I'm glad that they managed to convert that into something more meaningful. Now they're going to be the ones contending with this point and forced to play defense. Zoomer Gavin is trying to play aggressive here on the right-hand side. Has a healer isolated. Now Venture is playing defense, doesn't need to go too far though, and I like the discipline. Don't need to overextend, just keep control of that central point and make sure that you're not going too far out.
And I like the fact that Samba was trying to get in to mix it up, but was immediately taken out by Dyer. So right now, Lakeland trying to build up kind of their backline into the front as much as possible. We're still seeing that timer tick away though, and Norwell are up to about 50%. So we see Lakeland try and bring a fight. It has to be right here. Quick push in. Dad is gonna be on that kind of momentum base with the Cassidy. Really nice snipe, but here comes that burn. Question marks are abound as T is down. Wolfie gonna be doing the same. As that is going to be a turn. Lakeland are able to flip that point now in their favor.
And the grab, unfortunately, can't pull you through the wall, so Zoomer Gavin gets to live to see another day. But like you said, the big thing is that the point does flip. 54% is pretty good, and they've got some ultimate economy to work with for Norwell to break back into this point. In particular, the whole hog is so good in these kinds of closed-in corridors. If you can get in there and get a good whole hog off, that could be the difference maker. And you can see pushing up now, trying to buy a little bit of space. Even more ults online. Kiriko ult would be huge to break your way in here. Ramatra is contending with that whole hog, and he's going to push him right out, gets everybody off the point. And there is actually one person apparently still somehow behind them, gets hooked very quickly, and the Cassidy gets taken down.
But the thing is, the turn is even better because Zaire brings that rally, and Nanner is ready to go as well. But what a turnabout from the side of Lakeland. They rightly back. They only lost one in that fight, and the fact that Norwell expended two just to try and get that hack plus whole hog, but they lose out. It's still Lakeland's turn, and they have 3 ults in their name as well. They're going to be set up on point, ready to go as clean as can be. And Norwell, I mean, what can you do? Oof.
That is the question they need to answer here, as they do still have control of the point for now. Ramatra pushing very far forward here, and actually buying quite a bit of space, but here's another great hook from Bits, and that's going to be another opportunity for Norwell to find their way back into this point. Argon is trying to play defense. Here comes the Death Blossom. Hang on a second. And High Noon doesn't even need to be expended just yet. Just the raw shots will get it done, and the rest of Norwell are flushed out in short order. So after 54% Orbital taken down, we're now in overtime, and all they need to do is play some Lakeland defense.
Yeah, this is going to be a chance, but of course, Zoomer Gavin stepping up to the plate. Nanner does the same. Dead Gamer earlier really clean with those shots, and it's a bump out as this is Bits trying to do the work, but the Wrecking Ball ain't going to do enough. Again, just chasing out that last few members, the random stragglers at the end of the day. Lakeland, after an early struggle, that's all 54% out of Norwell. Lakeland fight back in clean fashion.
Yeah, very impressive stuff, because oftentimes, especially in the high school division, we see a lot of points that go uncontested just because trying to break into the fortifications can be so challenging, especially on a close
we're
map
kind
like
of
that.
hard countering.
So very big
LeBron!
after Norwell had already set up shop and managed to break them out of there and make their own fortification. And even at the end, I mean, using so many effective ultimates and then not even needing to burn support ults to keep hold, that shows me that their resource economy very, very good. They're not too anxious with the trigger finger, and they're willing to play safe, play a little bit more conservative if that's what is needed of them.
And I think another big part about this one is also learning how to kind of manage your expectations here on land status as well. Remember, they're playing pretty much right across from each other. That's a scary factor as well. So seeing that pop-off moment come out from Lakeland in round 1 might affect this round 2. Right now, that whole hog is ready to go once again. The Roadhog saying, I want this battle. Right now, they're fighting off on the left side, just waiting for a moment. Dead Gamer is there, but what a nice hook. But it doesn't do too much as, again, you're into the tank value. This might be the chance. Nanner's taking quite low. Dead, though, finds Bits early on. Lucha takes out Zoomer, and Argon is able to find one of their own. These are trades in both directions, as right now it's Norwell on point first, but they aren't able to turn it as Dead is able to find nasty picks again, and Lakeland given so much space thanks to that DPS.
Yeah, this Cassidy is going crazy here on Lijiang Tower, and you can see that they are very well aware of the fact that there is a Sombra somewhere over there, but they're not going to chase too far deep, especially not when the rest of Norwell's coming back in. The Roadhog beginning to start things off, but already Dead Gamer taken down. That is a big factor taken off the table for them. And with no ultimates left available, it's just got to come raw firepower, and it doesn't look like they've got enough of it to keep Norwell out, so already they managed to flip it around, and this is a big look for Norwell.
Norwell really stepping up to the plate and to the challenge. They looked a little bit deflated after round 1. They had such a good turn, but now they're the ones on the rebound. They're going to hang on to it as long as possible. Eyes out Lakeland, though. They have an ult in their hand, a little bit of a boost if they can play for it. But Jason Lutra taken kind of low. They have the hack online if they wish. And they can do a lot of work here, denying the abilities on the other end. Zoomer about to have their ult ready to go. Question marks abound. That's a hack across everyone, and they're going to try and chase. But Lucha, how much more can you get? Bits and Wolfie able to make short work of him as Lucha walks through. And Norwell with the devastating blow off of one ult. Lucha, MVP right there.
Yeah, Lutra with a huge ult on basically the entirety of Lakeland, shutting down any chance of a retake for Lakeland for the time being. You mentioned it yourself, they don't have a whole lot to work with in terms of ult economy. They're quickly going to get that Ramatra ult. They now have the Death Blossom as well. But you're really low on firepower, especially when Lutra is just wreaking havoc and taking down Zoomer Gavin. It's really coming down to Dead Gamer to do it. And especially when this whole hog is going off, I mean, you are not breaking through anytime soon.
I mean, this is Norwell doing what Norwell does best. Bits, and you are in shambles. Another pick on Zoomer as they can't do anything, and Lakeland get one more shot. They have some of the ults available. They're about to get staggered. 4 ultimates out, ready to go. Dead Gamer trying to stay alive. Bits able to find Dire yet again. Another support gone. The Kiriko can't do anything as this is going to be a washout. Almost Dead Gamer, though, bringing a little bit of revitalization back into the mix. Gets a second as well. Down goes the tank, down goes the DPS, and this is them sprinting to get on. Lakeland finds dry land as they turn the point at the last second.
And Lutra continuing to be a menace, takes down Dead Gamer, goes invisible, and backs up to play the contest a little bit later on, understanding that not enough teammates nearby to really continue to play defense, so backing up and understanding it's only one more retake, and here comes that Kiriko. Well, they're going to burn it and immediately try to retake as soon as possible, pushing them off the map, and here comes the Venture. Argon looking so good on this pick alongside Lutra, and Bits will get credit for one last hit as well. Cassidy ult is expended, but it is far too late and not enough damage dealt. Overtime won't last long, and just like that, Norwell come roaring back in game number 2.
Norwell right now are showing individually with individual ults. They are, I feel, a little bit better in that kind of micro fight situation. Lakeland a little bit better when it comes to all around aggression when they pop off, when they are granted the opportunity. You can see Norwell all smiles across all 5 of the players, happy about that turn, and now forcing this game number 3 on the side of Lakeland. I know it got a little bit messy, but they got close. They were able to turn. They were able to flip the point. Now into round number 3, they should do even more is what they're hoping for. So let's see if they can do so, heading to the last part to see who takes this map 1.
Yeah, it is a very close one between these two squads, and you know, Lakeland looked very good in game number 1, but Norwell, I mean, just an unstoppable force it felt like there in game number 2. As we head into our last control point for Lijiang Tower, it does look like Lakeland got here first and in a more meaningful way. They are the ones controlling a bit of the pacing here. They're going to break their way in. Ramatra is leading the charge, and already they took down the Roadhog. That should be the retreat in full force for Norwell, as Nanner is wreaking havoc, taking down 2. Dire Pants will get one as well, and the point already in favor of Lakeland. What a great fight.
I feel that's identification as well. You say, hey, Bits is getting way too many hooks for free. We're looking at the DPS a little bit wrongly. Let's focus on Bits. Bits is out in front. Take them down. Lucha being forced to change over to the Mei as well. Hook dodge on the far end. So now Lakeland in a little bit more comfortable position. Heals coming out here. As again, inside of this building, it's a little bit hard to deal with, but that's going to be the Venture caught out a little bit in the front side. They're going to back away with the rest of the team. Still, though, 26%. Lakeland defending very, very well here. Wall goes up to deny any further push or pull. And honestly, Lakeland, I think, are a little bit comfortable with this. Another hook goes out, misses, and Bits has to back away, and it's on that timer piece. Right now, Lakeland are going to try and flush out that Venture as quickly as possible. Wolfie finds Dead, and Dead, being the primary killer, is going to be taken down in their own, which allows the rest of this Norwell squad to rush their way in. Lucha with 2, and that's going to be the turn for Norwell.
And Argand is in there as well, just making sure that nobody feels comfortable now pushing out this Roadhog, trying to finish them off, because they are the only remaining member, try saying that 10 times fast, of Lakeland on the point. As it does flip back to blue, Norwell ticking up. 46% was achieved by Lakeland as we get closer and closer to the stage of the game where the ultimate ability is coming online. They've got the Kiriko ult, they've got the Mei ult as well, which does mean that they've got excellent tools to keep Lakeland out. But it doesn't look like they need too many of them. Just gonna burn the Mei ult for now. And now Cassidy ult is available across the way for Lakeland. They're gonna need to get a good, solid fight, but that's gonna require them to regroup back up and play it a little bit smarter.
I swear, I'll say it again and again and again. Norwell feels so good when it's just singular ult versus singular ult. They know how to make the most. They maximize that power. But Lakeland, they're great in a one-shot bang boom. They're ready for that wombo. 5 ults ready to go. They're ready to turn it around. Again, it's been a flip for flip for flip as we're looking at a 56 versus 46 position. Zoomer trying to step up, get some damage on Mei. They've done so. They force Lucha into that stasis, and now they're going to chase on Argan. Argan barely getting his shield on the back end as they're taken out. Turk was ready, and now Chai is trying their best to keep everything comfortable, but no, in goes Nanner. Nanner trying to melt everyone away, and they find Bit. Bit has nothing to play for, and Turk and Zoomer follow up. Lucha was able to find Dead, but the DPS on the other side is able to make the turn, and Lakeland able to turn it and get a turn. All the turns, I should say. I'm at this point, I'm doing a 720. They are at a 55%.
And they're still down 20% like you just said, but without Bits, it's going to be challenging for them to get in. Bits only now respawning and making their way back toward the fray, which does mean that the concerted effort for Norwell should be coming fairly soon as this timer continues to tick up and up and up. Very close to even now as they burn the mail, and this Venture is going insane in the backline. 3 members taken down by Argan. Bits gets one as well. You want to talk about flipping the point? How about a fight like that?
What did I just say? Argan and the rest of Norwell know how to make a great entrance with 1 ult and 1 ult only. Argan on this Venture that we mentioned before, having such a monumental pick that it threw Lakeland for such a concoction of confusion. And right now with another hook, they are going to delete Nanner. Nanner trying to get the heals up, but there's no way to do so. Argon melts them through. Lutra follows in, and it's going to be death and a bound. Last push for Lakeland, but only Gamer is alive, and they're only able to take one for their name. So Norwell come out after a staunch battle with map number 1.
And this is going to be a good set, man. I can already tell, because you can feel like either one of these teams could have walked away the victor of every single one of these rounds, especially game number 3 felt like it was so close. But I can only imagine this is Argon once again on that triple. You can see them going around the backhand side completely unnoticed and just dashing forward, getting an excellent flank and taking down 3. That was the big tipping point in this one, and Norwell definitely a well-earned victory in game number 1.
Yep, and you have to give credit to the entire squad. Individually, they made their marks, and I only wonder what the shot calling was, because these individual plays from the players themselves are consistently just like, it feels like out of thin air. You can see Lakeland maybe a little bit frustrated, but they were playing well. As a squad, they are very, very comfortable in their matchup. They know how to work together. But when you're picked apart like that, you have to react just a tiny bit faster, and I can see them definitely pushing. Like you called, it's going to be a good series. We are going to see them be able to, I think, manage very well when it comes to the concrete offense and defense. You know, control and push and flashpoints, even if we get to that. They tend to be lenient towards those that brawl a bit better, that know how to push and pull on a dime. But when it comes to the pure offense defense, some teams do better than others.
And now that I'm thinking about it, the way that as we shift our attention away from the control and onto escort, the way that escort really works, it's not the same kind of you need one good fight to break through and then that's basically half the game already. This is much more of a skirmish style game mode where you're really just taking one extended fight for a long period of time, which the way that Norwell played, you mentioned how good they were at squeezing every drop of value out of every ultimate that they used. This should in theory favor Norwell over Lakeland, who had, like you mentioned, the big flashy wombo combo kind of moments, but really struggled in the individual 1v1s and the times where you weren't playing around the ultimate when you were only expending one versus just dumping the whole load and trying to make it happen. This would, in theory, at least in my opinion, favor out Norwell, and I do think that if I'm not mistaken, they're going to be responsible for really trying to solidify things here. They are sticking with this Roadhog for Norwell, so Bits is sticking around on that one, and who could fault Argon for sticking to the venture with how well they played in that previous round?
Yeah, they were on fire the entire time. Argon, I mean, making the plays in this one as well. When we come to this kind of layered battlefield, there's so many points for the for Argon to kind of get around. Dire Pants is actually running. No way are we actually getting a life coming in here. That's crazy to see. Lakeland pulling out all the stops. They even have Zarya to play with as well. This is such a different mix, and I love it. As first touch and first meet, almost saw Gamer going down in the end, but they're able to kind of push back up, and they're going to hang on. In this escort, it's going to be touch number 1, Lutra waiting as Blitz, able to find that pull on the Zoomer Gavin, and that's burn number 1. Already Norwell looking like very nice favorites here, as the yank back keeps them safe, so payload already slow.
And I like the Life Weaver and the Zarya combo. You can see that Zarya getting a lot of good value and even able to laser down Bits there, which should mean a big push coming in the direction of Lakeland. You can see they're starting to group up, recognizing a potential opportunity. Isolating the Mei would be huge here, but Lutra is playing very safe back there, and instead it's going to be Nanners just tasked with trying to create as much space as possible. And Bits has to be more careful, man. Zarya, once she's heated up like that, will absolutely chew through every last drop of HP you've got. So they need to play so much more careful around this Zarya, especially when it seems like they're not as rehearsed against it.
And Bits and Argon send their regards in more ways than one, sniping out Gamer and Nanner very quickly. I also just realized that Zoomer tried to run that Mei just as well, but Lucha's like, dude, I'm the original. I don't know what you're doing here. That's a great win once a Grand Gate stop as well before the first checkpoint.
Lakeland, I feel like this happens a lot, where it's just the Ana ult available. We now get the Casti ult online to at least give you some additional firepower, but Payload heading back in the opposite direction now as Norwell seemed to be setting up shop around this bridge. This is one of the more challenging choke points to force your way through on Route 66. So we see a good hook there. That's going to grab the Mei, but she does go ahead and burn that ice crystal. Here comes High Noon, and the question is what value? The answer is no, it seems like. Dead Gamer doesn't manage to find any kills as a result of that one, so that kind of puts a stop in the aggression from Lakeland as they try to force their way through the walls.
And right now, that force is doing well. The whole hog is being used. Argon finds a pick. And there is again that hook, denying Nanner a chance to hang on to their life. And it is denial yet number 3. Norwell standing firm. Zoomer this time finding Argon's life, but it's a small consolation prize. At the end of the day, Lakeland getting another hook in, and that hurts to watch. Bits nasty with the Roadhog.
Yeah, absolutely loving it, man. As a Roadhog man myself, I'm enjoying the gameplay, and you can see that Zarya bubble paying dividends there as they try to contend with this Roadhog on the short angle. They've got the Tree of Life still available, and they're actually going to use that one here just to try to break through. This Roadhog is not deterred, though, continuing to walk their way forward into the tree, and now Lifeweaver getting an additional upper hand, but here comes the damage. Bits already taken down. Zoomer Gavin will get one as well. And with 2 members down, they finally start pushing the Payload back in the opposite direction.
Oh, but that snipe as well. This Lifeweaver actually did a lot there, breaking up what Norwell were hoping to have, and then Zoomer, of course, with a great blizzard right there. That may paying dividends on both ends. Lucha was able to hang down on the far end, but this is a capture that is very necessary because you're already down to about 20 seconds, and this is T waiting for a chance. Bits doing the exact same. Another brings the damage, and now we're getting swapped through as Bits just blows through Dyer and Gamer, both gone and Bleak Knight. Turk soon to follow, and this is Lakeland drawing up here. Nanner has no more HP. Zoomer Gavin the last to fall as the drill does work. Lutra with more than enough, as that is GG on round 1.
Wow, what a great hold there from Norwell, and you could see the coalescence coming through there at the end, just making sure that everybody can play as aggressively as they need to. Those support ultimates are so challenging to play around. I love to see a team like Norwell getting the most value out of that they absolutely can. It was a decent but not incredible push from Lakeland, so it is still very doable for Norwell to take this one away in the escort section before we get into the next round. Getting 2 games up in a best of 5, man, that is a prime position that you can tell Norwell definitely very excited at the opportunity to go for. Meanwhile, Lakeland, their defense has been quite good. Even in the control section, their defense was quite good. They're going to need to demonstrate quite a bit of that good defense here once the Payload flips, if they want to be able to stop Norwell from developing this lead and manage to strike back here where it matters most.
And I really sit here and I'm thinking that, man, I don't think Lakeland have a lot of experience playing against a Roadhog. It just feels like they're letting the hooks go left, right, and center. I mean, Bits has been playing amazing so far, don't get me wrong, but it just feels like Bits is kind of left on their own. There was a good turn in there earlier where we did get to see Lakeland kind of hold it down, but they're going to do the same. Nanner, look at this turn. Oh, I love this. They are slowly pulling a mirror-style composition, except Gamer going with a little bit more on-hit style, bringing out the Bastion to try and throw down here. This is a little bit of a Hail Mary for Lakeland.
Very different look for them. I thought that the Zarya actually looked quite nice, but wow, another great hook from Bits. He has had Turk's number this entire game, it feels like, and now chasing down into the backline. Another hook lands on the Mei. It should only be a matter of time before this one goes down. And Nanner even taking the 1v1 now, but hang on a second. Argon is there, and Argon is ready to help out.
I love the fact that Normal have a response when you play the comp enough. You know what works against it. Clean wipe number 1, now staggered deaths on Lakeland's end. And there's only going to be one more turn. Normal are just meters away from taking this map 2 in style. And there ain't no way, I swear, this series feels like it's almost over already, as Norwell, the 4th seed, put an immediate damper on Lakeland's eyes. One last valiant attempt here, as the Mei is going to section them off, but the HP bars are not exactly in their favor. Bits finds Dire Pants, no healing to come through. Argon able to find another own. And it looks like Lakeland are going to bleed dry. They have 3 on top, but they're all dying so quickly. Final punch to the backside. And just like that, Norwell have 2 games under their belt.
And they breathed a sigh of relief there. Things got a little dicey for a second, but as you mentioned, it was a war of attrition at the end. And Norwell definitely coming out on the better end of that one. We'll get another look. And they are absolutely earning every single second of this lead that they've gotten for themselves. And now 2 games up here. This is a very do-or-die situation now for Lakeland.
I'm just, I don't know what's going on here. We take a look, and every time it really, like, I didn't want to give it just to Bits, right? I didn't want to give it just to Bits and say Bits is the whole reason they're winning. That Roadhog is quite literally decimating Zoomer and Gamer. These two have not had a comfortable DPS game because they're always trying to dodge their hooks. They're always trying to run around, and you can almost see that Norwell, they're in the zone. They are comfortably in this spot saying, yo, we took down the #1 seed earlier. We've already toppled 1 giant. What's 1 more?
One more stepping stone, perhaps, on their way to a grand finals victory. So they are poised 2 games to 0 as we head out of the escort and into the push here on Colosseo. This is match point for Norwell. Lakeland going to be tasked with playing some serious defense. If they want to stop the sweep, it would require a reverse sweep. In fact, for them to manage to take away this one from the clutches of Norwell. Like you said, the way that Bits is playing, the way that all of Norwell is playing, looks like it's going to be a very Herculean undertaking that might even need some additional composition swaps. We saw, like you mentioned, the Roadhog mirror match. That looked alright at first, but quickly caught on fire. Maybe looking at something like a Junker Queen or a Mauga, just something that okay, the Junker Queen maybe not, but the Mauga, just something, you know, tried, tested, very capable of dealing with a tank like Roadhog that relies primarily just on the healing. I think that the big change here needs to be in the tank or in the support behind the tank. The DPS for Lakeland seems to be doing a pretty good job of doing their individual bit, but once you are tasked with not only eliminating the enemy backline, but also whittling down that big health bar from Bits, that seems to be where they're really struggling.
Yeah, it's just these kind of moves in and out. There have been some questions here, and it looks like we are going to Colosseo. So another part here, Lakeland swapping out RMG comp. I can see them lined up here. It looks like there might be a little bit of a roster swap here, and I think Lakeland have quite a few members on the roster, so maybe taking a little bit of a chance here. I might be a little bit crazy there, but we'll see if that's what they need. We're going to go ahead and enter in on this push map, and we'll see if that Roadhog is still here to play. Norwell just 1 game away from a championship here in the Indiana Esports Network Grand Finals for Division AA. Let's see if they can pull it off over Lakeland.
And a beautiful, picturesque scene as our backdrop here in Colosseo is Norwell drinking from the Horn of Plenty. Meanwhile, across the way, Lakeland just trying to pick up the scraps. This is a very intimate close-up with this statue. The players have been released, and we are ready to get underway here on this push map. It is still the Roadhog 4 Bits, and across the way, love this for Nanner. Swapping over to something else, in particular this Orisa, can be very, very good for isolating the Roadhog, or at the very least, just pushing him out of the contention, where you don't have to worry as much about them successfully landing those hooks at an odd angle that your DPS might not be expecting. And in particular, you gotta protect the the support for Lakeland. They have been under constant fire from this Roadhog, and keeping them safe is going to be paramount in winning this game.
I like that Lucha is going ahead and bringing back that Sombra. This hack was so frustrating to deal with the last time. Quick little hack on the back line, tags out RMG, who RMG stepping in here might be trying to keep themselves healthy in their own right. But of course, Argon actually went down first, so that was a tag that maybe they didn't enjoy as much. RMG still kind of low, but there's a hook
Nice.
again, and Bits does it again. What is Bits on? Just finding hook after hook after hook after hook. T gets in the mix as well. So push number one going Norwell's way.
Yeah, they've already, well, I was going to say they've already unlocked it. There we go. The push starts going now toward Norwell. And the respawns are getting staggered now. And another great hook from Bits pulls in this Ana. Cannot seem to find a safe place to stand, regardless of the map, regardless of the game type. And now Norwell pushing this one well into the territory of Lakeland. And no stop just yet. They've finally got Nanner back. But they're already at about 50% trying to contend with this Roadhog and proving it is not going to be easy as they take another spill.
And the fact that Argon is able to zone out everyone else means that this is just danger territory. Lakeland are on the back foot already. They're about to be staggered out of the first checkpoint. Yet again, this is Bits just chasing away. You got T and Wolfie there to play whole hog, ready to go. Same with the hack. This could be a devastating blow if a single team fight could be there. Argon able to find Zoomers. That was another hook. We saw Bits do this yet again. At this point, just assume someone's gonna get a hook every single time. Bits in the front lines denying any further entry. Nanner trying to shield up. And I don't think it's gonna happen. That's a hack and back line. Huge pull from Lutra. Wolfie and Lutra run the show. And this is looking like devastation. Lakeland once again. Pump try of the water that brought them here to the grand finals as this push has been non-stopping for Norwell.
And another hook here onto the Orisa. Won't be able to bring them down, but certainly make things uncomfortable. As Kiriko gets the TP in, refreshes the health bar for Bits. You can see the robot has advanced quite deep
Bits
into the territory as Bits another great hook there onto Dead Gamer this time around. And here comes the Venture Roll, sending out the shockwaves deep into the back line, taking down two, now working on the Orisa. It is three alongside the whole hog who are now falling down. A clean white for Norwell.
Norwell smiles on their faces, Razor arms in glory. You have done it. The fourth seed crashing in here, upsetting first and second in almost no time flat. The Bits hooks have shown the way. Granted, there might be one last fight here. The Malga swap out at the last second. Let's see if they can do it here. They are on last fight territory. Norwell just saying, give me a single moment. Malga trying to chase out two safety here on low HP. And they're praying for a moment. However, Norwell see that ending. They see the finish in their eyes. Quick little spray. And there's another hack. Argon and Lutra run train. The DPS show up. If it's not Bits, it's DPS. If it's not DPS, it's the utility. GG's to Norwell 3-0 in the grand finals.
And still resources left on the board. They had two support ults just waiting in the wings. Didn't need either one of them. Claps all around to Norwell, man. This is a scary looking team. I would hate to see who was seed number one if it wasn't these guys coming into this one, because they look phenomenal in that one. In particular, this Venture, I don't typically think of Venture as a hard carry style character, but you paired along the relentless aggression that this Roadhog was putting out, you paired along the constant support that they were getting from the backline, and it was a lethal combination that unfortunately they just were not ready for on the other side.
Yeah, it's a difficult time, and especially here in the grand finals, you know you're running up into someone that is relatively comfortable on their hero picks, and I think that's what kind of exacerbated that problem a little bit further, right? When you see a Roadhog, if you're not experienced dealing with the hooks, you're also running into an exceptionally strong player of Roadhog. Bits had so much to say, whether it was Nanner, whether it was Gamer, like always. Every time we're watching someone else, someone's flying by on a hook. Someone just got yanked out of the river and got sent straight onto the chopping block. I mean, this day has been a day of exemplary performances. And Kaizo, if you had to pick someone, I mean, I would pick Bits, but is there anyone else on the side of the Norwell squad, this 4 seed that came in here and squashed this grand finals? Would you give an MVP to anyone else on the team?
Man, it really is a tough answer because I think that Bits played incredibly well, but Lutra was also paramount in, I've used that word twice now, was also paramount in making sure that the aggression was not for nothing. I mean, if you hook somebody in and then the entire enemy backline comes forward, those are not converted hooks. You're not getting those kills, but it's because the constant interrupt, not only on the Sombra, but also on the Venture, making sure that the enemy backline for Lakeland were never getting their feet set. I think it's really a 1-2 punch that made it happen for Norwell, so I think you could give MVP to either one of them. I would be totally happy about it.
All right, well, everyone on the side of Norwell are MVPs here today as they take the crown away. Hard-fought battles all around, and we're proud to see every single match. The IEN is still very proud to be here today. Of course, we're remote, but of course the players are over there at Ball State facility. Really, really big shout out to Ball State for being so awesome and providing such a awesome facility for everyone to play at. Also, big shout out to Gravity Gaming sponsoring this event, as well as we are powered by Alienware, League OS, Esports Spectrum Industries, as well as McDonald's. Thank you to everyone for tuning in. We're gonna have more games, of course, on the horizon. More Fortnite, more Overwatch 2, and more Rocket League, so please don't go anywhere. The IEN broadcast of the grand finals end of season will continue in just a bit.
for an excellent performance against an incredibly high caliber team in Union City. Keep in mind, these two teams neck and
Shenandoah are still just going at it like cats and dogs. We're just watching that, and now that's a TNT dropped in, already getting that TNT value. That's boom
and a
number
kill.
1. Do you get another? Gonna try and build in two-piece action here. And are they gonna find it? Mooresville trying to defend for their life. But
both Norwell and Shenandoah for managing, to Norwell and INDLS for managing to get that early strike and essentially turn things into a 2v2. And this
there were some things that occurred here. There were some things that occurred down, and they leave one available. That's gonna be a drop. How much more are they gonna get? They block in. They don't. Norwell go ahead and break through for the bed, I believe. No, what a slay at the end of the day. Goldie is able to get
they
one.
already break the bed less than 3 minutes in, and Mooresville has no more respawn. Haven't really been able to collect any resources. It is a siege in the truest sense, where they're starving them out of every resource they've got in the tank. And now assault on 2 fronts as INDLS way in here. Ramatra is contending with that whole hog, and he's gonna push him right out, gets everybody off the point. And there is actually one person apparently still somehow
About to have their ult ready to go. Question marks abound. That's a hack across everyone, and they're gonna try and chase. But Lucha, how much more can you get? Bits and Wolfie able to make short work of him as Lucha walks.
Wow, very close to even now as they burn the mail, and this venture is going insane in the back line. 3 members taken down by Argon. Bits gets one as that triple. You can see them going around the backhand side completely unnoticed and just dashing forward, getting an excellent flank and taking down 3. That was the
Going Norwell's way.
and they've already, well, I was gonna say they've already unlocked it. There we go. The push starts going now toward Norwell. Respawns are getting staggered now, and another great hook. Bits, another great hook there onto Dead Gamer this time around. And here comes the Venture roll, sending out the shockwaves deep into the back line, taking down 2, now working on the Orisa. It is 3 alongside the whole.
One more round of applause for Oregon Davis Junior Senior High School. And our ISIN Division A state champion for Fortnite is Anderson Preparatory Academy. Congratulations to Anderson Preparatory Academy, your Division A state champion for Fortnite. Next up, Division Single A Overwatch 2 with our state runner-up, Prairie Heights High School. Another round of applause for Prairie Heights High School. And your ISIN Division A Overwatch 2 2025 state champions, Union City High School. Definitely the sharpest dress of attendance. One more congratulations to our state champions, Union City High School. All right, next up, ISIN Division A Valorant state runner-up, Shenandoah High School. All right, one more congratulations to Shenandoah, your state champions for ISIN Single A Valorant. And next we have... So we have a champion. Our local team from across the street, Burris Laboratory School. one more congratulations to our state champion, Burris Laboratory School. To give away. Next up, Division A Super Smash Brothers with our state runner-up, Ben Davis University High School. One more congratulations to Ben Davis University High School. And our IEN Single A 2025 Super Smash Brothers state champions from North Miami Junior Senior High School. One more congratulations, North Miami Junior Senior High School, your state champion. Alright, one more, we got some Rocket League giveaway. How about that? Our IEN Single A Rocket League.
Nice.
Around one of the
Nice.
But you pinch against the crossbar and it doesn't really go in.
Dramatic pause. Oh, that's true. Did we ever?
Nope. I found the push notification.
Everybody laughed.
Yeah, so.
I feel like we should give away the shirt to somebody in here.
We have the person who won is over here. The person who won the jersey over here. Like the original person who won. The original person who won is over here.
Oh, the original person who won the chair is here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Just one. What's his name?
What's your name?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're here. Here you go. Happy birthday.
Congratulations on your next year. We don't have rock.
Yes. Back after an extended break with a new little face on the screen. I don't know why I said little, because we have an amazing voice here as well. It's D-Lo to join us here on the broadcast, and that is what we're excited for. My name is Orbital. We are still covering a lot of the IEN action throughout the entirety of the day, and it's only going to get better from here. We're reaching into the AAA playoffs, and that is what is exciting. D-Lo, how you doing here today, man?
Feels good to be back on the stage, and for what an amazing event. Fortnite action about to be upon us here, some zone wars, so make sure you guard your territory and guard it well and hope you're not playing on tilt, because we're already taking a quick trip from a blast of the past into those tilted towers to see who's got the stuff to be on top.
Yep, and here today it is going to be quite interesting because, again, we don't have a AAA side for Fortnite. It is, well, actually we do, but that's going to be off stream. Fortnite Division AA, though, will be here starting shortly, and that is going to be between Hobart High School, Scottsburg High School, Franklin County High School, and Norwell High School, which very interesting moment to kind of glean at. Norwell has now participated in 3 out of about the 6 broadcasts that we have seen. They have made it to the grand finals in so many different titles, and we have to give them credit for that.
That's really impressive, man, especially when you're able to, at such a young age, show so much proficiency in a wide array of games. Games that are very much not necessarily related to each other in their genres or format. You got platform fighters here. We got regular shooters. We got third-person shooters. We got first-person shooters. We got everything you want and more. And the fact that you're able to perform at a top-tier level in each one definitely deserves some flowers. So massive accolades, and get to see if they continue to earn those laurels on the big stage.
Yeah, and one of the things as well is Lutra has actually been a player in multiple of these, so not only in the school, but even in the players themselves, actively participating in 3 different esports here. And D-Lo, I mean, this is something that we don't get to talk about very often, is having that multi-game faceted skill set there, which as a high schooler, you're looking into that collegiate space, and now you got a lot of options, right? Being able to play 3 different titles very competitively.
The world is quite literally your oyster to crack on open and take what pearls you may find inside. And that's really respectable. Again, I mean, obviously esports is a burgeoning scene. Every single day the landscape shifts a little bit more. But it's really great to see people kind of shove all their chips in the center and say, this is what I'm about and I've got the skills to prove it. And then be able to just dominate in every single space they decide to go for. I mean, it just makes me nostalgic. I mean, I wish when I was a kid, like, plugging away at those Fortnite regular casual lobbies, that I thought that there was something like this available. So I'm really glad to see kids, young tanks, just trying to prove their own and show that, hey, we got a lot more left in the tank, that I'm just getting started with my esports career.
Yeah, I would say the exact same, because back in the day, I wish that we had, maybe League of Legends back in the high school, middle school areas. I might have been a little bit more competitive in those days and ages. Instead, I sat and read books, and that was about it. So we are getting into this one now. When it comes to Zone Wars, something that's a little bit different is going to be obviously a lot of these teams actively chasing for those heals and maybe trying to find some of those knocks. But at the end of the day, it will always just be the last team standing gets the points, and that is what we're going to be watching for. Whoever is standing at the very end will earn all the glory, and that always leads to very interesting strategies, specifically watching some squads just hardcore chase for those heals and make sure they stock up well.
Well, I know that it's its own thing in the Minecraft, but it feels like Hunger Games in the sense that you're going to have the careers, right? The career pack that just goes out seeking out kills. And there's going to be people who played a bit more passively, the Fox Faces in the first book, who try to kind of let everyone else get the kills on each other and hope that they're softened up enough that you could try to find your chance to scavenge up some kills at the very end of your own. It's going to be 10 rounds that actually spell out the entire total of this event, and whoever's got the most rounds will take it. If there is a tie in points, then it will come down to kills, and that's where it might be a bit important to bump up on your bloody ledger. And see everyone already prepping up, testing the field. Let's get into it.
Yeah, I mean, there are also some moments where we've actually seen squads, like a singular squad, just take over, have a nasty record. I mean, both Scottsburg as well as Hobart have very strong histories of taking victories, 8 rounds specifically on their own. So we'll see if they can do it here again. Right now, a little bit of a build out here. Center stage we are currently watching, and kind of curious, is this going to be enough? Once again, we've seen center stage to have a lot of benefits. Specifically, you don't have to move as far. You're able to kind of dance on this top rope and be very comfortable in your positioning. But at the current moment, we can see massive build outs here, just all the bricks being used to create a very nice territory to fight on.
Blue Man Group is currently starting off by just trying to declare the high ground. The OB1 strategy, and one in Fortnite that has certainly proved tried and true across the years. Worth noting that in this game mode, everyone does start off with 999 of every single map. So you come nice and stacked. You got to make sure, of course, that your build skills are ready and up for the mark.
Let's see what they can do here. Already seeing some first drops here. Great catches on the ground, I believe. We're seeing on this top rope a little bit of a question as we are watching the squad of Hobart just kind of chill out here on the top ropes, just waiting for someone to kind of take a chance. And it's that pacing. Remember, as we said, you don't have to do anything crazy. Sometimes you can just wait and see who is going to make that first wrong move. And as long as you're the one standing at the end of the day, you're pretty dang happy. Here comes the build-up, though, as Hobart chilling out on the top and still waiting, but you can hear and see all this action going down here. It's going to be a little bit of a shadow. The rooftop is gone, and they're going to try and chug their way. This is a long fall down. That's, oh, such a good slide off that signboard, and you're going to be more than happy kind of center on the ground.
That bounce nade completely saving them from all the potential damage they could have taken from that verticality. But still is Hobart retaining this high ground with an iron fist. They really seem intent on just retaining their throne up here and daring any usurpers to attempt to challenge. And it seems that it might come through actually just destroying the foundations. If you can't find the sneaky termites chewing away at your house, the foundations will come down.
Yeah, and that's going to be the danger. So right now we're going to wait and see if Franklin are able to kind of do that or just help out their own team. They're kind of stuck in this corner. They're stuck between the lows and high, which always means a little bit of a difference. They're going to build out here, and they're going to try and cook up with that ladle as much as they can, but they're still just dancing. Take a look at this. They're going ahead and spearheading a push all the way on the outside ring. They're going to wait, and they do find one lurking on the edge. Very nicely fought by Franklin. They go ahead and take one for their name. Now, are they going to get a little bit more? They go ahead, hide on out with that plunger. They're now going out into open ground. No one on the outside, though. So they're able to dance all the way down to the ground, quickly bottle up in these builds.
Elevator all the way down to the ground floor is now the fight. It's not really been much about the verticality, more so about quickly trying to maneuver yourself out of the zone and find safety, find refuge. There is none as Franklin continues to rain down death and destruction from above before building themselves a nice little shelter themselves. Doing a good job of taking advantage of the break time as well and heal themselves back up with a bit of juice in the pocket. No shields here for this member. That could be a bit of a spot of bother, but they have some quick ones to pop, get back up to 50 with those minis.
And right now, with that zone closing, it's do or die time. They're going to go ahead and try and sprint their way in. Great shatter into the knock, into the finish here. Great hold. But right now, Jinxie is going down a little bit too fast for comfort. And there's Carson trying to hang on with those extra shields. You get one just in time. And I think that's a round win as well. What a hold and a half coming out here with just a slight tick. It's going to be Franklin to go ahead and take round one.
It comes down to the fact that they were just a bit more malleable, a bit more maneuverable. Hobart maybe declaring their flag, they stuck a bit of a banner at the top and didn't really seem intent on moving. You got to be a bit more flexible than that. At the end of the day, the zone is what decides it. It is indeed in the name of the game. So if you're not willing to kind of be a bit more mobile, be a nomad and get off that top spot, you're going to find yourself in a spot of bother, or just going to find yourself in a pit of spikes like this poor guy.
Well, that's our spectator, our lovely, lovely production crew coming out here for the IEN side of things. Salute to you.
Connie, no!
Oh, we are here. We are good. And right now, we're going to be watching this next round take off. Now, keep in mind, even if a team is able to reach 6, we are going to play out all 10 rounds to go ahead and try and figure out who is going to be, second, third, and fourth. We've had ties all the way across the board before, so, to each their own. Currently, we are taking a look at Hobart here in the center stage once again, going ahead and popping open some of those crates. Seen a couple orange guns, but not too worried about it, so we're just going to hide out here, gather up some more materials, and get ready for the battle ahead.
I'm noticing already a difference in Blue Claw strategy. They have the plunger gun this time around, so maybe they're already starting to listen to what the rhythm of the battlefield is telling you, which is that you got to be more mobile. We got to focus a bit less on stacking up skyscrapers to the top, and instead maybe taking advantage of the mobility and the structures that other players put down with your newfound grapple gun.
I also like the fact that you are trying to take some of those snipes off. You go ahead and lay down some extra damage, burn some of those heals that were being used earlier, right? So try and get that movement, and now a deep spread. Take a look at this. It's a 1-3 position from the side of Hobart. They are spreading very thin. 3 to the south-southwest, 1 to the western edge. And I kind of like this call. You're going ahead, just making sure that you always have a member on the outside ready to take some extra damage. Shots ring out a few misses here and there, so that kind of hurts, but overall doing some work. But now you're spotting and getting lit up here. Gonna try and get behind this wall. Stay safe as the zone will go ahead and push you further in. What a knock, though, as Blue Claw unfortunately found their end up there.
That is so unfortunate to see. I mean, listen, here's the thing. I love the 3-1 split like you mentioned, but if you're not going to get the shots off and actually use the rest of your team as a decoy well enough to get any damage off yourself, you're kind of missing the entire point of that split from the get-go. So very good in terms of the tactics. Unfortunately, the execution left a bit much to be desired. Now that grappler comes out, will not save you from the hailfire from above as one more member of Hobart drops.
I have to be honest, that sprint was a Hail Mary and a half. The fact that that got lit up like that shows the strength here in the AA Division Grand Finals. That was rough, and now down to 2. Nayamo, Braden, as well as Katuro, they're going to try their best to stay safe. They're on the outer rungs. They're not underneath this tower just yet, and that's the rough thing to look at. Remember, that zone does shift a little bit, but right now you need to get closer to the tower. You need to be safe because you're running out of mats a little bit quickly. You don't like the fact that you're getting drilled right now. Once again, Nayamo, Braden sprinting away. They're now finally safe inside, but still getting peppered to an extent. You're trying to back out and get some highs, but it's so hard to see.
Oh, me llamo Bren, eres en gran peligro, mi amigo. Porfa, busca un refugio ahora mismo. He is in trouble, but now trying to find some shots himself. Gets a hit, unfortunately. Maybe a bit too little, a bit too late. Could have used them when you were splitting the rest of your team. And now your team's been split in half. Katuro cannot really assist you. You're trapped in a box and just waiting for the sweet release of death, or at the very least, a distraction to come and save you.
And that distraction might come in the fact that just about everyone inside of the tower has to rotate out to the east side. So you get a little bit of a reprieve, but you're out of bricks right now. You got a little bit more wood to work with, plus the metal, and Katuro and the squad are able to meet back up. So they are going to be safe for the time being, but that zone is going to push them out into the open, and a lot of these builds are going to cause some problems. I haven't been able to really keep track of exactly who's still up, but the high ground battles are still ongoing. Take a look at those builds. They are all over the place. You see one back. You see one in the backside. You're going to try and break through with the window build, but it's not going to work, and now you're spotted out. Quick build with the wood to get out to safety, but you're picked out on the top side, and right now it's danger all about. You go ahead and try and hold on your own, but you get rooftop, and that's not what you want to see. You quickly build out to stay away, and now you're going to use that jump pad as best you can, but unfortunately there's no way out. You are blocked. You've got to try and break through as much as possible, but you are denied that way. Braden fighting for their absolute life. And it's not going to be enough. Now we go ahead and swing right back over, I believe, to Scottsburg, who still have all 4 alive. They're chilling out here. They're going to be very, very comfortable, and they're on the high ground once again. As we mentioned, Scottsburg, one of the teams that was close to the end, but now they're going to battle it out, knocked out all the way down to the ground. What a shell shock here. Casual Champ trying to heal up as much as possible and stay alive. And it looks like they're going to do it just for a little bit of time, but they are gone now, and that is Dunzo's. Carson, last one to fall. That is the round done. And we have a great match on our hands here. This time around, I believe it is going to be the likes of Scottsburg to take that victory.
I mean, they just had the numbers game at the end of the day, and they had a good split when it comes down to smoking out anyone from Hobart. I love the way that I think that was a successful split where we saw Hobart, again, good strategy, unfortunate execution. There we saw good strategy and precise execution where you had some members stay up top there to just ensure that anyone scuttling around was going to have an eagle eye out set for them. Rip Connie again. Then you also have 2 people that go in to the bottom to flush out anyone who's tried to do what we talked about before in the first round, which is trying to gnaw at those foundations. Now there's no sense of safety. There's no refuge. Even though Katuro was able to meet up with Mayama Braden, it didn't matter because they were already so fractured. Their resources already diminished so heavily that they really needed only a miracle to try to save them. So hopefully this time around, Hobart have a bit of a rethought out strategy. The first time it was take that high ground, never let it go. This time it was try to split them up from the bottom. Maybe we find some happy middle ground, a bit of moderation between the two that actually gets us around on the board.
I mean, it's a tough stance. Again, starting on the low ground always, as you mentioned, you kind of had to burn more there. But as you called, maybe there is a chance. Right now, Blue Claw hightailing it very far away from the rest of the team. They are going to try and split, look for those extra frags earlier on, and try and put the other teams at a disadvantage. Right now, the rest of the team now going to join in as well. And I'm kind of interested. Okay, so this is an interesting strategy. Street Brawlers actively just kind of staying out in the middle ground, no shields, no blocks, just watching the rest of the team build up.
Standing there, menacingly, just waiting for
Right.
someone. The aura radiating off of Street Brawlers might just be enough to protect them. Even though Zone's afraid to touch him, but now it's gonna actually start doing some damage.
Okay,
You might want to walk in there, buddy. It's gonna start hurting.
All right, so there might be. I'm trying to double check. We'll keep eyes on this, but it looks like they are going to dance it out. Yeah, go ahead, shove their way in. Maybe they're just waiting if anyone was going to round the corner. So now everyone groups up. Took a little bit of damage. It's not that much. Again, first zone here in zone squads is not that difficult to work through. But here comes the damaging factor. You go ahead, bleed your way in. It's going to be a little touch and a half. Eyes up. Go ahead and plunge her in. And it looks like they are just kind of...
Yeah,
okay, so I think there might be a couple... We're going to keep eyes on this, but right now, first 2 rounds, very hardy. And how well Franklin and Scottsburg, we talked about it. 2 teams that actively have so many good points, gonna be holding on to their kind of first place tie position.
Yeah, but look at the way they're breaking it down on top of this roof. Work it. I'm liking it. Anywho, yes, you're absolutely correct. Franklin and Scottsburg got some good mojo going here. Momentum's certainly important. However, now it's kind of being given a bit of a pseudo timeout in a sense for both Norwell and Hobart to think about and reassess their strategies that can get them on the board as well. So far, I don't think there's necessarily been one strategy that's been king, because we saw what happens when you just try to seize the high ground and never let go. It doesn't quite work out, just like it didn't work out for Jack in Titanic, because you do have to let go at a certain point. I think what it really does come down to is try to use your more expendable materials first. I know it's a very obvious strategy. You know, you try to use the wood where you can, and then maybe you can have some metal left, some scraps to play with at the very end when it's most precious. But at the same time, I'm trying to think it out, because also that does leave you open and liable to that termite strategy where you just get to chip away at the foundations and leave them careening to their death. So maybe try to establish the foundations with the metal, and then make sure you still have some left in the tank for those scramble situations where you need a bit more time to heal, because we keep seeing it happen, right? They're ending up at the end with soda cans. You know, they got a 6-pack left, and that's clearly not been enough to actually allow you to really get any stall game. So maybe it just comes down to, if you're an aggressive team, look to try to end things earlier, because once you're in the last zone, you're really got nothing left in the tank in terms of something that can out-heal all the damage that it outputs.
Yeah, it's one of those strategies that you're just like, oh, well, we'll give it the best shot as we can, but you gotta bring some fight somewhere. And I always feel whenever it comes to these fours, it's always the idea of, you know, you have one person that's kind of that fragger moment. You're just like, hey, go try and take them out. Go try and bother them as much as possible. And it's worked well, I think, right now. But the other side is, you know, the scouter. There are so many positions when it comes, I think, to this to these zone wars, is just making sure to have the appropriate knowledge, making sure to have all that value in hand, and ensuring that your team is ready and set to go. Not only that, some of these build traps have been big as well, just watching the teams actively trap a single person or anything of the sort. It's been very tough.
It's very impressive to watch when it happens. Right now we're seeing a reenactment of what's often happened at the end of these games. Again, you just witness just how powerful that storm gets at the very end. This isn't your grandpa's storm back in Season 1. No, this thing will hurt, it will fry you. And you've got to put some respect on its name. So we're going to be hopping, I'm sure, into a quick round reset momentarily, in which the bloodshed will begin anew. And the thing you mentioned, the designated roles, obviously in a game like Fortnite, there's no actual role queue or anything like that. It's just got to come down to team coordination. And that does lead to some intrigue, because if that top fragger is maybe not the best builder, it's about kind of like what you invest your skill points. And we're in an RPG game now. And if you find yourself not well balanced, then maybe those pairings do become a bit more important. If Street Brawler, which does seem to be the case, is the person indeed brawling out in the midst of the bars, you do not want this person on the wrong side of you, then maybe have them paired up with someone who's able to provide effective cover. Because again, last time they got kind of snuffed out early, not necessarily in terms of their life, but the effectiveness they had in combat. They just kept unfortunately missing some shots, and the moment the team recognized what the goal was of Hobart, to try to distract them and then leave the damage to Brawler, it all just kind of fell apart.
Yeah, it was a rough spot to be in, and of course we might get to see that mental reset as well, as we're still waiting. I think, of course, the Franklin County and Scottsburg both taking a victory will go ahead and hang on to their rounds, but take a little bit of time to see exactly what's going on here and get some information going. So hopefully we get a good zone. But yeah, eyes out. I'm very, very curious if we're actually going to see that termite activity being used one more time. I'm always very curious because I love the fact that you pointed it out when it's that center stage, you know, just that centerpiece. I wonder if someone is actually just going to go like, why don't we just make a mad dash to the center?
Yeah.
Just mine out everything else and just see what happens. Granted, it's difficult, I get that, but it'd be a pretty funny strategy to go ahead and give.
I think if you have the suction guns, then you stand to be in a lot of better spot. But we saw at the same time what happened. Street Ball with the Hail Mary. The issue was all the attentions were dedicated on you already, whereas in a scramble situation to the center, typically people are more focused on saving their own sorry skins in favor of grabbing kills, unless you're already speaking from a position where you're going to be safe from the storm. So I do agree that waiting for that mad scramble moment can definitely be your chance, and that's why, honestly, in this current meta, I do like to see more mobility options. I think that at least one member of your team should always be bearing the grapple gun just because it's so effective to ensure that you're taking the least of the storm's ire as possible.
Make sure that you're not getting tucked out there. I mean, we've seen some strategies as well where an opponent will actually use their own bounce grenade and just say, hey, everyone else out. Sorry, I'm staying in. You guys take the zone damage, and we're good. That's kind of how it goes, and that's kind of the fun strategies at the very end, because those bounce grenades are literally like, yo, it doesn't matter if you're standing on a block that you made or on a wall that you made or anything like that. It's just you're all gone. And so I love the fact that you talk about the mobility. That Suction Cup has quite literally been the mainstay action that has helped teams recuperate, helped teams regroup even, and really saved kind of some of those higher ground actionable moments where we get to see a team like get a little bit crazy, right? They hop off the top of the tower and they say, hey, I'm going to go try dive. Oh, that didn't work. Quickly go ahead and Suction Cup back up. And it's just so many different strategies that you can use, and you have to kind of poke and prod and see which one you want to go for, which I think is the overall gameplay. I have no other way to put it, because we get to see those fundamental shifts from round to round to round to round, and you know, maybe we get to see some other ones like last time in the single A. I think we had a vehicle drive through a couple walls, which was really funny.
Just get a bold battering ram out. I don't imagine these high school students have got. Well, some of them might have provisionals. I'm not sure what the Washington State or Indiana laws might be when it comes to their driving chops. So hopefully everyone's nice and legal there to drive. Otherwise, we might have someone. Maybe that's the issue right now. We got someone being detained. It's like, sir, do you have proper licensure to operate that vehicle? Get in the back of the truck, buddy. You're going away in handcuffs. Sorry, not a victor any longer. But I do think that it's interesting when we talk about the mobility, especially the bounce grenades, which we haven't gotten to see too much of, at the very least, with what we've been spectating so far. You saw that one moment where there was an attempt on Hobart's kind of structure on the hill where someone tried to soar on over. But definitely using it as an offensive tool is certainly something to speak of as well. If you want to just try to blast someone off of their perch, also is very viable. I don't know, in terms of this kind of mini meta that develops within it, I think it also comes down to reading the enemy teams. And 2 rounds, not enough time, I'd say, to get the overall pattern quite just yet, because we've already seen pretty big fluctuations in what the game plan has been. With just one team, that being Hobart, we've seen 2 strategies so far that have kind of operated on different ends of the spectrum entirely. So your willingness to adapt, that is really good. And honestly, it does, in my mind, bode very well for that team, that they're willing to kind of say, humbly, this didn't work out. Let's try something new. I think sometimes, especially with younger players, you're very willing to dig in your heels and say, no, we got this. We got this. You know, everyone's stubborn as a kid. Completely makes sense. However, that humility, that willingness to say, okay, this is not quite working out. Let's try to adapt and adjust, shows to me good mentality, good tranquility, and also good willingness to adapt and develop.
Well, and also in the foresight and the perception to actually identify that other changes are happening, because you have to remember, it's not just you against NPCs or anything, it's you against 3 other players inside of the venue. By the way, we are currently at Ball State watching these teams perform live. That's the cool part, and they're actively watching their opponents play as well. So all of these things kind of come to fruition, and hey, you can hear the other teams sometimes, you know, making moves, murmurs, yelling, and everything. It's the fun of being at LAN a lot of the times. So all these things kind of toss into a bucket of, hey, we have to adjust 2 other adjustments as well, and it throws an extra layer on top of this already pretty hefty cake, and it makes us enjoy this a lot more as viewers, because we're like, oh, are they going to try a sneak attack? Are they going to try and go slow? Are they going to try and go for the, like, so many different angles to work with, and you have to take into account every single thing. And as you mentioned, we're still looking at Hobart and Norwell to really get the first rounds on the board, and I'm curious if they're going to be able to pull it off here.
What's interesting about just Fortnite, especially zone area, territory war in particular, is the fact that, yes, it's a team game, but unlike other team games where I think, like, for example, MOBAs, where you do genuinely need someone to at least limp across the finish line alongside you in those 5v5 formats, here, yes, you obviously want contributions from your team. However, a game can be just as easily won from one person sneakily staying beneath a little hut and just kind of cooking up some sodas, sipping on some Coca-Cola bottles the entire time to keep themselves nice and healthy from the storm, just as much as it can be a complete four-man frag fest. Either one works out well, so I do wonder sometimes when it comes to high school, I'd say middle school especially, but high school as well, there's one player who really excels, one player who really shows their stardom, that kind of collectively brings up the rest, pulls everyone from their bootstraps. And when you have that one player that's capable, I think in a game mode like this especially, they have a lot of room and space to excel and put the team on their back in a way that other game modes just don't quite allow.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to see if they can pull that off here. Again, we are just barely into this Fortnite matchup for the Division AA Grand Finals, and I can't wait to see the ending. Of course, we are going to go ahead and go to a very short break. Once we get word on what's going on, we will inform you as soon as possible, or just hop right back in the game. Please don't go anywhere. The IEN broadcast of the Grand Finals from Ball State will continue in just a bit.
Bye!
Welcome back, everyone. We have gotten word there was a very small technical delay, and so we went ahead, got the teams ready to go, and we're going to roll back in. To give an update, though, we are going to keep the first 2 rounds. First 2 definitely count. We're good to go. So Franklin County is going to sit on 1. Scottsburg is going to sit on 1. Dancing round, sickest moves, unfortunately, don't earn you reps here in the grand finals. It's all about the rounds that you actively win. Unfortunately, break dances aren't exactly there.
Indiana Esports, so you think you can dance. Got to be the next one that comes up. DDR, put it on the list. That'll be great. I mean, we talked about how...
Oh my god, the days of the competitions, man.
That would be sick, man. Could you imagine? Like, honestly, hey, these kids, like, all right, so you can, like, get an amazing FPS, like, grade, like, shot from 300 meters away. Can you bust a mean jig, though? Can you do that? Can you do that for me? We got to find out. I mean, we talk about how in-depth these players are, how multifaceted. Show me. Show me on the floor right now. Let's get loose. Foot loose. Anyway. We're about to be getting loose on the battlefield once again as we let loose some lead up against our opponents to make them dead. Now, we were talking a bit before about the kind of team dynamics here, the strategies. You got to imagine the nice little mental reset could be just what you need to kind of cool the jets of the 2 teams so far that are on the board. Give our friends on Hobart maybe a chance to get themselves up there as well. And we're going to find out shortly to see if they can indeed get that done.
Yeah, I mean, but we have to give credit. Scottsburg and Franklin County, they were 2 of the rising premier teams that we saw in the earlier stages. So, I mean, they are probably going to do the exact same here. I suspect that they're going to have a very comfortable time saying, hey, the break didn't do anything but give us a little bit more time to relax, chill out ourselves, and then find a way to annihilate Hobart and Norwell even further. So there are just so many things that we get to think about, and we can only watch here as we got some new skins coming in here. I love the fact that someone's got a lampshade on their head for a little bit of fun, but that's also a very bright target, I want to point out. If that's going to be there for a while. No, that is just a little bit of an emo. It'll be fine. But eyes are out. Keep in mind, 2 rounds already gone by. If you reach 5, you pretty much secure top placement. If you hit 6, it's first place all the way. So for both Franklin County and Scottsburg, that's what they're hoping for.
Yep, you just want to try to get as much dominant streak as you can and just build up those points before Hobart Norwell are even able to figure out what hit them. And as you see, we're expecting our friends in Hobart once more to see if they can get their way back into the game. And it's, again, interesting to kind of talk about these first minutes. I feel like they are also very important to set the pace of the game in terms of what resources are we investing in. Do we have one dedicated medic, or are people making sure they also, when they separate, as you see our friend Blue Claw doing right now, do they have their own resources in pockets, such as those shield pots, ready in case they find themselves in a bind and no one's near to drop them a med kit?
Right now, loading up here, picking up what you can, Street Brawler, and the rest of Hobart. Gonna be looking from their southwest corner, and they do actually sprint directly into the tower. So this is something that we talked about, how quickly they're gonna make your way through. Of course, Street Brawler took a little bit too much time, so they go ahead and bounce grenade their way in with the rest of the team. Termite strategy might be big as long as they're not looked at here. Blue Claw looking like they're joining in as well, so see what they can do here. Can the group sustain a lot of these battles before the end of the round?
Not as much reliance on your own structures, instead just kind of using the shell that the game provides you. But already Blue Claw laying some folks out there, getting able to take down 1 with a shoddy, and now looking for 1 more. No, actually just going to finish the job instead. So already Hobart wet the muzzles of their guns with a bit of blood, but the question is, can they stick the landing? You can see that they're really just trying to clear the entire area, make sure it's all secure. Seems that we're kind of going back to a bit of a reversion to the first round strategy. Just gotta hope that it ends with a bit of a happier termination.
Yeah, and Carson on the side of Franklin County, chilling out on the top of ropes, ready to fire away, try and pin down some of these stragglers that are still outside and around. It looks like Pickback Brian was able to find a few extra shots in the mix, really getting into the nitty-gritty. Braden helping out here, and it's going to be a very close elimination of a squad. Lots of shots going down here, I believe 3 are down below. So this is Carson and the rest of the squad here on Franklin County like, yo, go ahead, keep fighting. We don't care. We're actually happy that you pull that off, and now we get free fire, and now we're pretty much secure in a top placement unless something crazy happens.
I mean, honestly, it does seem like they are a bit vulnerable. Those rooftops were not connected to the building super securely with a ton of ramps or anything like that. It was just, I believe, the roof tiles. So if anyone wants to bring some terracotta destruction to them, honestly, just try to find an angle that allows you safety from their bullets while allowing you an open shot to the structures they built. But I gotta imagine in the meantime that we see at the moment, which is everyone just trying to securely make a nice bunker at the bottom of the building in preparation for the zone to move. Doesn't really seem like we're intent on pushing the issue too much. More of the waiting game being played on both sides of the field.
Yeah, here's the problem that's found though. Right now it is Scottsburg and Franklin County once again kind of going at it, but Scottsburg, they actually took a lot of damage. Someone's sitting on, I believe, 22 HP, which is not comfortable to be at right now. So for their own, we're looking. And it's going to be a mixture of pain or not, so that is going to be a quick drop down, though, as the floor is broken. And now it's Franklin County to be shoved into a battle that maybe they didn't want. Sees all four and says, oh, crap, that's not what we want. No, I'm ready to get fighting as much as possible, but tries to break through all the buildings, getting back to the rest of the team as they are saved, quickly builds up, heals up a little bit more. And Scottsburgs are like, yeah, you can't do that for free. You better bring everyone if you want to win a battle.
This is exactly why that grapple gun becomes so useful. Franklin County able to weave so effortlessly in and out of combat, and then immediately back to safety to get back up on health and ensure your own safety. See here, we got some refuge being built up by our friends of Big Back Bryce and trying to make sure they can finish the job on 1-4, who gets taken down execution style, but the storms are coming. Got to make sure you have those heals ready.
Yeah, and I mean, Scottsburg are like, yeah, we are good to go. We got plenty. We got 2 rounding out, but they're going to try and no, it was 1 out. What a holdout at the end of the day. I thought they had enough heals, but they didn't swap. They were trying to finish it off. And that's going to be Lutra and the rest of Norwell to eke out a victory.
This is exactly what we were talking about before. The fact that, yes, it's a team game, but at the same time, not really. Norwell actually able to play it the best they could by just remaining passive. Like you said, Franklin County and Scottsburg battling it out, and they had a Rocky 2 moment where they both just smack each other upside the head. They both dropped to the tarmac, and Norwell's the only one left sitting pretty.
I mean, we didn't even see Norwell. I thought they were eliminated before, but no, Scottsburg and Franklin completely forgot about them. So well done overall as Norwell is now able to even up. We're now about on to our 4th game, and Hobart's the only one. Katsuro and the rest are going to be trying to hunt, but we are going to go ahead and spectate this squad of Scottsburg and see if they make magic happen again, starting out on that southeastern side, hiding under a tree to get a couple of the chests and see what they can pick up before they try and break into the tower in front of them.
I mean, Norwell at this point, they're feeling really good about that one. That's an interesting round of one. Sure, it's not off the backs of your own aggression, but nonetheless, it's a strategic victory, and sometimes that can feel even better than winning through brute force. Whereas Hobart, they still got to join the Cool Kids Club, so maybe through that adversity, we'll bring out the best in them. We're seeing the best so far out of Big Back Bryce and the rest of Norwell. They already put one down.
Very comfortable kill there, and this is a really smart play. Again, if you're the ground crew, you don't want to be challenged more on the ground. So Scottsburg already trying to eliminate a few of these players and make sure their access into these battlegrounds is going to be a lot easier for them. So I like this call. There it is, another quick suction cup, and now you build in and eyes out. Who is going to be where you go ahead, break on into the tower, and the rest of the team following suit. And now you got to try and take over this ground floor. Go ahead and build out and make sure you can edit all of these building blocks and make sure you get all the edits down. And now the opponent has to actually push through your build, and it's very, very painful if you're not careful.
And say Norwell are rocking the exact same skin, just to show how much of a united front they all pose. Yeah. You know, that unity can sometimes mean even more than the skills you have to bear, and they still got plenty of skills left to show. Using all those wood mats, they still got all the metal and brick left in the back here on this one particular Norwell member, and again, I like that. They recognize that we need to save that for the harder duty job. So far, going to be able to keep that in pocket and building up a hell of a structure to have to work your way through. Any termite chewing through that one might break their jaw.
Well, I actually also like this. They're going to try and function around, swing over to this brick town, and hold out. They are assuming that the zone is going to pull towards the east. And that's what they're kind of banking on. If it does, that gives them optimal positioning against everyone else. You know, Hobart, Franklin, as well as Norwell, they're going to be in a struggle. And I love bringing down this wall, making sure that nobody is open. At the same time, just in case they need to sprint there as well. Really controlling this lower ground, and now they're going to snap up to the top side. As you called, this suction cup is going to do so much work. Now they take the high ground. Where do they want to go? They can see some of these builds going out. Pathways galore. So quiet out here right now. Nobody really willing to stick their head out just yet.
This is so interesting. Okay, so clearly Norwell is much more invested than other teams in all that verticality. We saw multiple members soaring to the sky there with the grapple gun. This just goes to show where everyone decides to put their chips in. For Norwell, it's all about the mobility. It's all about being shifty That's how they won their last round. They'll do the same here. Using a bounce pad real quick to establish that high ground once more. Now trying to clear the building, but they catch sight. Unfortunately, can't quite catch the kill. No, different story as they finally get the rat all out in the open. It's caught in a trap.
Yep, and this is actually Big Back Bryson on Scottsburg that are looking for another elimination. Normal, I believe, is on the lower ground right now, just trying to hide out for their lives. We'll have to see if they can bottleneck themselves and kind of keep everyone else out. With the zone moving, they were correct. This is Scottsburg realizing that, yes, we are on the eastern quadrant. Let's go ahead and head on over. We already built up a lot of the wood structures, but now the catch and release situation. Scottsburg is trying to run their way back to safety, quickly building up to about a tier 3 position. And now they're going to be safe with all of these bricks. Zone collected, a next storm shrink in about 10 seconds. And this is where the battle really takes off. Only a member or two left here as Scottsburg are ready for the finale.
The calm before the storm. Everyone drink up. It's going to be a long battle. Hydration will be indeed important. Having all those full shield pots is going to be so important. We still have the splashes to ensure that everyone needs to group up for some quick healing. That's certainly going to be available as well. Zone starting to close though. With that, a fist around the neck of anyone who steps up to Scottsburg. They continue to hold that high ground and remain liable to do so. But now here's the challenge. Will they be able to build up to safety? Jinxie's already down. Leaves Big Bag and Denny's the last ones left.
Oh, when you get bounced out early, I'm not sure you want to jump in as early as possible, but that's what happens, and now you're just trying to stay alive. You have enough. You swing very quickly. Got 3 more. You're going to be okay to hold out, but I think the opponent has way more. You're going to try and break them.
Nice.
And you do make it. Scottsburg able to survive, and that is going to be a second for that squad.
Shifty, taking a note out of the page of Norwell's book, just focusing a bit more on passive play. And then at the right moment, I gotta say, you mentioned the fact that we saw that mass migration to the top of the tower. I was very surprised to see no one at home there, but Scottsburg, just kind of like those birds that are parasitic and take other birds' nests, they just kind of move in. They say, all right, I guess this is my house now. I own the deed, I own the property. And with that, they just kind of never let go of the pace that they were setting for the rest of the teams to follow. No one could really challenge them. Sure, they lost Jinxie at the very end there, but at the end, Scottsburg recognizing they could just kind of turn tail, run away. They had enough healing properties left to keep in the game. And again, that just comes down to resource management. Whether it be your building materials or your healing materials, either way, you want to make sure you save for that grand finale where the storm's doing its worst.
Not only that, I give a lot of respect. I didn't think that they were going to be able to survive that long out in the storm. I mean, you could have waited all the way till it zoned in, it fully closed in before you start bouncing, but you held out strong. So Scottsburg, knowing the timing, knowing how much damage is going to come down from said zones, it's very, very important. Snapshot, though, missing by a mere millimeter of timing, or at least a millisecond, because that wall just went up. It's going to be a test, though, deeply spread out. Scottsburg trying to make sure that they cover a lot of ground on the southeastern quadrant. They don't really see anyone else on the ground so far, so now you look towards that heaven side and say, okay, tower, what you got? Who is going to be firing on us? Quickly sprint on in. All of Scottsburg healthy as well for this battle.
That was daring. That mad dash to the building was quite daring, and I gotta say, just feel like never punished should be the slogan here of Scottsburg so far, as they seem to be able to kind of rotate without any worries. They do so with impunity, and now just able to continue looting their way back up, and that ensures they get the loadout they want the most, and that gets to show that they can do the most damage as well once they're actually liable to find some targets with it. Once again, clearing the building, securing the entire space before they get back in the race. Scottsburg not feeling rushed one bit.
No, they don't. Again, when it comes to this, it's not so much about verticality or not. It's where are you on the map, respectively. You know that most likely the zone isn't going to be captured on that center stage. It's always going to pull out of the west, north, or east, even to the south if you can. Really, you're just hunting, making sure that you keep track of where the opponents are. And right now, that opponent is building straight in from the western side. You go ahead, look to break that back end, and maybe you can get that domino, that termite style. But it's made out of metal prefab, so you say, no, okay, we can't do that. Instead, we're going to try and block off, make sure they can't build here without trying to break through. And that might be the right call overall. Quick mad dash, though. Big Back Bryson trying to get another crate from themselves. It looks like they're going to loot just about everything. Make sure to try and gather up a few more heals before the big battle occurs. So far, you're not finding too much here. A couple extra shoddy pieces. But other than that, it's all well worth.
Again, look how fluid they play. After exchanging a few shots, immediately Big Back Bryson just decides to rotate out because they don't want to stick around and overstay their welcome. Quick bounce grenade gets them back to the tower where they formerly were with the rest of the squad. And so far, they're all sitting pretty still at the top of their game, still at the top of the charts in terms of the numbers as well as the health. Clean bills across all their insurance, and now trying to contest the high ground. They don't have that grapple gun in pocket, though. It's going to make it a bit more difficult to do so.
Ooh. And a lot of knocks actually coming out very, very quickly. That's Flux Guy really taking it to town with that rifle. And that's just eliminations out the wazoo.
Franklin County got
here.
destroyed.
Yeah, that's just gone. A massive squad is gone already. And Scottsburgers are like, great, thanks for the eliminations. We're still alive. We're still very, very happy with this one. Let's see what else they can do. Right now, getting tapped down, realizing there's someone high above them right now, but it's made out of pretty cheap material. If they take the time, they could probably power through that prefab, but right now, it's just get positioning. Make sure to get those bricks down. Get our home ready for the ensuing defense.
Before they can huff and puff and blow it all down. I mean, we all know the Aesop's fable. The bricks cannot go down and not liable to do so. Now adding metal to the equation, they're just going to continue to forge their bunker. Once again, the calm before the storm. Scottsburg do a better job than any team, it seems, of finding these opportunities of peace to get right back up to full. Look at those health bars. Green as a meadow. It looks beautiful on this side of the hill. And the rest of the teams have got an awfully large task ahead of them to try to even knock down one member. Look at the way they're grouped up, too. Not close enough that they're liable to get instantly spread out and just laid down by one person with an assault rifle, but at the same time, cohesive enough that they're still able to bring support and backup to anyone who might be in trouble.
I love the fact that Big Mike Bryson is also trying to pull that Termite style once again. Just like, hey, if you're not careful, you're going to die. But the zone is closing in now. Everyone's spreading out on the side of Scottsburg. It looks like they're going to hone in on this victory once again, healing up so much in their own. But do they have enough? Yes, they do. Yet again, it's Scottsburg
Beautiful.
to take another 2 rounds ahead of anyone else.
This splash slurp is killing the game for Scottsburg, man. Always making sure that they tell me carbonated soda is bad for you. I'm going to show them this video as proof against it. Dentists, you are wrong. As Scottsburg now make themselves 3 up on the board. Poor Hobart still trailing in Franklin County and Norwell, just reflecting on the one victory, they're precious that they still have left to their name. But now we're starting to see momentum. Now we're starting to see a streak, and that is where legacies are born. If Scottsburg can just continue their momentum in this fashion, Franklin County, Norwell, and Hobart might just adopt the defeatist mentality that further contributes to more Scottsburg dominance.
I mean, I think it's going to be a whole different story. I feel like Scottsburg are now going to have to realize that they're going to start getting sold out. They're very unique in how they play. They're willing to get a little bit aggressive, but they're also willing to back off as soon as they hear a firefight. They don't try and get into the mix anytime soon. I have a feeling Hobart, Norwell, and Franklin might be on the lookout for them. Just say, hey, let's go ahead and chase them. And I love this call out again. Very nice pickup on the top side. We didn't see this before. Once again, just like we talked about, the adjustments being made by Scottsburg. They can't play the exact same style that they did before. Just play it smart, play it slow, keep everyone out and free fire on the opponent.
Bit more separated this time around. Big Back Bryson kind of establishes their own little outpost. Normally they'd really emphasize the loot before the shoot, but now we're starting off with the latter, a bit more violence to begin things off before they switch over. Again, so fluid, never staying in one spot for too long, and it's been the strategy that's really aided Scottsburg in their victories so far. But like you mentioned, the fact that they might have a bit of a target on their back now at this point, the other teams recognizing, okay, these guys came to play, and we got to make sure we're able to stay in this game. Now trying to rain down a bit of destruction, manages to get some chunks out of the health bar, one member down below, but no knocks quite just yet.
I mean, right now, though, you're doing enough work to cause enough chaos. You've now taken control of the top quadrant, and you can see everyone else building out. And now you can just be a giant pain in the backside. I love that Bryson is doing this one. Sees all 3 as well. What a call out. Beautiful positioning and rightly contesting these opponents.
Wow.
Forcing them to expend so many mats just to make it to center stage, and that hurts. Really well done by Scottsburg. Look at that. They aren't expecting anything. They still got most of their mats ready to go, and they have plenty to gather in as well. This is how you drain so many. No way. No way you're going to. Okay, yeah, you're just repositioning with the rest of the team.
But that's what they do. They make sure that to zig when you expect them to zag. But Scottsburg in that moment, I mean, Bryson clearly just trying to pad their player damage stats, but again, being a thorn in the side, making sure they got to drain those healing resources so that way when we are in a storm off, we are going to win because once again, 5 sodas in my pocket, 5-hour energy to make sure that I'm staying up on my feet while you're in defeat.
That's a bar and a half right there, D-Lo. I'm going to give that one to you. That was pretty good. All right, let's go ahead and roll on into the next, though. As a center stage platform, Scottsburg still own. I believe they've gone ahead and built out a majority share of the floor, so it's going to be tough for any other team to really get a hold on there. Going ahead and popping open that chest as well. No availability. Little bit of struggle getting out of there, so hit your head about 4 times. Yeah, I know. It was a difficult one, but now you get back to the rest of the squad, and we're seeing that build out once again. Scottsburg, who are they going to find first? Right now, that kill feed is popping up as Hobart, Franklin County, and Norwell are all dancing out. Once again, zone pulls southeast to south, and that's going to be a problem for anyone else on the ground floor.
Again, another shield pops and more health being whittled away, which means more resources being drained to keep them alive in the gunfights, whereas the Storm is the greater threat that looms ever closer. Once again, Big Back Bryson separated from the rest of the team, but just how they like. This is what we got to see from Hobart before, but just not executed to the same level of technical proficiency. Big Back Bryson is able to back up this strategy with the accurate precision shots that are always a thorn in the side of any team caught in their line of vision.
It's just never ending. They're allowed to play that annoyance on the top side. What a bang, though. I believe that was just this massive shatter, and it hurts to see as right now everyone on the side, they actually lost Jedi. Jedi's actually down somewhere. And that kind of sucks. Now they're the ones that actually have to heal up. They're the ones that actually spend a lot of the extra healing early on. Thankfully, it's just the shield, so your HP values are still good. But man, was that a surprise and a half. Jedi is going to have to kind of call out information, say, hey, where everyone is. And as the zone closes in, it's going to be time yet again. Quick drop down. Maybe they try and pick them up. No, they're gone. So is it going to be a storm off? Yes, it is. They're going to bounce their way out to safety. I think they're going to go ahead and wait their time. Oh, they got caught a little bit more. Rest of the team is locked out. Bryson trying to heal out. It looks like they got it. One more to go. Do you heal out in front? The opponent is not going to survive. It's yet another to Scottsburg with a heal off in the zone.
Okay, that was so close. That one shot off just goes to show again how one bullet, just like in Rango, makes all the difference. And it was not enough. Scottsburg just did too good of a job already establishing the rhythm and pace of that game. But I love the idea. You got to make a mad dash for Bryson. It's always Bryson who's left alive. They're, for some reason, just kind of designated as the stock tank, you would say, of this game. And that's all you need. Again, one team member can be all it takes. Norwell can attest. But at the same time, all of Scottsburg are so effective in implementing this strategy. They're all pillars to prop up Big Back Bryson and ensure that they're able to stay alive as long as humanly possible. I mean, the fact of the matter is, they all rocking the same skin. So if I'm seeing anyone with these little cat devil ears, I'm instantly making a big mark on their back.
But that's the problem. You don't get to see them that often. That's the whole issue, D-Lo. You talk about finding them, it's like, hey, they got a target. The target's hard to find, man. They're always either above or together, hiding away somewhere. And this time, they are taking that hideaway approach that they took in rounds 1, 3, and 4. They're willing to play it a little bit slower. They're willing to play it out and about, and they're willing to just kind of bide their time. They are masters of the macro style. And I appreciate that on so many different levels. That's going to be a snapshot. Misses. Quickly bottles up. Winning with the rest of the team. And again, they are safe. Missed shot, not the worst thing in the world. They're willing to bide their time to go ahead and ping out more of those chests. Yeah, as you called, Bryson continuously being this stockpile person to go ahead and gather everything up.
I just love watching Big Back Bryson play. It's such a joy. Okay, it's fine. I missed the shot. We're just going to go somewhere else, set up shop there, and try again. It's so wise, and now the attention's off them, when really they needed to honestly focus down Big Back Bryson. The moment they're down on the ground, honestly, I still think Scottsburg's a threat, but it reduces significantly. The other teams are not putting enough respect on this player, especially the fact that they're oftentimes the lone straggler. Call them out. Take advantage of the fact that they don't have any backup.
I mean, that is 100% true, but I mean, your eyes are drawn every which way, and that's what makes this style so efficient. The fact that Big Bang Bryson is also waiting for action to kick off before you move. Every time we're listening, it's just like, hey, bang, bang, bang. Okay, now I can move to the chest. Now I can look. And they get another one here. Big Jet go ahead and get a lot of that shield back to go ahead and pick up those splashes. And they're chilling. They're chilling so much. Now a teammate comes around and is like, yo, did you leave anything for me? And he's like, nope, got nothing for you. Go ahead. With the RPG of all things, this is what blew them up last time. They fire away, take out a decent chunk of the high ground tower. And now it's going to be all for their own. Eyes out, shells out. And now Bryson charges in. And honestly, I think to safety.
The level of confidence you need to be able to kind of venture forth like this. Manifest Destiny, what I see is mine, seems to be the strategy that Scottsburg employ, and to great effect. Just continuing to loot so late in the game because they recognize that those resources are going to be monumental later, whether it be a rocket launcher or whether it be all of those soda cans we see in the back pocket. They have, what, 8 this time around? That means if it comes down to a storm off, hands down Scottsburg take it. We need to try to remove some members off the map before it comes down to that point.
Let's see what they can do right now. A little bit of a test. Question marks are here, though. They can even chase. This is one of the few times that they're actually on the low ground fly. But again, Braden going ahead and getting a knock, and that's the shell out that you want because the fight's going on. You're going to go ahead and suction cut your way to the rooftop. Ooh. Oh, you miss, but you see the eyes. This is Bryson chasing. It says, hello, where you at? They almost got him. I think they got him. Well fought, Carson. Going ahead and knocking out 2, though. That's actually going to be the side of Scottsburg in a little bit of trouble. What a call and a half. Scottsburg tried to get aggressive and actually paid the price.
Okay, 10 seconds left before the storm closes and we get a new circle, but these are critical moments. Now it's only up to Big Back Bryson to carry the team on said Big Back. Certainly capable of it. We've seen it happen before with both Scottsburg and Norwell both. But now it's a bit more of a frantic search, and it does seem like they've smoked them out. The question is, to know where Big Back Bryson is and to be able to take them out are two very different things. Dropping down and weaving in this maze-like structure to try to maintain their safety. Once again, call before the storm. It seems like other members are distracting their adversaries to keep Big Back Bryson safe.
Oh no, you had to jinx it, D-Lo. You had to jinx it. They're running so fast and they're down. Down goes Scottsburg. Blame D-Lo all day long. And now it's Noah fighting for a chance. They are fighting for the absolute limit. Franklin County going to go ahead and splash their way to victory as they have gone ahead and honed in on their second round win.
All right, my bad. I'll take that one. That one's me. Scottsburg, y'all didn't do anything wrong there. I just had to open my fat mouth and start saying stuff. So, okay. My B. Franklin County take that one very handily because they recognize what we all at this point have known. The fact that if you let Big Back Bryson have his way, he's going to be drinking those sodas up until the very end. You cannot let this guy get a caffeine overload. He's already playing like he's got 7 injections of adrenaline pumping through his veins, so we cannot let him play it to his own rhythm. Instead, Franklin County respond with wanton aggression. We bum rush you, and either we die or you die. At the end of the day, this time it was the latter. Franklin County get the better hand.
That's exactly what you got to do, though. As you called, the targets on the back of Scottsburg have been huge. But they haven't really allowed it to be aimed at all. That time around, it was that snipe, it was that catch and half. And it's been difficult. That's another pickup on the board, though. And you can see here, very comfortable once again for Big Back Bryson. Oh! Takes a snapshot. Ooh. This is a much more aggressive style from whoever that was on the northeastern side. And that's a payment plan and a half as a Big Back Bryson is like, yeah, you don't get to do that again. That's what a shot and a half. Big Back Bryson taking him out left and right.
Okay, this is disgusting. It's the same strategy, this time just much more effective in terms of where the shot's being placed. But again, 2 shots, that's fine by me. I've done my job. Now I'm going to look for greener pastures and more chests. So excellent job just harassing and haranguing the front line if anyone wants to step up. Scottsburg coming back with a vengeance.
I mean, this is just absolutely ridiculous, and they are ready. Remember, if they're able to gather 5, they're going to be so happy. We're coming down to the last about 3 rounds, this one and 2 more, as that's going to be a good snipe out. Everyone getting kind of looted here at the end. This is a vastly different story, as I think a lot of these kills are coming in much earlier into this round than before. This is actually very dangerous territory, and now they're actually going to look for finishes. I like this call, Scottsburg, saying, okay, who is going to get knocked, who is going to be safe, and now your teammate is down. Jedi has actually been locked down and eliminated, and oh, that hurts. Now Scottsburg are running with 1 player low, saying, okay, maybe I can get some of that shielding, and they're only on 5 splashes. That's not what you want to see heading into this main zone area.
We've already seen what happens when Scottsburg's numbers start to dwindle near the end. Now, if we lose M+, we do start to be in quite a scary scenario. We have 8 splashes once again, though. That means that, again, Scottsburg will win if you let them get to Storm's End. We got to try to find a way to break it. Be a Baratheon. Find the way through. But with this bunker already set down and no one really any the wiser as to Scottsburg's location, it's going to be tough.
I think they're going to be able to do it, though, as they dance so hard. We're watching Big Guy Bryson again. But you run straight into an opponent. You barely take any damage, so you're able to sky rocket your way out. You're trying to build out to safety, and now you lock yourself in. But unfortunately, that floor will be capped out, and I think you have to sprint away even further, but you run straight into a block that someone else made, and you don't like it. That ceiling is going to possibly be your doom, but you meet up with your teammate. You meet up with M+, and M+ is trying to keep you healthy. Everyone healing up for their own and saying, okay, take a moment, take a breath. Don't go too crazy, as things are going to be locked away. I also just realized right now, as Scottsburg are able to lock in 1 more, they definitively take first place, as there will be no chance for Franklin County to come back.
It's true, it all rides down to these hopes, and you can see that the hopes are on Big Back Bryson's back as they decide to maintain all those soda cans in the back instead of killing up M+ to full, because they recognize that this is all about the Storm. Medkit also could be incredibly useful. They're going to want to use that right now to ensure that they have the quick-acting Chug Splash instead, and indeed they will. M+ is the front line, the vanguard, try to make sure that Big Back Bryson stays alive.
They're going to hide out here, inside of the main tower portion. They're just going to wait. Quick splash, number 1. They pick up more. They have 9. This is very doable. 9 is the magic number to hang on to. I think for the splashes, you're very comfortable with this amount. And they're going to go ahead and try and shell out their building. They hear a lot of the shots ringing out here, and it's danger and abound. Is anyone on the high ground? I don't think so. Now you're going to play up. I love this call. And you're looking. As long as Big Guy Bryson can see where the opponents are, you can stay away from them and keep your splashes available 20 seconds before you go into that standoff inside of the Storm. And until you can almost secure it, but now you get spotted. Oh, what a huge shot. Whoever ripped away the shields is massive. And it looks like they're on chase. Big Guy Bryson trying to run away, gets snapped up of most of their util and most of their platforms. Now they're locked in. They're locked in. Oh no, this is a disaster. This is a struck blow. Scottsburg is going to be eliminated, and what a catch in a half. Franklin County, I believe, is going to secure their 3rd and keep themselves in this game.
That low-key is what happens when you invest all your chips. You put all your eggs in one basket, right? That's going to be the Bryson basket. Unfortunately, it gets tipped over, all the eggs spill out, and you can't put Humpty Dumpty back together again. The fact that we had all those splashes in their pocket and M+ was left with kind of nothing. You mentioned earlier, I mean, the fact that Bryson just chugs away at all those potions for good reason. It's what's gotten you across the many finish lines so far, but Franklin County are clearly adapting and developing a strategy to clearly counter Scottsburg. Now, how are they going to respond to that evolution?
I think that evolution is try and stay out of line of sight. I think it really does come down to the fact that Franklin County are actively hunting Scottsburg. They are actively chasing after them, and that's the dangerous factor. Right? Scottsburg have to realize that they can't play with the same, keep Bryson safe. I'd honestly just be saying, okay, let's see if they get into the mix. And it looks like they're going to go straight back to that center stage. They're going to keep trying the same style. But again, is it going to yield results? Franklin County making sure to keep eyes on where those cats are. And you're not gonna have it as easily.
I mean, we did lose the mobility from the grapple gun very early for Big Back Bryson. We saw that really could have come in handy maybe in those last few moments. and potentially that might be what got them out of that round win. But now we got 2 grapple guns, in fact, so we can reload that one up, get all 15 shots back. That's going to be really nice to keep Big Back Bryson nice and mobile for a bit longer. And it's also about making sure the rest of your retinue is staying safe for longer as well. We lost Jinxie and Jedi very early, especially Jedi tragically shot down in the sight of their friend. That's got to be traumatizing, and maybe was also part of the reason Bryson couldn't pull through.
That always sounds a little bit rough there, but it's true. And now a Flux guy going ahead and doing the same on the rest of the map. We are really tracking Scottsburg the entire time, but for good reason. Let's see, right now you're at max capacity pretty much. You're at 7 of those splashes. Now you can almost look for maybe some of the opponents here. You're actually gonna swing out to the southwest side. No one really around, so you're pretty much well covered. Oh no, I thought you were well covered, but you get shot in the back and quickly dropping a lot of that wood mat. Gonna be safe, but man, that got very sketchy very quickly.
I was almost hoping he would die just so I could put one on you, but no, Big Back Bryson stays alive for now at the very least. Clearly, Orbital does not have the Caster's Curse that I am willing to grant on the Scottsburg. So far, once again, maintaining safety around this building and the rest of Scottsburg as well. All my dogs are with me, and here they are in the pound, trying to find a way to break out safely so they can once again, as they always do, fluidly rotate out to a much more safe location that they can decide the grounds of. Slowly starting to stack their way up to the top as well and making sure to loot as they go. They have the grapple guns ready, but they don't want the personal ability quite just yet. But as soon as I say it, it seems that Bryson's had enough of the bottom floor. They're soaring to the top.
I love this as well. You're body blocking one in, but Bryson realizes again that they are the linchpin to the squad. They can't take that gamble, so they have to immediately jump back down. But maybe he forced the opponent to expend a lot more mats than they were really willing to early on. Going ahead, swapping out to that jug. Go ahead and section up, grab the grapples once again. The suction cup down to 9 charges here. But everyone on the side of Scottsburg are going to be safe. What a shell out there, losing a little bit of the shielding. Not the worst in the world. Remember, shielding doesn't matter that much because the team's got your back on that one.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the fact that we had that big chug was incredibly useful to keep them safe in that moment, to make sure that green bar remains nice and healthy at a clean 1-0-0. All 4 members, in fact, staying nice and healthy as well. So Big Back Bryson, in the event of their death, maybe someone else could carry the torch, pick up all those chug splashes to ensure that the rest stays safe. But so far, not even necessary, as they all just tried to inch their way to that circle that's slowly closing.
I like the fact that Scottsburg, though, are like, yeah, we don't want to fight, guys. Let's secure our victory as much as possible. They are just holding up here, and I love this call once again. And again, you play the game as it's seen. Right now, we're getting down to the last storm shrink. And this is going to be that make or break moment. They're only on 7, so they're not at max capacity, that 9 that they usually like to be at. We'll see if they can pull it off here. It's going to be a break in the wall. A little bit of a questionable state, though, because they have to run towards center. That's going to be the main calling card. If they can run to the center real quick and then wait it out for at least 10 seconds, that's going to be the name of the game. They see a lot of building down on the lower grounds, though, and this could be dangerous.
The night is dark and full of terrors, and lurking beneath could potentially be their own doom. But all 4 members still up. This is the best position Scottsburg could ask for. And it's our friend Bryson leading the charge, and still with a full retinue of health as well. They have to dive down now, and they bounce grenade back out, trying to maintain safety before the violence begins anew. All those flashes coming in handy. Will Scottsburg be able to stay alive for long enough? The structure's been set. The game's been had. Scottsburg, yes, victorious once again.
They fought to the absolute bitter end. This time, the hide and wait tactic made its return. Scottsburg now on 5, definitively taking first place in the IHSEN Varsity Fortnite Zone Wars AA playoffs. Well done, as we're going to play the last one out just to see who comes in third. Because if Hobart are able to get it, hey, we got to tie it for third, but Franklin County in second. Very nice run around.
What does Scottsburg do in this position is the question. Do they just go out and cause havoc, or do they say, no one's going to get around off of us? We're just going to take one more.
No. That's not even a question. You play Wrecker to anyone else's options. You absolutely, take all the snipers, run up on someone, see what you can do. 100%, you run interference.
I'm definitely with that strategy. I think Big Back Bryson would absolutely be willing to do so as well. They've already been kind of wrecking people's chances when they start off such abysmally amazing shots that just kind of put your hopes in the dump for what you can do for the rest of the game. But already, bit of a target being put on Big Back Bryson's back as they try to go for the cornucopia of goods and items to try to get themselves back on top. That being said, they do still have all the chugs in the back pocket, so if you need to rely on that strategy instead of aggression, it's always there waiting for you.
And of course, for their own as well, there are going to be some question marks here at Scottsburg are like, even if we don't, and finally someone actually spotted Big Back Bryson, they were like, you can't do that again. It took them 9 rounds to basically pull that off. Look at that, they were full on trying to zone him out. They're so angry.
He's got plot armor, dude. Look at him, 3 health. This is the protagonist of the game. Did you guys not read the script? Clearly, they are not checking out and understanding what role they are. They're all B characters to the A plot right now, and Big Back Bryson coming back to life, but the Storm's encroaching, and with 3 health left, 1 more shot could be your end.
Oh man, you're able to get in though. You're inside the zone now. You can go ahead and splash up, or you're looking for the big wine glass if you can. But that's M+ to go ahead and get taken out. So hey, little bit of a shift and a little bit of a difference here. Again, for Scottsburg though, you don't really care, right? You are happy where you're at, but you're gonna try and play it out. You're gonna try and ramp up even more round wins to go ahead and secure a 6th on the board just to show that you can would be your namesake. Hiding out here, good heals with the bandage. You're happy to sit up at a...
Yeah, that's disgusting. That's honestly criminal. And now back to the 100 shield as well. Welcome back, Big Back Bryson, the terror of this entire Tilted Towers map. Now soaring up to the very top. They want to be CEO, trying to bring death to anyone who steps up against them. No one really wants to. All is quiet on the western front, but down below, we see targets trying to build their way up, and Scottsburg's here to tear you back to the ground.
I know, and right now, as we are finishing up Fortnite, we want to give a big shout out because right now, Division AAA Overwatch 2 is going on the LOS Scholastic stream. If you want to go ahead and check out more Overwatch 2 action, go ahead and check it out there after you finish watching this glorious conclusion to the AA Fortnite Division Finals. There's so much action going on here at Ball State. Again, shout out to everyone putting on the IEN Grand Finals. It's been a blast to watch right now. You see Big Back Bryson just chilling out, climbing for all their worth, saying we want to reach the top because we are at the top right now.
Big Bad Bryson is almost our call because he's huffing and puffing. He's blowing your house down and your shield to smithereens. Continuing to deal out that damage, and instantly, once it gets a bit too hectic, in trouble. Big Back Bryson does get put down. This must be the dark timeline. Jinxie, the only one left remaining for Scottsburg.
Oh, listen, it doesn't matter. Jinxie with the champagne bottle and the candy cane for the holidays. They're going to be celebrating just about everything with their finals win. And it doesn't matter if they get eliminated here. They are chilling, as that is the finish. GG's all around. Scottsburg, your champions. Franklin County, your 2nd place. Norwell, I believe, your 3rd. And Hobart in 4th. Congratulations to all the teams, though, for making it here to the grand finals as well.
Don't know if you can hear that. I'm clapping right now for my friends on Scottsburg. They played it gosh darn beautifully. Franklin County, man, had some shining moments too, but I think it just took a bit too much time to recognize that pattern, right? You said it took 9 rounds for us to neutralize the strategy that Scottsburg's kind of been implementing every single time, and you need quicker adjustments. And especially in a game mode this frenetic, this intense, this quick-paced, you've got to really have all the synapses in your brain connecting, firing off. The neurons got to be going like lightning speed, because once 2 rounds you get set behind, and if other people are starting to kind of scavenge the bodies, right, Norwell plucks one off, all of a sudden Franklin County's chances reduce dramatically, down, and Scottsburg just kind of never really needed to shift off what their game plan was. It was effective, it was well executed, it was championship winning.
Yeah, and they go ahead and tack one on once again. This is a phenomenal day of games here with IEN, hosted by Ball State Esports and sponsored by Gravity Gaming by Byte Shout out to all that have powered this broadcast as well: Alienware, League OS, Esports, Spectrum Industries, and McDonald's. Now, with that being said, there's even more action on the field. As we mentioned, Overwatch 2 is currently going on the LOS_Scholastic stream. Go ahead and go check them out. But here on the day, we are going to finish or get closer to the end of our day with some Rocket League action. Rocket League Division AAA will be starting up here very, very shortly with some names that you might remember quite literally from Fortnite. Don't go anywhere. The IEN stream will continue on with the grand finals in just a bit. We are back once again with some more action with the Indiana Esports Network. This time we're headed over to the Rocket League Div AA position. And this is going to be interesting because, as again, we have Kaizo back with us, and now we get to watch Hobart once again play. Kaizo, are you excited for more cars going fast?
I'm always excited for balls and cars, baby, and I have no shortage of doubts that that's exactly what we're going to see.
You know someone's going to hate us for calling it that, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's balls and cars, man. That's what it is. I guess you could call it ball and car. There's only one ball, I guess, involved, but there's two teams involved, Orbital, and that is Brubuff and that is Hobart. And I'm taking a look at the bracket now as provided to us by the lovely folks over at League OS Portal. I'm on leagueos.gg taking a look at all of that right now. And take a look at the path that Hobart has taken to get to this point. Not a single game dropped in the playoffs at all until this point. Across the way, a similar, albeit not quite as impressive performance from the #1 seed Brubuff, who did drop a game in the semifinals against Mississiniwa Rocket League. I'm really putting down my bottom dollar on that one. I'm pretty sure that's how you say that. So, two teams that in their own right have each gotten here in a very dominant fashion. Another collision of titans here in the finals.
Yeah, and I'm going to be very excited to watch and see exactly how this goes down. Keep in mind, though, a couple players from the Hobart squad were actually in the Fortnite matchup just a little bit earlier, so they were unfortunately on the losing end of the grand finals for the Fortnite AA division. This time around, they're trying to make a little bit of a comeback here, and when we talk about Rocket League, I think both you and I were both pleasantly surprised and proven correct when we saw how the series kind of shook out overall. Earlier on, we saw, I believe, the single A division. It was slow to start, but got ramped up very quickly into the second game and then kind of slowed down towards the fourth. And at the same time, there was frenetic action all the way through. So, you know, action I'm sure will occur here between these two as well, hopefully in a full 7-game send-off.
I don't know, man. I seem to remember us having very different ideas of how the set would go, and I seem to remember saying that the game would start out hot and then slowly cool down as the set went on. Like, I don't know, maybe one goal in the final game kind of cool down. I'm pretty sure I'm walking away with that one.
All right, you know what? Actually, you're very right, because we had like 7 in game #1. We had an OT position in both games 1 and 2. And we hope to see even more of that right now. As we can kind of take a look, we are going to have the 3v3 action all around, and if we do get to see that hot action early on, it will be a nice little testament. Once again, both these squads have made it here in very dominating fashion, and I'm kind of curious again who breaks out in front if we do get the OT setting once again, and seeing these team coordinated plays, seeing the rotational value come out with the defense and the offense, and seeing who is going to be putting their pedal to the metal and getting these victories on the board. Best of 7 instead of best of 5.
And one thing that I'm thinking, all right, so we are hedging our bets. We were, guessing how the series was going to go last time we had Rocket League. I'm going to do much the same here. Since Hobart is coming in from a different game, I'm going to go ahead and say the Fingies are already warmed up. They are surely ready to go and should be coming in hot. They've already got possession of the ball on the Brubuff side of things. It's going to be Hobart in the orange vehicles and Brubuff in the blue ones. So keep your eye on the orange cars, because I'm guessing that they're going to be the ones that are driving the pace early on.
See, that's the crazy thing, is we would assume that, and at the same time, Brubuff faced off against Hobart back in the regular season, week #2, and it went all 5 games. That's the scary part as well here, Kaizo, and I'm going to be very excited to see if it does go to that full lead in value. But as you call it, Hobart right now making sure that we are speeding around, constant negation of those boosts, everyone kind of zeroing out as they should, but constant aggression from Hobart all the same, but maybe they went a little bit too hard as that ball is rolling in. Great stop coming here by one of Hobart's members as they keep the goals down and out, but now it's a chance back. Great haul by Brubuff as they save a narrow shot on their own.
Praxi almost managed to push that one in, coming in off of the ceiling. Would have made that a spectacular shot, especially with the distance covered to make that one almost happen, but unfortunately for them, does get kicked away. Couple of close calls already in this one. Had about a minute and a half of action, and nobody has managed to score just yet. But certainly a couple of those, you know, breath-holding, nail-biting situations where the ball just rolls slowly across the goal and everybody can do nothing but watch as it goes by and see whether or not it goes in. As Jahan and Brubuff mentioned that these teams have met previously, and here's a great start for Hobart. Kitaru will absolutely be taking that first goal and knocking that one in for their team. Spectacular performance from them, mounting to an early lead, which is ever so critical, and exactly what I said was going to happen, Orbital. They're pushing the pace, they're driving the momentum, and I've never been happier.
Yeah, a lot of shots or narrow misses as well, which makes us very excited for the next couple minutes, the next 3 minutes. In fact, maybe we get to see that score line really cranked up to 11 here. Fluid, though, on the side of Brubuff, they are a squad that know how to play to the absolute nail-biter moment. And keep in mind, they were the ones that actually came out with the victory, I believe, back in their Week 2 matchup. So it's, you know, that moment of, hey, we're first seed for a reason. We're going to try and keep it there. Let's go ahead and take a little swing as Gator says, oh, no, that's not going to happen. We're going to go ahead and stay in front of you. We're constantly going to bump you out as well, and we're going to force you to chase us around the map. Only 7 on the boost. Great demo to come out here, and a pickup by Hobart. Maybe they have an opportunity to go ahead and drop the ball down. Can't get past the defenders, though. Great attempt, though.
Really good aerial carry there from Hobart as well. Almost managed to convert that one, but unfortunately the defense was a little bit too strong from Brubuff, so one will be cleared out and kicked back in the direction of the orange side of things. Craxy has an opportunity in the corner and a teammate potentially play off of. Here comes the third member of Hobart on the rotation coming through. They will be trying to intercept this one and take it away from Brubuff, but hang on a second, nobody in the goal! They pulled the goalie, and that one just bounces straight into the goal. Everybody on the orange side of things was trying to play offense, nobody left to guard the goal, and that is a long-distance shot to make the equalizer.
You could see even in the cams, Brubuff was like, really? That went in? All right, we'll take it. It is an opportunistic goal that they are very happy about. Now Jahan saying, okay, let's try and do the same. Only one defender in between, trying to speed by. But connection by Hobart, making sure that doesn't go in. Second attempt here, driving around that midfield off to the left side. Hobart ready to start swinging hard. Full boost from midfield, a little bit of a gentle carry and a punt out. Hobart right now kind of struggling to get this ball under control, but Brubuff really willing to kind of run interference more times than not. Quick carry, nope. Hobart steals it back, and ball flying high. Is it going to roll in and miss on both ends? Brubuff picks it up.
A very careful play there from Hobart. They could have gone for the scramble and try to convert on that, but instead, as the ball goes up in front of the Brubuff goal, they back up, collect some boost, and get ready to play defense. There's no reason in a tied game like this to get too excited, but maybe if you're a Hobart fan, you might be holding your breath on that one. So we take down under 60 seconds remaining in this one. Kitaru drives it up the right-hand side of the field and briefly carries it on the ceiling before it's taken away by Brubuff and kicked back out in the Hobart direction. Team's still tied up 1-1. There's another long-range shot from Jahan. Doesn't go in, but definitely making the goalie work for it.
I think Jahan really right there, after that shot, you knew it wasn't really going in. Then you played interference, made sure Hobart wasn't able to get any sort of field position. A crash between both of Brubuff players. Because right now a solo player tried to go for that goal line, but it didn't really work. So, punt back out. 20 seconds left. Quick demo on the back end, though, as Hobart have an opportunity. 3v2, not going to land as neatly as they would like. Brubuff with a really nice two-man defense play. But again, challenges are about Hobart. 10 seconds left. They don't want to go to OT right away. They're going to try and punt it in, but Brubuff with another save. They're playing out of their minds as both squads rallying together, leading to a pretty much close OT.
We saw in the previous set 2 OTs to kick things off. We'll get one here. In a lot of these overtimes, it seems to be the kickoff kind of goals end up coming out pretty consistently, but nobody going to be sneaking one away. They're going to have to get it the hard way and actually put in some effort, not catching anybody by surprise this time. But Fluid, the long-range dribble here, taking things toward Hobart, will be intercepted, though, and Jahan will get a fender on it. Hang on a second, a 1v1, and Craxy can't push it in. But definitely a close call there for Brubuff as they send it bouncing the opposite direction.
Well, that opposite direction may or may not be their downfall. These fights are starting to look a little bit hectic. It sees both of Brebuff and Hobart kind of sending this ball kind of outwards and praying someone's there to kind of pick it up here, and it leads to very unpredictable moments. Right now, kind of a dead ball in the middle. It streaks out to the side, hits the crossbar, and is going to skate just in front of the Brebuff goal. And now it chased forward as that's the ball kicked right to the corner pocket, but Hobart denying that shot once again. We're about a minute into OT here, and no one any closer to that goal. Hobart making sure to rotate members in and out of that goal line in a very appropriate fashion.
The ball control very solid between these two teams. There's another opportunity here for Hobart. The Brebuff goal is being swarmed. Reaper comes flying through just to disarm the players from Hobart, and that's going to get kicked up directly in front of the goal. Craxy with an excellent effort almost pushes that one in on a 45-degree angle. Instead gets a good pass off Kitaru. Oh, the wrong angle, had a shot at it, but unfortunately can't manage to find that one in. But the assault continues from Hobart. They are not letting Brebuff take a breath.
No, and I have to give credit. Hobart has been on the aggression for the last about 45 seconds. They've basically taken the shot, streamed out for the max, went right back in. They're constantly rotating their boosts out. And it's just now where Brebuff are like, oh, we can finally move to the attack, and they do it perfectly. J-Hen only needs one, where Hobart needed 7. Well done to Brebuff as they take game number 1.
Snatch it out of the jaws of defeat, frankly, because like you said, the pressure from Hobart was very consistent. I mean, well over half of that OT was literally just Hobart taking shot after shot after shot on goal, and yet somehow a sufficient number of saves from Brebuff in favor of J-Hen in particular. 7 saves in the goal there for the blue team's goalie, preventing Hobart from taking the lead in OT and taking away game number 1. You mentioned that a set that went all 5 games in the regular season. These two teams very evenly matched, clearly coming into this one. And I said this last time, but I might just be right this time. I think that we're in for a long one.
I can kind of sit there and agree, and honestly, I think it was hot enough, even with only 3 goals. I think they brought enough heat for all of us here in this game. So let's go ahead and dive into game number 2 right away. Brebuff saying, okay, let's go ahead and try and get this in our own. We have 1, let's get 2, and let's keep pushing towards that grand finals. Hobart for their own, trying to get the ball under control. Remember, as soon as they get their aggression down, they go all out. They are willing to roll it out. That's an accidental own goal. J-Hen rolled on top of the ball, and it feels kind of bad, but Hobart take a goal.
Ends up ticking directly between 2 members of their own team and rolling directly in. And Hobart, less than 30 seconds, strike first here in game number 2. And that's a big momentum boost for them as well. It can be kind of demoralizing to lose a longer duration OT like they did in game number 1, and then have to come back out and mental reset, be ready for game 2. Getting that early goal is really a nice padding for you to remind you, we're here for a reason. We lost the previous round, but that doesn't mean we can't do it. We can't score goals. Kitaru barely off the left side of the goal. Can't find that one in. Several opportunities there, and somehow the Brebuff goal remains unscathed.
I mean, the thing is, that's only shot of 7 that they're going to try and attempt here. That was shot 3 of 7, and they're ready to try and go 4, 5, 6. That's not going to happen right now. Brebuff hauling a butt all the way down. The engine's revving as fast as possible. They're going to tip it off the crossbar, and they're going to look for the angle. They do yet again. Hobart takes 3, and all Brebuff needs is 1.
Good effort there, not only doing the initial attempt, but even after it ricochets off of the goalie, having the presence of mind to stick around and be ready to redirect for another touch and sneak that one in past the goalie. Very fantastic individual effort there, cashed in on evening things back up, and wow, what a fast goal here for Hobart. Kitaru has absolutely been the one driving a lot of the aggression here for Hobart, as they managed to get a second goal here and take the lead over Brebuff here in game number 2. In very emphatic fashion, I mean, striking back almost immediately.
Want to give a big shout out also to all the Hobart fans out there, making sure to rep their team, show some love for the players, giving us such a grand show here today. A lot of representation out there, same with Brebuff's side. So everyone coming out to support their favorites, and you know, even the players love to see it. Hobart right now trying to be on the defensive, and rightly so, as Katura ready to go sky high. Gonna have to get past two defenders. Ball easily blocked out here. Brebuff though, do they get a turn on the goal? You can't get past Hobart though. Hobart willing to play that full field advantage and force Brebuff into this kind of defensive neutral. Very nice convergence though. Once again, Brebuff showing their skills. A quick little tip off of Hobart. Getting back on defense here and saying not so easily.
Gator in the corner has a teammate with them, dribbling it down the field and actually dribbling it directly into the goal. Craxy manages to take this one all the way from midfield underneath the goalie and to the side underneath that top upright and sneaking that one in underneath the crossbar. What an individual effort once again here from Hobart. They are absolutely popping off in game number 2, demonstrating that even though they're down a game, they are not out of this by any stretch of the imagination.
And at some point, it's quantity over quality is kind of the way I see it here. Hobart just kind of slamming the club against the shield as many times as they can before the goals go in. Yet again, a little bit of a dead ball situation here, as that's going to be tipped in, as we were just saying. Hobart just wait for Brebuff's defense to crack, and they find yet another opportunity. This game is getting out of control.
Starting to build some momentum here, and everything that seems to be a scramble seems to be coming up in Orange Color's favor. As Hobart take a 4-1 lead. Keep in mind, game number 1 much slower, but it seems that they've found the chink in the armor, and Hobart are absolutely dumping everything they've got into what little weakness they've managed to find in Brebuff. 4 goals in 3 minutes of play. Very impressive stuff from them. They don't even have to play defense if they can keep playing offense like this.
I think that's the name of the game for them so far. My question is, will Brebuff have the same weaknesses as this game as they will in games 3, 4, and 5 quite possibly, because we know we're at least getting a game 5. We know we're going to possibly go that distance. Fluid though, running interferences, we're down to the last about a minute and a half. It's still doable. Brebuff could easily come back still if they can get that aggression, their own aggression rolling, and they're not just stuck on defense. See, they do it. A little bit of meaning in the midfield, pick up by no one, as again Hobart are willing to face and chance a steal.
I don't know, man. Saying easily they could come back in this one. Maybe a stretch.
Well, it's just scoring off of kickoff, you know? Just kind of be like,
just
no
chain them all together,
right?
one after the other. That's what Hobart seems to have done here in game number 2, and it's gotten them to the point where, well, here goes one. Fluid says I will float that one in nice and deep. Look at that touch from basically their own goal, and somehow nobody on Hobart is in position to intercept that one. And if it was to be easy, Orbital, it would be a couple of nice, good kickoff goals chained all together, one after the other. And here goes Quack, and oh my goodness, I thought that we were gonna get it.
All right, so what's the opposite of a caster curse? The caster blessing right at the end of the day. This is, please don't make it happen. I don't want to be right in that aspect, or maybe we do if you're a Brebuff fan. Right now they are battling 40 seconds left. This is doable. Ball drops straight into the hands of Hobart though, and now they're just playing keep away. 2-goal lead means a pretty extensive run. That's going to be a demo from the backside, though. Ball rolls in front. No way. No way. Quack gets a third. They got 30 seconds to make this work, and Kaido, I think it can happen. Kaizo.
I'm starting to get worried if I'm Hobart, because 4-1, you're thinking, wow, we've got such a big lead. It's been a low-scoring series so far. We've probably got this one in the bag. Let's make plans for game number 3. And now suddenly Brebuff is 1 goal away from okay, I thought that one went in. Is 1 goal away from evening things up here in game number 2. And 15 seconds left to go. Fluid and the rest of Brebuff are going to have to put together another miracle effort. They want to take away this game. 7 seconds, ticking down Orbital. And they have to keep the ball in the air and keep the ball out of their own goal as well. And all Hobart need to do is spike it here. They'll drive it directly into the ground. Somehow that one doesn't touch the ground, but finally, Hobart managed to ground it. And after a bit of a nail-biter, we'll say, there at the end, they do successfully come away with game number 2 and even the series back out at 1-1.
I mean, take a look at those shots on net. 7 on the side of Brubuff, but 12 from the side of Hobart. We are seeing Hobart really leaning into this all-out aggressive stack, which I really do appreciate. We love seeing them just constantly aggressive, and this is something that is actually very difficult to pull off. Whenever you're on the offense, it can be very difficult to actually tailor in this this styling of, I think the best way to put it is just constant onslaught. It's the rotation, right? Constantly get someone into the boost, constantly get someone in the right position. The fact that they were able to do it for 45 seconds to a minute shows their strength as a team, and it's going to continue here into game number 3 as we essentially have a BO5 on our hands.
This is a format these teams are more accustomed to. Basically, you know, it's still technically a best of 7, but might as well be a BO5 at this point. As we get underway here in game number 3, Hobart looking very good in the middle of last game, weirdly enough. That things started to kind of slip through the cracks toward the end, but by gosh, were they really on top of things throughout the middle 2.5 minutes or so of that last one. Things have not been quite as explosive here in game number 3, but it has been much of the same story, with Hobart continuing to dump the aggressive pressure into Brubuff, and an opportunity here, a great clear from Fluid, responsible for kicking that one away. That could have been the start of something dangerous for Hobart, but instead is the start of something dangerous for Hobart, as Gator manages to bounce that one off the ceiling. We'll take another look. The way that they drove this one in off the ceiling, out of the corner, managed to sneak that one in. That's a very narrow angle as well, Orbital. Not an easy shot to make.
It is, but that is a full minute and 3 of Hobart on the offensive. This is getting a little bit outrageous. Hobart being allowed to do whatever they wish, passing plays above the defenders, straight to the back line. That was a straight shot angle. Hobart now on 2. Brubuff have not had a single offensive maneuver this game.
And forget about the offense for a second. Where was the defense there from Brubuff? They were like stonewall defensive in the previous 2 games, making it so difficult, even under the unrelenting onslaught from Hobart, to actually sneak a goal through. And yet somehow nobody at home that time around for Brubuff. A little bit uncharacteristic of them. It's the lead starting to balloon here for Hobart. Only a minute and a half into this one, but they've got a pace of about 1 goal every 45 seconds. Which is quite the pace for them to maintain, and a long distance one will be collected by Reaper Baby before it can make it into the goal. And in fact, the onslaught continues as Hobart swarms the ball and trying to dribble it forward. But Fluid will instead be responsible for grabbing this one, tries to go for the flip reset into the goal, can't quite find that one. Will instead just settle for clearing it out.
That's almost something that they have to contend with every time. It's just like, hey, Brubuff, you're only allowed to clear the ball. You're not allowed to do anything else. Right now, Hobart stalling out in front, ready to kind of steal away a march in front of the Brubuff squad. Hobart saying, let's go ahead, ramp things up again. We had a minute and some for majority share of this game. Now we can do the same here as we enter into the second half here. Quick demo on the top side, denying even more push from Brubuff's end. And I'm just watching Smacked going ahead, chasing in as well. Reaper trying to do their best and clearing this ball out, but the ball lands right in front yet again. A Hobart gifted one in front of the net and take full advantage.
Reaper with a great cross there, and unfortunate cross, I guess, is more what I should be saying, because Hobart is the one that scooped that one up and plunked it into the goal. Sometimes that happens with these teams. Once you're really on fire in a game, right, like Rocket League, feels like all of your intentional efforts pay off, and then also you get those kinds of goals that are just right place, right time. It didn't look like a designed play so much as just understanding the opportunity in front of you and being ready to capitalize on it. Hobart has done that 3 times here in game number 3, yet unanswered by Brubuff. Have gone a little bit quiet, a little bit cold in the duration of this series. They're going to need to amount some offense. We've been talking about how much Hobart has been laying on the pressure, not letting them take a breath and take a reset. Brebuff needs to collect themselves and start playing some offense if they want to make their way back into this one. Especially with shots like these. I mean, this is like bated breath. This is edge of your seat kind of bounces here for Hobart.
At that point, I don't even know if that was a shot. However, Jahan finally finds one for Brebuff. It took them about 3.5 minutes, but they are rewarded with a goal of their own. Reaper on the far end, just watching that go down. It's a small step, but it is the step that they need to start bringing themselves back into this game.
Journey of 1,000 miles, they say Orbital, begins with a single step, and that is one step in the 2-mile journey that Brebuff now have to complete if they want to push this one to an overtime. To prevent this lead from getting any further out of hand. You can keep the lead to just the game, then you're pretty satisfied, but once you start to get a set deficit, especially after you came out so hot in game number 1, it's very difficult for Brebuff to shift the momentum back in their direction. Jahan was the one responsible for pushing that previous shot through. They'll be on the attack here alongside the rest of Brebuff, but the question is, are they going to find a way to sneak it through the cracks in the armor? Because Hobart, despite how much offense they've been playing, they seem to be very adept at defense as well.
Yeah, I mean, I love this. Hobart willing to kind of chase every single angle, and it feels like sometimes they're not even chasing the ball. They're chasing the front side. Jahan, though, with 30 seconds left, makes a crucial goal for the team on the cusp of a hat trick, which might be needed if they want to try and secure this game number 3.
Really just there to play rebound. And those are why you draw up those kinds of plays. You never know exactly where the ball's going to end up when it comes out of the corner like that. So you need somebody there to scoop it up in case that one does kick out at a funny angle, and Jahan in the perfect spot. Now 20 seconds left in this one, and it's going to be even more challenging to come back. Another goal for Hobart off the back of Kiri 2, and that is going to make it even more challenging for Brebuff to find their way back into this one. I would almost argue impossible, Orbital, but I've made that mistake before, so I'm not going to say that.
Kaizo, you've learned the lesson of just don't say that thing. As we do, just go ahead and watch the ball roll in front. All right, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right, Kaizo. As that is Hobart to go ahead and slam home this game. A 3-goal difference is a little bit too far to come from, and that is going to be most likely it here. Hobart now going to lead with 1.
Yeah, it would be quite the chain of goals here for Brebuff if they were to find their way back in. I mean, we're talking multiple kickoff goals in a row that don't touch the ground in the middle, because that is fairly unlikely. Timer ticks down, and Hobart will walk away with their victory in game number 3, putting them up 2-1 over the number 1 seed Brebuff. And the story of this one seems to be the shots on goal. 15 in that game alone from Hobart. It's just unrelenting aggression. And you mentioned quality versus quantity. Well, it really does seem like Hobart has both, but they've definitely got the quantity part down.
And it's this rotation, it's this constant barration of the goals, of constantly willing to take shots from midfield as well. These are not calculated shots a lot of time. These feel like just like, hey, Hail Mary it if you got the right side, even if it's not close to the goal. I want to point that out. Hobart are willing to just make individual shots on their own, even if it doesn't feel like it's going to go in. And eventually it will, because they just keep berating Brebuff down into the ground. Now let's see if Brebuff can do the same. Oh no,
way.
Not like this. Not like this. Off rip 2 seconds. That is Craxy to go ahead and take it.
Man, it's always so demoralizing when the replay starts and all of the cars are just stationary because the game hadn't even started yet. It's not the best look here for Brebuff, who really need to put their foot down and prevent this lead from Hobart from ballooning any further out of control. And to know that you're already down, essentially loading into game number 3, already down 2-1 in the set count. now down 1 goal as well in the game count. Very challenging situation for them to now find themselves in. Smacked by Craxy, another shot on goal, but is being tailed the entire time by a Brebuff defender, which does mean that that one's going to be saved at least for the time being.
Right now, Hobart keeping themselves in a very nice spot, and I want to see if they can keep up this aggression once again. They've been able to prove it right twice so far. And Brebuff, for their own, I can see him starting to spiral into some good slots. They are trying to bounce that ball out, long ball plays as well. And maybe this is that chance. Quick little tap on the back end. And now it's Katuro looking for the opportunity. I believe Brebuff is actively trying to force that ball into the air just to make sure to keep it out of Hobart's hands. And there it is, Jahan starting to find a roll. What a carry on your own midfield aerial. Beautifully done right there.
Yeah, I'm going to need another look at this one. You can see Hobart come flying in, the goalie desperately trying to get up and get in the way, but cannot manage to avoid the aerial dribble there from the other side. And that does mean that we are now back to evened up between these two squads. Despite the fact that the game lead is in favor of Hobart, the score lead in this one, at least this game, is back to even. Not in 2 seconds, mind you. They definitely had to work for that one, but they have managed to get it back either way.
Well, that's the thing. Jahan really waking up in these last 2 games is something that we're really, really happy about, especially if you're a Brebuff fan. You want to see an individual because that's where it starts. One player wakes up, then the rest follows suit. Once Jahan gets things under control, if they are able to, the rest of the team should follow suit. We'll see Reaper, we'll see Fluid all start to make their magic happen, and that's where we'll possibly see that first seed really come to light. Hobart, though, yet to really score a goal that is actively from their shots and not just a kick off. I want to say miracle, at the same time was a well-coordinated goal on their own too.
Sure. Yeah, miracle is maybe a bit of a stretch, but earned goal feels also like a bit of a stretch somehow, so I mean, either way, things even at least for now. Smacked by Craxy from out of left field, really comes screaming in to save that one. That could have very well just rolled in on its own. They fortunately were in the way to intercept that one. It's now Brebuff mounting together some aggression. Another great save there by Craxy. Seems to be everywhere they need to be all at the same time, preventing any of this aggression from Brebuff, who, by the way, have been looking significantly better in this one. We are calling for them to play more aggressively. They need to get some offensive tries if they want to find their way back into the set. They have definitely done exactly what we've asked of them here in the last couple of minutes.
Of course, we've asked for them for that part to kind of stifle that aggression. Now they need to go further beyond. They need to go into that direction of now we're on the offensive, now we're looking for the goals, now we're looking for the victories. Now let's see if they can pull it off. Right now it's still just that aerial combat, both teams sending flyers, which I love. Round about the side they go, the ball right in front, that's an opportunity, and Kinturo picks it up. Well played, well rolled out to the side, a beautiful passing play.
And a great cross there, as you said. Really does feel like they're constantly in the perfect position playing off of those rebounds. Those could be some of the best opportunities that you will get, is off of a shot that doesn't quite go your way, but everybody on the other team is so committed to making sure it doesn't end up going in the net. That they send too many bodies, overcommit, don't have anybody left to play defense. That's exactly what happened that time. We've seen a couple of goals like that, in fact, in favor of Hobart. That tends to happen when you're throwing everything at the wall. Eventually, Orbital, something is going to stick.
Or you could just keep throwing and it all lands on the floor. I don't know, really. We'll see what else happens here. This is going to be a launch and a half, as Hobart are looking to try and spice things up, speed things up as well with the last minute left. And this is where things get dangerous. Brebuff really comes alive at these moments. And we've seen both teams actively punch their way through. And keep in mind, this is game 4 right now. This is Hobart leading 2-1. If they win here, they are able to put themselves on Grand Championship point. And that would be a rough one to come back for if they are Brubuff. If you're looking at Brubuff's side, that's going to be a steal away. Kickback by Reaper. We're down to 40 seconds. You need this goal. Are you going to find it? Oh,
what
just
a
knocked out the goal
defensive
line.
effort. That is a crazy save there, basically in their own goal. A further inch or two, and that would have been a point going in the opposite way. But a spectacular save keeps things alive here. And Hobart now driving down the pitch, trying to make it into the Brubuff goal. All of the defenders are out playing offense, so nobody to play defense here. As they do scoop this one up, Fluid has it across the middle, and that one gets intercepted. Timer ticking down beneath 10 seconds. One goal separating these two teams. Hobart's side of the field is where the ball is currently bouncing around at. Fluid has it. Fluid's got a teammate,
great.
but it has been intercepted once again by Craxy, who all throughout game number 4 seemed to be in the perfect place at the perfect time to play defense.
And look at that yet again. Nasty amounts of shots, but this time leaning in the other direction. This time about, it was Hubbard that was trying, and they just tried to fight their way into an advantage, and Brubuff just wasn't able to. So Hobart saying, okay, we got all the saves. 11 saves to their name, by the way, is a wild number to have. So, I mean, Brubuff are trying. We give them credit. And that was all off the back, honestly, of Jahan. Jahan has been looking like that star that is slowly picking up steam. And now they've reached that break point. We are into game number 5. We are into that monumental moment of do or die for Brubuff if they want to continue fighting.
Everything boiling down this moment right here. Brubuff took game number 1, have now dropped a couple in a row to Hobart, the number 2 seed. Question is, what is left in the tank, both maybe metaphorically and literally here for Brubuff as we get underway in game number 5. As you mentioned, gonna need to win this one if they want to extend this set any further. It's been a close one. There hasn't been any blowouts in individual games, but in terms of the dynamic of the games, really seem to be favoring Hobart in a lot of these interactions and a lot of the general pacing seeming to be in their clutches. Brubuff are going to need to put something miraculous together here to find their way back into a even point of equality. Down 2 games, it's a pretty spectacular deficit. We know that they've got it in them. We know that they're here for a reason. Looked very dominant all throughout the season. Even winning the head-to-head, as you mentioned, Orbital, earlier on in the season against Hobart. They're going to need to rekindle some of that lost flame if they want to take away this game in these next 4 minutes of play.
Oh, that ball right in front is going to pass so many. It's Katuro. Long ball option. Brubuff were in control for first minute, but it's Hobart yet again to take that first goal. And Hobart see the finish line right now. They only have 1 more lap to go. This one last game.
Even making a substitution, I believe, is Hobart. I think Street Brawler 96 is new, so getting some additional reps from different players here, and in fact, almost getting another opportunity immediately on the Brubuff goal, but that one will be kicked away. Hitaru has really been the driving force for a lot of this Hobart offense, resulting in a lot of generated opportunities. Now scooping up this one, trying to drive it in with pure speed alone, but won't manage to make it in before all of Brubuff finds themselves directly in front of the ball. Will be intercepted by Hobart, though, kicked in the opposite direction, but a demo will give them the man advantage for a moment.
And with these demos, I expect them to come out a little bit more, especially from Brubuff. They need to start finding cracks inside of these offensive movements, and sometimes it's just taking someone out. Ball bounces just shy, dead ball in front. And it's a nice save by Brubuff. They're able to deny any further follow. Remember, Hobart kind of leans into these kind of chaotic offensive pushes. They love whenever the ball just kind of stops in the middle of the field so they can take advantage. Really nice of Brubuff to clear it out.
And those scramble situations seemingly favoring Hobart every single time that it comes up, especially when it's in front of the goal of Brubuff. Right now, they're the ones playing defense, so as the ball goes careening along that top upright, it does end up bouncing its way back toward middle field and back toward the blue side of the field. Didn't catch the field domination stat, but I had to imagine, Orbital, that a lot of the time spent throughout the game was on the Brubuff side of the field. Hobart The one's playing defense here now, though. Street Brawler does kick that one away, and that will come directly back in their own path. It is Kitcheru that saves that one, preventing that one from going in. Fluid has a shot, but the defense is there.
Winding down the last 2 minutes, we know both these teams love to get explosive in the final moments. We saw, what was it, the push to OT back in games 1 or 2. It was very chaotic and very enjoyable to watch, but all those goals pretty much occurred in the last few moments. Let's see if they can do it once again. Minute 40 left. A little bit of a chase now as we're getting a little bit bump heavy. I like that call. Again, chase after the car may be the best solution, as that's a pinch and a half. Streaks to the corner, but the crossbar is your best friend. Another save option, but no. Hobart streaks in like Superman. Well done here. Bumps out on either side as Hobart deny a singular goal from Barbuff. Now looking for a turn of their own. Another shot option, though, at this time. Fluid puts it in, and Barbuff tie things up.
Wow, the Guardian Angel for Hobart definitely putting in overtime, but finally clock out there as the opportunity is capitalized on by Barbuff. It felt like there was just no way a ball could possibly make its way into the orange goal for a moment there. They do manage to find the one weakness that Hobart left exposed. Even this game back out, it took quite a bit of time for them to capitalize on that opportunity or even generate very many offensive tries to begin with. Now that they are back to even, they can afford to play as fast or as slow as they would really choose to. It seems to the untrained eye, perhaps, that they're playing a very slow, very defensive game, but I think that that's going to shift very radically, very quickly as the timer continues to tick down. 40 seconds remaining in this one, and the playoff hopes for Barbuff still on the line.
And I love the little intermittent bumps that we see, as that's going to be a roller. Barbuff, though, starting to get a good handle on kind of tripping up Hobart here. 30 seconds left. Hobart swinging around once again, getting ready for their offensive push and getting ready for a chance at a 3-man attack, but they have to get back on defense on their own. Jahan checking for an opportunity. Remember, Jahan was the one that kind of pushed that game number 4 into a prime position. Good interception here. Fluid says hi, not enjoying this position, and Jahan also not getting a piece of that ball. We're winding down to the last few seconds, and it looks like it is going to be that finale as it's dumped into the ground. We're going to OT, game 5 OT, option available.
Just watching to see if any theatrics happen here, and immediately the ball goes in. I had a feeling it was going to be another kickoff goal, and Craxy, always in the right place, right time, kicks that one up to the teammate, and the excellent finish is there from Kitcheru. And once again, in the overtime, in the scramble, in the kickoff situations, Hobart manages to convert, and it takes 6 games for them, but they manage to walk away with a 4-1 lead and a 4-1 victory.
It was so spicy. Let's be honest. The two teams duked it out to the absolute limits, and Hobart getting revenge for the earlier regular season loss that went 3-2. They now take the crown and are your AA Rocket League Division champions. Well fought, well played to Hobart High School.
And you gotta love the fact that Hobart had all of those spectators there in the stands waiting to see them come to fruition, see all the hard work they put in. You can tell that since the last time these two teams meet, Hobart have put in a ton of work to get better, because this is a team that, you know, that you would assume that a team like Hobart, with how they played that grand finals, would have come in as the #1 seed. I mean, it is incredibly challenging to not only remain on offense for that long as they did throughout that entire set, but also find these good opportunities and not allow anything to slip through the cracks. Only dropping the first game and that one being in overtime, I mean, this is a spectacular performance from Hobart.
And I hope to see even more. These players are probably more than happy about getting the crown, but you know they're looking more into the future now. I'm sure they're looking beyond just the AA division. They're looking maybe even into the collegiate sphere as well. Congratulations again to the Hobart squad. Well fought by the side of Barbuff, and we hope to see even more of them as well. But there's more IEN action as the Indiana Esports Network will continue their coverage of the grand finals action over at Ball State, as we now are moving to the AAA Division Grand Finals for Rocket League. So please don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Just rolls slowly across the goal, and everybody can do nothing but watch as it goes by and see whether or not it goes in. As Jahan and Brubba mentioned that these teams have met previously, and here's a great start for Hobart. Kitaru will absolutely be taking that first goal and knocking that one in for potentially play off of. Here comes the third member of Hobart on the rotation coming through. They will be trying to intercept this one and take it away from Brubba, but hang on a second, nobody in the goal! They pulled the goalie, and that one just bounces straight. They pulled the goalie, and that one just bounces straight into the goal. Everybody on the orange side of things was trying to play offense.
They've basically taken the shot, streamed out for the max, went right back in. They're constantly rotating their boosts out. And it's just now where Brubba are like, oh, we can finally move to the attack, and they do it perfectly. Jahan only needs one, where Hobart needed 7. Well done to Brubba as they take Hobart for their own, trying to get the ball under control. Remember, as soon as they get their aggression down, they go all out. They are willing to roll it out. That's an accidental own goal. Jahan rolled on top of the ball, and it feels kind of bad, but Hobart take a goal all the way down. The engine's revving as fast as possible. They're going to tip it off the crossbar, and they're going to look for the angle. They do yet again. Hobart takes 3, and all Brubba needs.
Sneak that one in past the goalie. Very fantastic individual effort there, cashed in on evening things back up, and wow, what a fast goal here for Hobart. Kitaru has absolutely been the one driving a lot of the aggression here.
Hobart getting back on defense here and saying, not so easy.
Gator in the corner has a teammate with them, dribbling it down the field and actually dribbling it directly into the goal. Craxy manages
over quality is kind of the way I see it here. Hobart just kind of slamming the club against the shield as many times as they can before the goals go in. Yet again, a little bit of a dead ball situation here, as that's going to be tipped in, as we were just saying. Hobart just
taking that one away. That could have been the start of something dangerous for Hobart, but instead now is the start of something dangerous for Hobart, as Gator manages to bounce that one off the ceiling. We'll take another look. The way that they drove this one in off the kind of bounces here for Hobart.
At that point, I don't even know if that was a shot. However, Jahan finally finds one for Brubov. It took them about 3.5 minutes, but they are rewarded with a goal of their own. Reaper on the far end, just watching that go down. It's a small. Yeah, I mean, I love this. Hobart willing to kind of chase every single angle, and it feels like sometimes they're not even chasing the ball. They're chasing the front side. Jahan, though, with 30 seconds left, makes a crucial goal for the team on the cusp of a hat trick, which might be needed if they want to try and secure this game number 3.
In the perfect spot. Now 20 seconds left in this one, and it's going to be even more challenging to come back. Another goal for Hobart off the back of Kiri 2. That is going to make it even more challenging for Brubov to find their way back.
Kaizo, you've learned the lesson of just don't say that thing. As we do, just go ahead and watch the ball roll in front. All right, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right, Kaizo. That is Hobart to go ahead and slam home this game. A 3-goal difference is a little bit too far to come from, and that is going Brubov down into the ground. Now let's see if Brubov can do the same. Oh no,
No way.
Not like this, not like this. Off rip, 2 seconds. That is Craxy to go ahead and take it.
Man, it's always so demoralizing when the replay starts and all of the cars
Just to make sure to keep it out of Hobart's hands, and there it is. Jahan starting to find a roll. What a carry on your own midfield aerial. Beautifully done right there.
Yeah, I'm going to need another look at this one. You can see Hobart come flying in, the goalie desperately trying.
Looking for a turn of their own. Another shot option, though, at this time. Fluid puts it in, and Brubov tie things up.
Wow, the Guardian Angel for Hobart definitely putting in overtime, but finally clock out there as the
Option available.
Just watching to see if any theatrics happen here, and immediately the ball goes in. I had a feeling it was going to be another kickoff goal, and Craxy, always in the right place, right time, kicks that one up to the teammate, and the excellent finish is there from Kitaru. And once again, in the overtime, in the scramble, in the kickoff situations, Hobart manages to convert, and it takes 6 games for them, but they manage to walk away with a 4-1 lead and a 4-1 victory.
It was so spicy, let's be honest. The two teams duked it out to the absolute limits, and Hobart getting revenge for the earlier regular season loss that went 3-2. They now take the crown and are your AA Rocket League Division champions. Well fought. After almost 8 hours of games and multiple competitions, we are rounding out the closing of the Indiana Esports Network Grand Finals Day over at Ball State University. Great shout out to the esports program there for hosting this amazing event. And we have one more match ahead of us. It is the AAA Division Rocket League matchup, and my gosh, is there a story to tell. We have Carmel High School going up against Hamilton Southeastern. Carmel, of course, coming in as the first seed, undefeated through the bracket, but my gosh, does Hamilton Southeastern have a vastly different story to tell.
Yeah, two completely different paths to get to the grand finals here. Orbital Carmel, as you mentioned, undefeated throughout all of the playoffs to get to this point. But down on the other side of the bracket, across the railroad tracks, Hamilton has been grinding tooth and nail from their position as the 11 seed in 5-game sets, every single set, to get to where they're at now. You can see them there at the bottom. They took down Concord 3-2. They took down Snyder 3-2. They took down Portage 3-2. And now they're faced with the undefeated #1 seed Carmel in the grand finals. And you can only imagine that one of these two streaks, the 3-0 streak or the 3-2 streak, is going to be broken. And, you know, we're just here to find out which one.
I'm gonna be thrilled and entertained because this does feel like a test. Carmel will have to be very aware of the fact that Hamilton are currently like the naysayers almost. They have gone ahead, ripped away a lot of victories from teams that should feel like they should be here, but the 11th seed, having gone in the regular season 3-3, just a 50% win rate in their in-series score. Hamilton Southeastern are kind of the Cinderella story here, and so this first game opening up, we've seen teams do okay in that stance. Let's see if they can pull off a victory here as we get underway with game #1. Hamilton Southeastern in the orange, Carmel over in the blue.
Carmel already with the ball and already with an opportunity. Mr. Mekki nearly driving that one in, has help from two different teammates. Everybody gets a touch on that one. Restless Sparrow will be the one who gets it in the end. But it was a team effort from Carmel in the first few seconds, the opening few seconds of this one. And Carmel already off to quite the lead 10 seconds in.
So that's how it's gonna be, huh?
Right.
Carmel showing no fear and no hesitation to rip away some of these victories. And of course, it's only game 1. I get that, but that is a display of dominance. When you get every single member in on that goal, it shows a fierce control over the map and over this field. So very, very excited to see what more Carmel can put down. Right now, the ball is a little bit outside of their range. High ball off the crossbar, but you can see Hamilton being able to chase around and get pretty dang close. Of course, Carmel's still waiting for their opportunity. Full boost on multiple ends as it's Hamilton that's actually starved for boosts on their own side.
They're in the goal, playing defense, and a high bouncing ball controlled there by Chris D. Won't end up amounting to very much, and instead just to be kicked around in the corner a bit. Hamilton finally do manage to clear this and have an opportunity to play some offense of their own. Waves is backing up, potentially catch any rebounds coming back in their direction, but just as soon as the chance presented itself, it is stolen away here by Carmel, who are back on the aggression, crossing it into the middle, and an own goal there is unfortunately, it looks like Carmel got the better end of that one and managed to, oh, nope, not a goal, just an excellent touch. That the angle that ball came off at, Orbital, made me think it was a defender, but no, it was just a perfectly positioned attacker from Carmel.
But see, that's how sneaky Carmel is. That's how sneaky they are in conjunction, and I can see them doing it yet again. They make goals look so effortless. They make it look like they're not even worried, and yet they can break out in some of the most dominating skill shots that we've seen so far. And we're going to see it happen again. That's just a flyby goal. Mr. Mekki shows the Mechs in half, and you can see those fist bumps. They know they got it on lock.
Yeah, they're feeling themselves here, already beginning to get the train rolling out of the station. 3 goals in less than 2 minutes. They're definitely demonstrating what got them to this point to begin with. Don't forget, the #1 seed undefeated coming into this one all the way throughout the playoffs. Hamilton has been slaying giants, a real David and Goliath story, but this is the biggest opposition they've had to face down all throughout the final, or excuse me, all throughout the playoffs, and it's only getting larger as the game ticks on. And they score one more already, 4-0 now.
And I love the little fanfare there. Listen, when you're 4-0 in the grand final so far, Carmel are going ahead and saying we are the victors. You can see them pumping their fists a little bit, and you should be proud of how far you have gone. Carmel going ahead and saying we're the first seed for a reason. We're going to maintain our advantages. Hamilton, they're going to fight for the ball. At the end of the day, I really am seeing them fight, but it's just that Carmel are that dang good. Chris D getting one for their own again.
5 goals is nothing to scoff at. I mean, we're getting very close to the number of points where, you know, entire sets are decided by 5 goals. But somehow they've managed to amount to just that much, opening 2.5 minutes or so, not even in fact. Game number 1. But the thing is, no matter how many goals they score, no matter how many goals Carmel can come out with, don't forget they're only getting 1 point, and that's assuming they end up winning this. So just because it looks like Hamilton Southeastern are struggling a little bit in game number 1 doesn't mean that they can't come out guns blazing game number 2. But I will admit, Orbital, it's not a good sign when we're not even halfway through this one and we're already talking about game 2.
I mean, that's the way you look at it. Carmel saying hello and welcome here. Welcome to the big dog stage. We're going to go ahead and punch our ticket through. Now, I do want to give a big shout out right now as we are watching a Rocket League here. At the current moment, Fortnite AAA Division Grand Finals are happening over on the LOS_Scholastic stream. Go ahead, show some love to those competitors just as well. And all the love to them as they compete for their chance at a crown. We are about 2 minutes left in this grand finals game number 1. And Carmel, as I've put respect on their name, are putting respect on their own gameplay as they're aiming for a 7th teammate back. And what a great save by Hamilton. But they still gotta make an offensive move at the end of the day.
This is feeling eerily similar to the set that we just watched, where the aggression is unrelenting from one team, the other challenged to even make it out of their own goal. Hamilton have some time left in this one, unlikely, but as we learned quite recently, not mathematically impossible to come back from a deficit quite like this. You gotta assume that Hamilton beginning to think about game number 2 and what went wrong here in game number 1. Really does just seem to me like it is the sheer amount of opportunities being given away to Carmel. We mentioned previously, you know, throwing enough at the wall to see what sticks. Well, they're throwing everything and the kitchen sink at Hamilton Southeastern right now. And eventually you're just not going to be able to save every single ball that comes your way. Especially with the angles that Carmel are taking. I mean, these are very sneaky approaches. I mentioned positioning like defenders in front of the goal. These are not the kinds of approaches that you're really accustomed to, and Hamilton definitely making it known here.
I think for Carmel, they're also just, you know, happily accustomed to letting these last few moments kind of play out. You don't want to get too messy. Of course, you don't want to get too over eager and let your net up and, you know, kind of give that chance over. But at the same time, Carmel, I think, you know, you talked about the number of shots and maybe just the overwhelming pressure. It doesn't feel like Carmel have had an overwhelming number of shots. Quite honestly, I'm curious. Once we go to the stat screen, I'm curious to see how many shots they actually took versus the number of goals they have, because it feels so concise. It feels so surgical in some of their team play, and it's seemed so under their own hands. It feels like they have never been worried in their life. And I can't wait to see where it goes. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah.
6 goals, 6 assists, 13 shots. Okay, maybe they did, but it did not feel like we were at that level. Crazy stats for them.
I'm pretty sure that Hamilton felt like there were 13 shots on goal. I'm going to be honest with you, because they were definitely under fire for the entirety of that one. Only managing to put together 1 shot of their own. Waves was responsible for kicking that one in the direction of the Carmel goal, but couldn't find a home for it, meaning that it is a goose egg for game number 1 for Hamilton. Meanwhile, Carmel for what it's worth, came in very hot, started to slow down a little bit as the game ticked onward. Maybe Hamilton settling in a little bit, getting more comfortable throughout this one. But this is exactly the territory that Hamilton have been in before. Don't forget, 3-2 every single time that we have seen them in the playoffs. They are not unaccustomed to taking these sets long. It's really going to show a deviation in the pattern, we'll say, if Carmel end up dropping a game, which they have not done all throughout their playoff run.
I think that's just like the test here. It's the idea of first place untouched. Will they continue to be at the pinnacle of the AAA division, or will Hamilton draw them down to the mortal realm? Will they show that gods can bleed? That's what the question is all about, and right now that passing play is working wonders. Hamilton having shored up their defense, though. Keep in mind that around this time in game number 1, we already saw about 2 goals go down, so Hamilton really shoring up their defenses and making sure to make it a lot more difficult for Carmel to get a good punch on the scene.
It is a good sign if you're a fan of the Orange Cars that this is the way that game number 2 is starting out. Sometimes all you need is a moment to step away, take a breath, and realize that we're here for a reason. We know what to do. We just have to execute. Looks like Hamilton maybe haven't drank the the secret sauce from Space Jam, but they're definitely feeling a little bit better than they did in game number 1. It was what, a 4 or 5 goal deficit at this point just 5 minutes ago. Now they're even getting some offensive tries as well. Fake Challenge responsible for kicking that one out. We haven't even said their name very often because they haven't been needed to save a whole lot of these opportunities. Hamilton looking significantly better here, even as Carmel start careening toward their goal.
I think right now Hamilton really, whoever and whatever they did in between the matches has really shown a lot of prowess. We've seen them, a lot of their mistakes already taken care of. Ball now in the midfield, though, as we already crest into the last 3 minutes of this game. Let's see if anything changes here. Carmel really haven't changed up their style of decent offense and consistency in that value. It's just that they're running a little bit closer towards their own end of the field. They're running a lot more long ball action instead of meeting halfway and being able to find those pinches. Great divergence again as Hamilton are leading in the air. Great catch as Fake Challenge can't complete that roll, and Wade's trying to roll up right behind. Carmel, though, with a good save, ensures it stays at goose eggs for both.
That was a cute little flip there from Waves. Almost managed to sneak that one by, but the defenses were very appropriate from Carmel, and now we've got a challenge 1v2 here. As hang on, the ball control from Hamilton Southeastern. That was a spectacular individual effort from Waves, but somehow couldn't manage to cash in on that one. Stovetop will come over the top and get a hand on it. Now Waves once more trying to drive this one in, but won't be able to make it. Still so many more chances here for Hamilton than we've seen up until this point.
Oh, easily. They've been able to actually keep it in the midfield, and I wouldn't be surprised at a long ball shot. You can see a couple saves and a couple shots for Waves here specifically. And now it's just over to Restless Sparrow. They've had 3 saves on their own, so both teams kind of getting in on the action, and that's where the mix-up occurs. Maybe Hamilton just needed a little bit of time to warm up here. Maybe they need to warm up to the challenge of taking on the first seed squad. Roundabout we go. Good denial by Carmel, taking it back up that left side of their own field. Wait, trying to look for a chance, takes it away and is going to boost out, but 0 boost left means the teammate has to pick it up. Are they going to find it off the crossbar in the top right corner? Very, very close, but not going to go in.
Yeah, you heard that ding as it hit the crossbar, meaning that's just about as close as you can get without managing to kick it in. Mr. Meckian Fake Challenge now trying to push it in, but a so much slower paced game than game number 1. 4 minutes ticking down and almost nothing to be spoken of in terms of offensive opportunities for either one of these two squads, which is a significant improvement for Hamilton, but makes me wonder what happened to all that steam from Carmel from game number 1. Did Hamilton just adapt that quickly and figure them out? Or is maybe something missing from the Carmel offense that we saw in game number 1 that isn't present here in game number 2? The answer to that question might be it's going to be settled in 30 seconds or more between these two teams if we end up going to some extra time, which beginning to look increasingly likely, as still neither team capable of getting any good opportunities. That one's going to be kicked away from the Hamilton goal. Now it's going to be a shot for the Orange team.
For Hamilton, this is one of the best situations you could ask for. Mr. Mekki, though, looking for a chance, rolls it underneath, challenge on the back end. Another pop up, and it's going to land right in front. The touch again, Restless Sparrow waiting for a teammate to roll on in, but punch out impossible grounding by Hamilton. It's being dribbled though, another punch out, Stovetop just like, please let the ball drop, we want to go to OT, we want to settle this game. But Carmel showing their absolute flair for the extraordinary. Might have backfired here, as it's going to touch right in front of the net. Hamilton! Disaster strikes, it was so dang close, it was literally in front of the goal line, we're into OT.
Oh, that is tragic for Hamilton. That almost went in, but unfortunately didn't quite have the distance and managed to be grounded before it bounced its way into that goal. That would have been not only their goal responsible for taking game number 2, but also the first goal we would have seen from them in this playoff between these two squads, and instead is into extra time we go. Feels like this could be taking quite a bit longer than we've seen some of the extra times in the past. At the very least, no kickoff goals this time around, Orbital. It's now Carmel playing defense on their own side of the field. Fake challenge leading the charge. Restless Sparrow steals that one away and kicks it out to the other corner. And all of Hamilton watches the ball comes their way.
Oh, but that sets it up right in the midfield. Punched out to the left side once again. This is Restless Sparrow to try and roll it, but Hamilton, the rotations are on point right now. And I think, honestly, what's changed so far, even if they lose this game, they have to be proud of their defensive measures. They've really shored it up. They made sure to always keep a member in goal, and they always make sure to rotate out the original defender to get their boost up and around. And I think that's the main difference here. Quick dribble, though, as fake challenge tries to fake it over the top head. But a teammate is there from Hamilton Southeastern. Mr. Mekki, though, able to intercept, and the aerial game is denied. Fake challenge lets it roll by as the teammate picks it up on the far end. Redirect as well. So close by Hamilton Southeastern. Gonna try and pump it out. It's right in front of the net, though, and that's done. Fake challenge. It's a true challenger at the end of the day. And that's game number 2 to Carmel's hands.
And a great cross there from Restless Sparrow all the way across the net. They were waiting on the left-hand side. And a very, very tense game 2 ends up in favor of Carmel. They keep I was going to say undefeated, but I guess the no games dropped streak alive going into game number 3 now. Much fewer shots on goal, despite the fact that they did end up getting lower rate of conversion on those, but a much better offensive performance from Hamilton Southeastern. And that's the kind of adaptation you need in a longer set like this, being able to stand up to the challenge and make changes on the fly. We'll see what else Hamilton has left in the tank, what other strategies they have available. Because right now it's looking like they're absolutely going to be giving Carmel a run for their money. I mean, seeds be damned, these teams are incredibly well matched.
It's one of those games that I swear we're going to sit back and say, hey, don't look at the end score. You have to watch the match and see how well it went. Hamilton now understanding that gods can bleed and that there can be an opportunity abound. They're able to stop the onslaught, and now they can try and punch back. Fake challenge, though, routing on the right side, sitting in the middle, waiting for a pass from a teammate. It's going to be jostled as Restless really can't get it under control. Great body block out of Hamilton Southeastern. Stovetop able to deny, forces the ball to midfield. And it is going to be a little bit sent backwards. Midfield action here as Hoyden just trying to roll it out and away. Carmel, though, still feeling pretty okay with their current stance. It's right around the defender. Chris, what a goal!
What a little move there at the end. Kind of nutmegged him. Looked like it was going to go left, goes right instead. A very quick turn. Really sneaks that one past 2 defenders. You can see both of them trying to cover that bottom left-hand corner. Expected it to just be dribbled in very quietly, but instead manages to pop that one up to the right-hand side and find the perfect location for it. It felt like a bit of a scoring deficit throughout the latter stages of game number 2, and now going here into game number 1. But it has been finally broken by Carmel, who are beginning to make their way toward that same number of shots on goal, the same amount of aggression that we saw from them earlier on in this set. Hamilton going to need to find another adaptation, make even more changes if they want to be able to keep up and keep pace.
Listen, they've already proven a lot of naysayers wrong, even making it here to the grand finals. They have so much to be proud for, and they have so much more to do. What a chance to roll, but it's not going to happen. Carmel, make sure the defense is stalwart. They deny any further aggression. They're going to walk forward here with a chance of a second. High punt away, though. Hamilton Southeastern looking at that netting, and maybe they have someone in the midfield, but no. Challenged out by Carmel. Hear that ball a little bit off kilter. So, a little bit of a heart skip beat for the side of Carmel, but they're back in control once again with only one goal. They've done it before, and they do it again.
Gonna need to. This game is gonna go anywhere near the pacing that we've got right now. It's a very flashy, very abrupt start to the game, to the set rather. As the set is ticked onward, it's starting to feel like every shot, every goal is going to matter more and more as time ticks onward. Waves, the rest of Hamilton Southeastern, still yet to score a goal, but feel kind of like they got robbed on that one right before overtime. So we know that they're very well capable of it. They're playing better and better, it seems, with every minute that ticks by. The question is, how much can you catch up? How much distance is still between you and Carmel? Are you capable of closing that gap in the 2 minutes or so that we've got left here in game number 3? Down 2-0 doesn't feel like it's completely out of reach, but now 2-0 is going to feel even more difficult to make your way back.
And such a good tap as well. Hamilton, they really did try to defend against that one, but the jostle didn't go the right way, so Fake Challenge was able to still dribble that one straight to the middle of the net, and a great cross-up on the last two defenders. Really, really well timed. 2-0. We're now in that semi-safety range. And Hamilton Southeastern are like, ah, crap, okay. Let's see what more we can do. Ball punch to the middle of the ground. High ball action going to be off the top of this Carmel player head. And I wonder if they're going to be able to do a little bit more here. Once again, we want to see Hamilton Southeastern look to score a goal. Restless Sparrow, though, aims directly at the net. But no, Carmel not going to score the third.
Hamilton, minute and a half here to start getting some momentum underneath themselves before they start running out of time. Got the ball on the correct side of the field at least, but it's very challenging to get it past Fake Challenge and the rest of Carmel, especially with how aggressive they've been. Every time that they touch the ball, it seems like it's not just to clear, it's facilitating an opportunity for Restless Sparrow or one of these other blue players to step forward and try to make a shot on goal. One man by themselves, Chris D steps forward and makes it between two players of Hamilton Southeastern, extending this lead to 3 and getting that one directly underneath Hoyden.
It was a great double tap. Hoyden was in a comfortable spot to defend against a normal shot, but Christie making sure to get the full body of that car behind. And with 3, this danger's abound. Is that going to be goal number 1? No, it bounces off the crossbar. Teammate tries to help out, but you actually blocked it out of the way. Oh, that hurts so much. Hamilton Southeastern were just trying to reset, but they reset the own goal as well. That means it's going to stay at 3-0 instead of 3-1. And now we got to look at another piece of that pie. Carmel sweetening the pot here, as only 30 seconds are left before they're going to be sitting on match point before they're sitting on that position of champions here in the IEN Grand Finals for the AAA division. They are ready to take their throne.
Hamilton still left in their scopes, trying to play spoiler with 10 seconds left in this one, though. Game number 3 just about written off in favor of Carmel in the blue cars. Hamilton Southeast can do little more than watch as another opportunity, fleeting and few, comes and goes. They will end up grounding this one eventually after a little bit of prelude and a little bit of drama. Restless Sparrow and the rest of the squad managed to kick that one away, and Carmel advanced to game number 4 with that 3-0 lead. And I'm going to call it right now, Orbital. I'm going to say it before we even load into the next game. If Hamilton Southeastern take this next game, they win the set. I genuinely think that all they need is that one foothold, and then they immediately manage to pull their way through the gate and successfully put down this Goliath matchup that they've found themselves in front of. And then, obviously, I mean, it goes without saying, if Carmel win, then they just win, because that's how it works. But the next game, to me, is the real Game 7. Like, I think that whoever wins this is definitely going to be the victor.
All right, well, we'll see if you're correct, because we're headed directly back in. One more chance. You walk the tightrope without a safety net now, Hamilton Southeastern, but you've been here before. There has been no challenge that you haven't been able to overcome in your warpath to the grand finals. Clap your hands, Hamilton Southeastern. You know it, you love it. If you're in the house, wave your hands, get hyped, because Carmel is doing the exact same. Kickoff is set 5 minutes on regular time as we're already, oh no, in position is fake challenge. Gets the kickoff goal once again. Carmel opening goal here in game 4.
Fake challenge from downtown and a half manages to scoop that one up and drop it directly into the Hamilton Southeastern goal. And that is potentially a bad omen here for the Cars in blue. It is a rough start, or excuse me, for the Cars in orange rather. A rough start for Hamilton Southeastern and a rough continuation as well. Fake challenge with only 10 or 15 seconds of gameplay. Managed to get another one in off the back of an excellent pass by Chris D. And 2 goals, blink and you'll miss it. 15 seconds go by. Carmel off to a roaring start in game number 4.
There's nothing fake about fake challenge. Chris D about to do the exact same as they laid in once again. They heard us talking. They heard us talking about Hamilton Southeastern possibly coming back. And Carmel said, you don't do the Kings like that.
Number 1 seed for a reason is this Carmel squad. Hamilton, a much taller mountain to climb. They're down 3 goals, almost 4 there. Christie almost managed to put that one in. But a good stop will at least keep this within striking distance. Still a very difficult undertaking ahead of Hamilton Southeastern. They want to keep their playoff hopes alive. Got 4 minutes to score 4 goals to take the game, or at least 3 to push them into that extra time. And that's assuming they can withstand the unrelenting assault from Carmel, which seems to be only heating back up here. Maybe they're a bookend kind of team, where it's, you know, the start and the end was really the strengths of this roster. Because Hamilton Southeastern looked probably at their best at the end of game number 1 and the beginning of game number 2. They need to channel that version of this team if they want to find a way back into this one.
Right now, that demo is one way to do it. You go ahead and knock out fake challenge, and I think this is something Hamilton Southeastern should have been doing a lot earlier. Getting nitty and gritty with it, slamming their cars in, hoping to get the demos and just deny a lot of those opportunities. They do it to Mr. Mekki again, so it is going to happen, and yet it feels like it's not enough. It's just another shot blocked here. Great save coming out of Stovetop, but they need to do it once again. Hamilton Southeastern on their own side of the field going, why? Why are you guys so strong? Why are you doing so well? Teammate runs in, bumps it out in the way. Hamilton Southeastern just trying to juggle it out from their side. Stovetop punts it away down the row, and the field is wide and open, yet Christie says, I only want one space here.
2 minutes and 45 seconds, all that separate Carmel that first place trophy, if they can manage to make it there unscathed. Been completely untouched all throughout the playoffs. Nobody has managed to take even a single game off of this team, making them a very well-known number 1 seed, the boogeyman of the bracket to be certain. Hamilton Southeastern played spoiler to a number of high-seeded teams, have played excellent Rocket League to get themselves to this point. It seems like they're going to need to take every last drop of their resolve and squeeze it out, wring it out like a wet dish rag. They're going to fight their way back into this one. We're talking about 1 goal every minute and a half. They want to be able to fight their way back in. how this game is going, with how aggressive Carmel continue to play, I mean, this is a Herculean task.
The window of space for a savior moment is quickly closing, doors slamming in their face. Hamilton Southeastern, the Cinderella run. That clock is about to strike midnight. Carmel about to show reality, how strong they are. A minute and a half left, and Mr. Mekki just rolling around with the rest of the team saying, hey, what do we want to go for? Do we want to go for a three-man play? Do we want to go for a single dribble? Do we want to go for the aerial? Do we want to go for a kickflip? What do we want to do? The world is their oyster at this point. You can see him rolling along the ground here, 2 in the center stage, quick kick to the left side, and it's double out of Chris D. So Hamilton Southeastern still fighting tooth and nail for their piece of the pie. Still no goal for them though, as Carmel intercepted once again.
Still scoreless here. Hang on a second. Chris D had to put some fancy footwork in there to prevent that ball from going in. It's now an aerial challenge between the two teams. Ball drops down. Chris D picking this one back up as it kicks out in the Carmel direction. Another chance here for Hamilton Southeastern. 38 seconds, 3 goals left to tie this one up. And the clock is ticking down, getting louder and louder every moment, every tick ringing in the Hamilton Southeastern players' ears as Carmel dribble this ball forward, not only toward the goal, but toward their undefeated playoff run.
Chris D, Mr. Mekki, fake challenging every single one of the teammates not seen here today. Carmel High School, they have gone undefeated in playoffs. They will score yet again, and they will put the final stamp of approval on their victory. 3-0 throughout the quarterfinals and semis, top of the leaderboard in the regular season, and here in the grand finals, not dropping a single game, not dropping a single goal even. Carmel High School are your 2025 Spring IEN Rocket League Division AAA champions.
And well earned as well, because you want to talk about not dropping a game being impressive? Well, how about not dropping a goal, like you said? That is almost unheard of. And look at Carmel, just business as usual between these guys. They are absolutely accustomed to this kind of greatness. They have played a phenomenal season, a phenomenal postseason. So big congratulations to them. Credit where it's due for an excellent game played all throughout that set. They definitely didn't let up the pressure a single time. A mark of one of these great Rocket League teams, in Carmel carving their names into the stone, making sure everyone is aware that they're the #1 seed for a reason. They are the reigning kings of this season.
And another huge shout out though to Hamilton Southeastern. I mean, there is something to be said about glorious underdog stories, and they made waves. I think they came into this knowing it was going to be a tough challenge. They knew that Carmel were going to give them no quarter, and the fact that they fought to make that game 2 and 3 explosive, to say the least, matches what we want to see here in the Indiana Esports Network. We want to see the grand finals be explosive. We want to see teams battle it out even in the face of adversity, and I think that's what we got here. Kaizo, it's been amazing, my man. We have seen so much action across so many different matches. I gotta ask you, which one was your favorite to watch so far, or who stood out to you the most?
Man, that's a tough one. I really might have to say, man, it's going to feel like recency bias, but this last set is the one that I felt like I was on the edge of my seat for the most time, because the way that Hamilton got to this point just makes you think that they have fate on their side, like it's only a matter of time before they flip the switch and then fight their way back into this one. I always thought that it was well within their reach, except for maybe certain parts of that last game, but up until that point, I really did think that they had it in them. So I have to give it to not only the incredible performance that got the winning team, but also the incredible performance that got the losing team to where they're at now. It just feels like the difference between a competition and an art form, and we got to see an incredible version of both of those two things.
It was an amazing time, and again, as he called Carmel, really putting the final lashes on the end of the 2025 spring season. I am so happy that I got to be here with you, Kaizo, and we have to give some ever so lovely shout outs for the end of this side. Now, of course, there is going to be a little bit of an award show at the very end here, so make sure to stay tuned to that one. I believe if you're in the venue, please go ahead and stick around to see all the awards pass out to those that have ranked and placed on the podium as well, across Rocket League, across Fortnite, across, I believe Valorant was there as well, League of Legends even. We got Overwatch 2 and Minecraft Bed Wars. All of these amazing talents and a lot of amazing competitors all deserve their due rewards. Of course, for the broadcast side, we are going to be done. Shout out once again to Ball State for allowing IEN to use their facilities. Huge and amazing hosts to be able to hold such a large event. I believe there were so many viewers and participants here. It literally was quadruple digit number of people, so really big shout out there. A shout out to our sponsor, Gravity Gaming by Bytespeed, powered, of course, this entire event by Alienware, League OS, and Esports Spectrum Industries, McDonald's as well in there. Thank you so much for helping out for our regular season side, Zotac, Landfest, of course, and LOS Portal. Once again, gotta give a big shout out for allowing us to show the regular season too, with all of the casters and all of the production that has helped us out. I'm gonna run down just some of the names that we've seen. Connie as well as Jaden helping to run the show, Tyler on the prod, and of course Kaizo, it's been such a journey and a happy ending nonetheless. Thank you so much to every single one of you viewing this stream. My name is Orbital. Thank you for watching the Indiana Esports Network, and we will see you all later. Maybe. I've gone undefeated in playoffs. They will score yet again, and they will put the final stamp of approval on their victory.
Already with an opportunity, Mr. Mekki nearly driving that one in, has help from two different teammates. Everybody gets a touch on that one. Restless Sparrow will be the one who gets it in the end. But it was a team effort from Carmel. In the first few seconds, they were back on the aggression, crossing it into the middle, and an own goal there is, unfortunately, it looks like Carmel got the better end of that one and managed to, oh, no, not a goal, just an excellent touch. That
the most dominating skill shots that we've seen so far. And we're going to see it happen again. That's just a flyby goal. Mr. Mekki shows the mechs in half, and you can see those fist bumps. They know they got it on lock.
Yeah, they're feeling themselves here. David and Goliath story, but this is the biggest opposition they've had to face down all throughout the final, or excuse me, all throughout the playoffs. And it's only getting larger as the game ticks on. And they score one more already, 4-0 now.
Hamilton, they're going to fight for the ball. At the end of the day, I really am seeing them fight, but it's just that Carmel are that dang good. Chris D getting one for their own again.
5 goals is nothing to scoff at. I mean, we're winning this. So just because it looks like Hamilton Southeastern are struggling a little bit in game number 1 doesn't mean that they can't come out guns blazing game number 2. But I will admit, Orbital, it's not a good sign when we're not even halfway through this one and we're already talking.
Another pop up, and it's going to land right in front. The touch again, Restless Sparrow waiting for a teammate to roll on in, but punch out impossible grounding by Hamilton. It's being dribbled though. Another punch out, Stovetop, just like, please let the ball drop. We want to go to OT. We want to settle this game. But Carmel showing their absolute flair for the extraordinary. Backfired here, and redirect as well. So close by Hamilton Southeastern. Gonna try and pump it out. It's right in front of the net though. That's done. Fake challenge. It's a true challenger at the end of the day. And that's game number 2 to Carmel's hands.
Great cross there from Restless Sparrow all the way across the net. They were waiting on the left-hand side. A very, very tense game 2 ends up in favor. Down 2-0. Doesn't feel like it's completely out of reach, but now 2-0 is going to feel even more difficult to make your way back.
And such a good tap as well. Hamilton, they really did try to defend against that one.
step forward, try to make a shot on goal. One man by themselves, Chris D steps forward and makes it between two players of Hamilton Southeastern, extending this lead to 3 and getting that one directly underneath Hoyden.
There's nothing fake about fake challenge. Chris D about to do the exact same as they laid in once again. They heard us talking. They heard us talking about Hamilton Southeastern possibly coming back. And Carmel seen here today. Carmel High School. They have gone undefeated in playoffs. They will score yet again. And they will put the final stamp of approval on their victory. 3.
be able to have a facility like this and for them to just say, here, use the building, and we get to do that for all of you. So definitely thank you to Ball State, and we'll make sure we thank them again. But how about we get some awards so we're not here all night, yeah? Yeah. All right. So, I believe you can all still do this after the end of a long day. There are 2 sets of stairs. This will be the up set of stairs, or if you prefer, the ramp. And this will be the down set of stairs. So what we're asking you to do is when we call you, come up with your team. You'll be presented your medals and your trophy. After you get your medal, you'll kind of head over this way. Your coach will be presenting with the trophy. We'll get a picture, and then we'll get a whole team picture of your coach, trophy, players, and medals over here. Got it? For the tournament titles, where we're doing like iRacing, chess, and Tetris, we'll probably group all of you together for the picture. For the other team titles, it'll just be team by team. Sound good? All right, let's go. So, first up, Minecraft, Ice in Minecraft, state champion. IEN runner-up for Minecraft. Runner-up. I mean, if Norwell wants the runner-up trophy, I think IEN has to go. Is this right? Yeah. Hey everybody, while they're doing that, over here's Dan. Dan's the director of Ball State Esports. Big round of applause for Dan. Sorry, Dan. I'm calling you out. It's okay, guys. I'm a physicist. All right, one more round of applause for Ryan, you left. And now, your state champions for Minecraft, Norwell High School. One more round of applause for Norwell High School. All right, next up, Ice in League of Legends. The 2025 state runner-up is Lawrenceburg High School. Another round of applause for Lawrenceburg. And your IEN 2025 state champion for League of Legends is Ben Davis High School. punishment, people who shall remain nameless, but we will stare at, may have just given the Lawrenceburg team the wrong trophy and medals. So if you can come back up to the side, we'll swap that for you. So yeah, come over here to the side. Come back up and we'll swap those out for you. I mean, not that you probably don't want Rocket League, but
You're supposed to.
we'll blame Carlos. It's fine. Right. Now the state champion, Ben Davis High School. Right, one more round of applause for Ben Davis High School.
Don't come towards me.
All right, next up, we have one of our tournament titles, IEN iRacing. In fourth place for the year's IEN iRacing is Vaughn Beasley from Park Tudor. Jones will be on the tournament. We'll make sure that in third place for IEN iRacing is Aiden Vaughn. In second place for IEN iRacing is Zach Lazenby. And in first place for IEN iRacing is Alex Jones, Carmel High School. A round of applause for your top three IEN iRacers from Carmel High School. Next up, IEN Tetrio. We have the fourth place finisher from Bumpton High School, Dark Ninja, Marcelo Zuniga. Third place in IEN Tetris is Stephanie Tan, Carmel High School. Your state runner-up for IEN Tetris, Stalpo Nolan Jones from Carmel High School. And your IEN 2025 state champion for Tetris is Sugarboy Dr. Gold from Buffalo High School. We have a coach from Carmel and Bluffton. One more round of applause for your podium for 2025 IEN Tetris. AA Fortnite. Your 2025 state runner-up is Franklin County High School. All right, one more round of applause for your state runner-up, Franklin County High School. And your 2025 state champion for IEN Division AA Fortnite, Scottsburg High School. All right, one more round of applause for Scottsburg High School. Up next, we have Division AA Rocket League, and your state runner-up, Rebuff Jesuit High School. One round of applause for Rebuff Jesuit. And your IEN AA Rocket League state champion for 2025 is Hobart High School. One more round of applause for Hobart High School. All right, next up, IEN AA Overwatch, your 2025 state runner-up is Lakeland High School. round of applause for Lakeland High School. And your 2025 state champion for IEN Overwatch is Norwell High School. All right, next up, IEN AA Valorant. Your state runner-up is Hobart High School. One more round of applause for your IEN AA Valorant runner-up, Hobart High School. And your 2025 IEN AA state champions, Rip-Off Jesuit. One more round of applause for Rip-Off High School. All right, IEN AA Super Smash Brothers for 2025. Your state runner-up is Bluffton High School. One more round of applause for Bluffton High School. And your IEN Division AA Super Smash Brothers state champions for 2025 are Hobart High School. All right, one more round of applause for Homewood High School. You guys want to do a chair giveaway? Yeah. Really? All right, we'll give away a chair. All right, Simon Larson, you want a chair? Simon Larson? All right, well, okay, no Simon Larson. Tanner Townsend. Tanner Townsend. Tiffany Sloan. Nobody wants a champion. Charlie Hornacher. Dominic Cox. Richard Fleet. Okay, we're going to get back to chairs later. All right, Ice AAA Rocket League. Your state runner-up is Hamilton Southeastern High School. One more round of applause for Hamilton Southeastern High School. And your Ice and AAA Rocket League state champion for 2025, Carmel High School. One more round of applause for Carmel High School. Next up, your Ice and AAA Overwatch 2 state champion and state runner-up. Your state runner-up for 2025 is Anderson High School.
I tried to get him over.
Another round of applause for Anderson High School. your IEN Division AAA 2025 state champions from Speedway High School. Another round of applause for your state champions from Speedway High School. Next up, IEN AAA Valorant. Your 2025 state runner-up from Hamilton Southeastern High School. Another round of applause for Hamilton Southeastern High School. And your IEN Division AAA Valorant state champions are Carmel High School. Another round of applause for Carmel High School. Next up, your IEN Division AAA Super Smash Brothers state runner-up, Carmel High School. Another round of applause for Carmel High School. And your IEN Division AAA Super Smash Brothers state champions from Mooresville High School. applause for Mooresville High School. How about we try to give away a chair again? We're not taking the chairs home. Annabelle Fraley.
You sit, I'll hand it to you. Since it's wobbly.
Ethan King. Ethan King. Okay, well, we're going to have to go to people on the list who didn't do that. So, more trophies, way! IEN Division AAA Fortnite. Your state runner-up is Bloomington North High School. A round of applause for Bloomington North High School. And your 2025 state champions for IEN Division AAA Fortnite are Ben Davis High School. All right, another round of applause for Ben Davis High School. All right, we're going through coaches now for the list of chair giveaways apparently. So, Seth Sturgeon. Seth Sturgeon on you. Oh, Seth? There we go. Woo! All right. In closing, just a few things. One, thank you again for everyone. This was a lot of fun. This was a lot of work. Hopefully you all enjoyed it. Oh, yeah. We do have a few leftover shirts, so if you are a competitor or a coach who do not get a shirt when I'm done, come up and get a shirt. This is what we have, so don't rush over each other to get them. Thank you all again. Make sure you grab all of your things. If you wouldn't mind, just as you're leaving, just look and see if we have left any trash or anything anywhere. We do want to be grateful guests for Ball State and their coach. Thank you everyone for attending IEN Finals 2025. See you next year.